that I'm doing, but it's reproductions of my other work in like a smaller form. But the most recent new piece that I have is this book, Khruschevism. So I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to start reading this book on this stream. So I'm going to read the introduction to this book tonight. So this is the introduction, and I'm going to read the introduction. So here we go. This book is being written with the assumption that it will probably not gain a massive audience, though such a thing would certainly be embraced if by chance it could somehow be arranged. Books that I have written, such as Kamala Harris and the Future of America, Bread Tube Serves Imperialism, Who Are the Houthis, What Are They Fighting For, were written with the news cycle and social media platforms in mind, hoping that they would attract an audience among people who wanted a deeper understanding of current events. These books have sold thousands of copies, and I am proud to have written them. My hope is that Kamala Harris, BreadTube, the Houthis, or whatever the popular topic served as a vehicle through which I was able to open people's minds and teach them about deeper principles and concepts and the struggle against globalism imperialism. This book is written about a historical topic and a very communism-oriented topic, and it approaches it from a particularly unique and specific angle. This causes me to believe that readership will be limited, despite the fact that the text culminates far more research, wrangling, and analysis than many other texts. Regardless, I have devoted so many hours of research, investigation, compilation, and composition to this book because it serves an organizational purpose. This book examines how Khrushchev devastated the global communist movement in 1956 by giving a tirade against his predecessor, Joseph Stalin. The book goes on to explain how Khrushchev helped to cultivate a mindset that was already brewing in Western countries among leftist intellectuals, how this mindset has been actively promoted by intelligence agencies, what this mindset teaches us about the psychology of illiberal organizations, and how the liberal order thrives on this type of thinking and depends on it, and how we can incorporate this knowledge of what we are facing into the struggle to build an anti-imperialist movement in our time. Marx wrote as an activist. In composing this text, I am forced to recall a bit of wisdom that was often related to me by older activists when I first got involved in political struggles. They said to me, "Marx doesn't make sense if you aren't part of the movement." The numerous older people who told me this bit of wisdom usually reflected on how it was common for universities to offer courses on Marxism in the philosophy department. These courses tended to attract an excited number of young radicals who would sign up only to end up entirely bored and often completely inoculated against Marxism. They expected to learn about exciting struggles for justice and instead found themselves decoding archaic polemics that made little sense in our time. As they made their way through old texts without receiving proper context, they received lectures from professors invoking Thomas More's Utopia, Plato's Republic, describing the vaguely ever-present but often destructive desire of human beings to create an egalitarian world, while leading the class in esoteric debates about morality and ethics. The reason Marx's works are so hard to get through for university students and rarely inspire them in such a context is because these students are not themselves involved in building a political movement and trying to mobilize the masses. Marx was not writing tomes to reflect on the nature of reality for academics. He was writing pamphlets explaining the differences between his comrades in the Communist League, who fought in the streets and fields of Germany in 1848, and other radical organizations. Marx was composing guides to action and textual orientation for those who built the International Working Men's Association as it organized strikes and built labor unions. Marx was an activist. He was heavily involved in the struggle for democratic rights against censorship and authoritarianism that remained from feudalism across Europe. Marx followers were heavily involved in labor struggles among factory workers in Britain and across the continent. Marx was also key in organizing solidarity with the struggle to defeat slavery in the United States, serving as the foreign correspondent of the New York Tribune and organizing a mass meeting of anti-slavery unionists in London. Marx's works have to be understood as the documents and communiques of someone heavily involved in organizing. They are written assuming the reader is another activist, deeply involved in the same struggles and listening to the same contemporary debates, trying to maneuver and organize in the same context. Marx's pamphlet, The 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte, is written in the context of a defeated labor uprising and the rise of a military dictatorship in France. It is full of contemporary references, Latin phrases, and even jokes that were well understood by everyone in Paris in 1852, but are completely lost on us now. Marx's The Poverty of Philosophy was a lampoon of one of the most widely read books among radicals at the time, written by anarchist Pierre-Joseph Proudhon, with the title itself being a clever jab. Marx's critique of the Goethe program was a harsh polemic against the cliches of many uneducated socialists of the time who did not understand economics. Marx was outraged to see these assumptions about the redistribution of wealth sanctified into the official program of the German Social Democratic Workers' Party. So he spoke up with a thorough point-by-point debunking. Marx is hard to read without understanding the context. Some context can be provided by opening up Wikipedia and learning about the figures involved and events of the time. However, an essential part of the context cannot be understood without simply being an activist yourself. This is what Mao Zedong was hammering home in his text, Where Do Correct Ideas Come From? Mao wrote of correct ideas, quote, "They come from social practice and from it alone. They come from three kinds of social practice: the struggle for production, the class struggle, and scientific experiment. It's man's social being that determines his thinking. Once the correct ideas characteristic of the advanced class are grasped by the masses, these ideas turn into material force which changes society and changes the world. In their social practice, men engage in various kinds of struggle and gain rich experience, both from their success and their failures." Later, Mao spoke to a group of university students, and putting it more hyperbolically, "It is only when there is class struggle there can be philosophy. It is a waste of time to discuss epistemology apart from practice. The comrades who study philosophy should go down to the countryside. They should go down this winter or next spring to participate in the class struggle. Those whose health is not good should go too. Going down won't kill people, and all they'll do is catch a cold, and that just put on a few extra suit of clothes and it'll be all right. University students should start going down this winter. I am referring to the humanities. Students of natural sciences should not be moved now, though we can move them for a spell or two. All those studying the humanities, history, political economy, literature, law, must every one of them go. Professors, assistant professors, administrative workers, and students should all go down for a limited time of 5 months. If they go to the countryside for 5 months or to the factories for 5 months, they will acquire some perceptual knowledge. Horses, cows, sheep, chickens, dogs, pigs, rice, sorghum, beans, wheat, varieties of millet. They will have a look at all these things. If they can go in the winter, they will not see the harvest, but at least they can still see the land and the people to get some experience of class struggle. That is what I call a university." This book serves an organizational purpose. At risk of offending or sounding highfalutin, I am warning my readers that this text will be hard to digest and perhaps even offensive to those who are not involved in building an anti-imperialist movement. The primary intended audience for this text is members of the Center for Political Innovation. However, this book is available to anyone who chooses to get their hands on it, whether by buying it online or otherwise. This book is written because our organization has been subjected to a wave of psychological operations intended to wreck and demoralize us. This shouldn't be surprising, given that our aim is to create an anti-imperialist movement in the United States, and we are operating in the political context of the 21st century. The nature of many of the efforts to break apart and repel our work has had an explicitly Khrushchevist character to it. This text is groundbreaking because rather than simply denying accusations or mistaken perceptions, or trying to reassure those with liberal concerns, we are taking the Khrushchevist incarnation of liberal thinking and organizational phobia head on. We are naming it, dissecting its roots and origins, and preparing our organization to be thoroughly bulletproof in the face of it. This text dissects a mindset that has become an essential part of Western discourse, showing its consequences in many contexts. It then guides readers in how they can combat it within themselves in order to be effective activists. This book is intended to be presented to every new member of the Center for Political Innovation as part of their political training, or at least to those who take on the accreditation process. Fighting against the Khrushchevist tropes implanted in our minds and resisting the wrecker culture fomented by social media is an essential part of remaining on the revolutionary road. Those unwilling to do that simply will not last. This book is meant to empower those who read it by pointing them to higher truths and nudging them to look inward, examining their own motivations, assumptions, and desires, and how these are wrapped up in their choice to become a revolutionary activist. We are in a new stage. I have a feeling that many hardline Marxist-Leninists will buy this book, hoping to find a defense of Stalin and a debunking of Khrushchev's 1956 tirade. They will most certainly find that in the following pages, most especially in the first chapter. And I hope they will not be disappointed by my efforts to tell the other side of the story regarding Stalin's leadership of the Soviet Union and the Communist International. However, there are other parts of this book that will undoubtedly confuse them. For example, I have a great deal of this book focusing on specific Trotskyite organizations and how, despite their political confusion, they played an anti-imperialist role to some degree and were dismantled by psychological operations of the Khrushchevist stripe. Furthermore, this book will delve into some of the flaws in the mindset created by dialectical materialism and how the roots and tradition of what is known as the left have a destructive side from which Khrushchevism draws its effectiveness in destroying organizations. This book gets psychoanalytical and talks about impulses and inherent drives motivating human behavior. It may even seem mildly religious at times, and this is an honest expression of the author's beliefs as a Christian who believes in God and accepts Christ as his Savior. There is no way to avoid the fact that innovationism, the ideology of the Center for Political Innovation, represents a new stage. We take the best from Marxism-Leninism, but we have left behind its weaknesses. Furthermore, we want nothing to do with the train wreck that calls itself communism in Western countries, which has lost almost every shred of optimism, hope, economic understanding, and anti-imperialism that it once had. We do not seek a place within communism, and the fact that you may denounce us as revisionists, deviants, or impure practitioners of Marxism-Leninism is of no concern to us. The urgent need of our time is to build a movement against the decaying order of globalism imperialism. The only hope for working families of the United States is to see their country join the rising new world of the BRICS, the Eurasian Economic Union, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, the Bolivarian Alternative of Latin America, and the new wave of development and independence on the African continent. We need a government of action to fight for working families, and every effort must be made to oppose the danger of a new world war and the emerging low-wage police state. If you're involved in this struggle and in building an organization capable of impacting this struggle, not merely a fandom of commodified identity, you will need to address the problem of Khrushchevism. You will need to identify it and battle against it. This text, the culmination of years of research and analysis, is intended to lay the foundation for organizations that can effectively resist this mechanism of psychological warfare. It is time to create the solid block of resistance that the Western world needs, one that can mobilize working people and create an anti-monopoly coalition. This book will help us understand how to do this within the new terrain. I urge you to read with this understanding and take whatever knowledge and insights will be useful to you in doing so. I have added a brief personal note at the end of every chapter to serve as a kind of addendum. The topics of this book include the history of the Soviet Union, anti-imperialist movements in Western countries, psychology, spirituality, and much more. A brief personal note from the author is helpful to give context to the reader. That is the introduction to my new book, and we'll continue reading. I'm going to read the whole book on these streams and then cut and have an audiobook of it. That's my intention. So I figured I would read the Evil Genius of One Man. The words of the speech were like bullets, and each found its place in the heart of veteran communists. Tears streamed down the faces of men and women who had spent 40 or more years, their whole adult lives, in the movement. I looked into the face of people who'd been beaten up or jailed with me and thought of the hundreds I had encouraged to join the party. My head was swimming. These are the words of Steve Nelson, a member of the Communist Party's National Committee, quoted from his autobiography, American Radical, and included in the volume Communism in America, A History in Documents, edited by Albert Fried. He is describing the atmosphere in the room at the National Committee meeting of the party held in New York City in April of 1956. He is describing the reaction of those in the room to the reading of a speech given by First Secretary Nikita Khrushchev to the 20th Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union on February 20th of the same year. The speech had been delivered to a closed session of the Congress from which media and foreign guests were excluded. A transcript of the speech was then distributed across the country to various high-ranking party leaders in an envelope marked top secret. The speech is generally referred to as the secret speech or the Khrushchev Revelations. The speech created a huge stir within the Soviet Union itself. On March 9th, the Soviet military was dispatched to put down rioting and protests in Stalin's native Republic of Georgia. Various reports that many high-ranking Soviet communists committed suicide or had heart attacks as a result of the speech cannot be confirmed, but are widely reported by historians. Rumors of the speech hit the international press in March, but it was Mossad, the Israeli intelligence service, that first acquired a copy of it. Polish journalist Wiktor Grajewski got the text of the speech from his girlfriend, who worked at the Communist Labor Union of Poland. Grajewski delivered it to the Israeli embassy in Poland. Israeli intelligence passed the speech on to the CIA in compliance with a secret agreement for joint operations against the Soviet Union. In April of 1956, the CIA authenticated the text of the speech and, with the approval of U.S. President Dwight Eisenhower, leaked it to the New York Times for publication in early June. Nelson's account of the text being read out to the Communist Party USA National Committee tells of how important this document was and how devastating the words of the Soviet leader were. Quote, "The National Committee itself consisted of 65 people, but this meeting was a plenum, which meant many key people were at the district level. Trade union and party organizers, for example, were invited. I was elected to chair the session, and I took my seat at a table facing about 120 people, the collective backbone of the party. I'd never enjoyed chairing meetings. It meant keeping one eye on the clock and sometimes cutting people off when they exceeded their allotted time. But it was especially uncomfortable to chair that session. Someone from the administrative committee that made arrangements for the meeting asked that we remove all notebooks, pens, and pencils. There were to be no notes taken. The comrade who brought the speech rose and proceeded to read it in its entirety, which took an hour and a half. Nelson went on to describe his shock that some did not immediately become demoralized and accept the revelations and their implications. The most astounding thing was that some were so rigid that not even this shock could move them. Foster and others acknowledged that it was a terrible thing, but insisted that they were still on the right path and that the Soviet leaders could overcome the problem. A few even defended Stalin, arguing that he should still be respected for his great accomplishments. The emotion produced by the shock seemed to harden the division that had already been growing for some time in the national leadership. Nelson's autobiography parallels other memoirs of the period from American communists in almost immediately transitioning away from the attack on Stalin to targeting the figures within the U.S. Communist Party at the time who continued to admire Stalin and did not embrace de-Stalinization, most especially William Z. Foster. Peggy Dennis, the widow of Communist Party leader Eugene Dennis, recalls in her autobiography that a strong current among the Communist Party's leadership, centered around Foster, refused to accept the secret speech and its implications. From the beginning of the 1960s, the official party version of that 4-year period has been that it was a struggle between Browder-like revisionism led by John Gates, the editor of the Daily Worker, and a staunch, victorious defense of the party led by William Z. Foster. Documents of that time and personal experiences of thousands who went through that fight, however, tell a different story. In reality, the period of 1956 to 1960 was a fight against both the revisionism of the Gates group and the sectarianism of the Foster group. Howard Fast tells how Foster opposed publishing the speech in the Communist Party's newspaper. Quote, "We printed the text of the speech in the Worker. We were the only communist newspaper in the world to do so, and we did it in the face of opposition of the Foster group. They still had the Communist Party, or what was left of it, in thrall, and they did not go along with the paper." As the leader of the 1919 steel strike and the 1924, 1928, and 1932 presidential candidate of the Communist Party, who had successfully defeated Earl Browder and reconstituted the Communist Party after the Second World War, Foster was the most well-known and respected face of American communism. The attacks on Stalin had almost immediately turned into attacks on him. A letter printed in the Daily Worker condemned the celebrations of William Z. Foster's birthday, along with a celebration of de-Stalinization. I wonder if some of the maudlin testaments to William Z. Foster on his recent birthday are really the most mature and effective way of acknowledging the respect due America's outstanding working class leader. Vince Copeland, an activist who recalled the period, described the public meetings the Communist Party convened in 1956 as news of the speech surfaced. At the beginning of 1956, there were 17,000 members of the Communist Party. And the first sign that something was off was they started to have great big open meetings, self-criticism meetings. I went to them. I was in New York at the time, and I went to all of them. You know, anybody could get up and say things and so forth and so on, which was okay, democratic and everything, but they just didn't know what to say. You could see that the membership and the leadership were completely on the defensive. Foster embraced the secret speech publicly, but behind the scenes, he saw that it was weakening the party. He wrote internally about the atmosphere of, quote, flagrant misrepresentations of policies, open advocacy of a return to Browderism, sniping at the Soviet Union, crass anti-leadership tendencies, and even proposals for the liquidation of the Communist Party. The political turmoil in the U.S. Communist Party paralleled the division within the Soviet Union's leadership. On June 18th of 1957, the Central Committee of the Soviet Communist Party attempted to remove Khrushchev from his post as first secretary. After a vote of 7-4 was taken to oust him, the military was brought into the Kremlin to keep him in power. With the military overruling the democratic process, Georgy Malenkov, Voleshev Malatov, and Lazar Kaganovich were declared to be an anti-party group and eventually expelled from the Soviet Communist Party as part of de-Stalinization. The Soviet press wrote that the anti-party group sought to return to Stalin-era policies and rehabilitate Stalin, which was deemed to be a serious crime. In America, William Z. Foster was forced into retirement. In 1959, he wrote a letter to Mao Zedong defending the achievements of the U.S. Communist Party during the Stalin years. Mao Zedong replied, "The New York Times published the piece embarrassing the Communist Party, which had sought to conceal it. Foster spent his final years in the Soviet Union, and when Khrushchev visited him at the hospital for his 80th birthday, just a few months prior to his death, Foster read a statement from his hospital bed praising Mao Zedong and honoring the Chinese Revolution. The room fell silent, as this was an act of political defiance. Khrushchev had recently denounced Mao and withdrawn all Soviet experts and advisors from China. Khrushchev is widely considered to be an ineffective leader, even by most anti-communists in Russia. He began his leadership by unleashing a demoralizing tirade against his predecessor. He courted the United States with talk of peaceful coexistence, saying that socialism would just gradually prove to be more effective economic system through peaceful competition and industrial production, and that this would eventually lead to the gradual peaceful transition of the capitalist world to socialist methods. Beijing's refusal to accept these policies, which they labeled revisionism, led to the Soviet Union cutting off its relationship with the largest country in the world in terms of population. This was followed by the Cuban Missile Crisis, when the same Soviet leadership that had been speaking widely of peaceful coexistence decided to dramatically challenge the United States by placing nuclear weapons in Cuba in October of 1962. Ultimately, Khrushchev was removed from office in October of 1964 and forced to spend the rest of his life under house arrest. Leonid Brezhnev and Alexei Kosygin viewed him as incompetent and a mismanager of state affairs, and with the support of the military and security services, removed him. Khrushchev lived on a rural estate, closely monitored by the police, where he received a small pension and had very few visitors until he died in 1971. His memoir, Khrushchev Remembers, was published in the West in 1970, after Time Incorporated acquired them under undisclosed circumstances. The KGB had previously worked to prevent his recollections from being smuggled out of the Soviet Union, and the book was initially denounced as a fraud by the Russian government, which forced his relatives to hand over a manuscript that they possessed. It appears that perhaps the book was based on transcripts of recollections Khrushchev had spoken into a tape recorder, though it is all unclear. Khrushchev gave a mild denial that the memoirs were in fact his own, so to this day, the full authenticity of the book cannot be verified. It appears that Khrushchev's actual words had something to do with the best-selling text, but it's unclear where the manuscript Time Incorporated acquired came from. or how much of it was tampered with or altered by the KGB, by US intelligence, or other forces before it became a best-selling book in the United States. In Khrushchev's short term of leadership in the Soviet Union, he did a huge amount of damage. De-Stalinization opened the floodgates of demoralization and confusion. A figure who had been seen as the savior of the country and the incarnation of the Soviet people's aspirations was forever tainted. The same year as the secret speech, the Soviet Union sent its military to crush a CIA-backed uprising in Hungary. In France, Britain, and many Western countries, top outspoken intellectuals and activists associated with communism denounced the Soviet Union's intervention and supported the, quote, revolution in Hungary, which spoke against Stalinism. The 1956 secret speech was a negative turning point, setting the stage for the ideological confusion and internal demoralization and international fracturing of global communism that all culminated in the eventual fall of the USSR. One American communist who was not a member of the party, a respected journalist named Anna Louise Strong, decided to give her opinion in response to the secret speech. Amid the confusion of 1956, she self-published a book entitled The Stalin Era, which was widely circulated and reviewed among communists in the United States and around the world. The book begins, "I think that looking back, men will call it the Stalin era. Tens of millions of people built the world's first socialist state. But he was the engineer. He first gave voice to the thought that peasant land in Russia could do it. From that time on, his mark was on all of it, on all the gains and all the evils. It is too soon to sum up the era, and yet one must try to, for controversy has arisen over it, and the beliefs of many around the world are being torn. It is the very best people who are the most disturbed by Khrushchev's revelations of thousands of brutal injustices and harsh repression when socialism was first being built. They are asking, was this necessary? Is that always the path of socialism? Or was it the evil genius of one man?" Anna Louise Strong had been a leader of the Seattle General Strike of 1919, editor of the Union Record. During the 1920s, Strong relocated to the Soviet Union and became the editor of the Moscow News, the daily newspaper circulated for English language speakers in the Soviet Union. Strong remained in the USSR until she was deported during the Second World War on suspicion of being a spy. She met Stalin personally on many occasions and witnessed directly the industrialization process and the cultural transformation under his leadership. At the time she published her 1956 book, Defending Stalin, Anna Louise Strong was politically isolated. The Communist Party urged members to avoid her amid rumors she had been a spy due to her deportation from the Soviet Union. McCarthyism rendered her blacklisted and a pariah in wider U.S. society. In 1955, the Soviet government formally cleared Anna Louise Strong of any wrongdoing with a public statement, and she reestablished contacts in the communist world, primarily with Beijing. 2 years after her book Defending Stalin, the U.S. government restored her passport. She then fled the United States and spent the rest of her life in China, where she worked closely with Foreign Minister Zhou Enlai and helped oversee English Chinese language publications until her death in 1970. Strong's memoir of the Stalin years includes a defense of collectivization of agriculture, which she directly witnessed. She writes, "American commentators usually speak of collective farms as enforced by Stalin. They even assert that he deliberately starved millions of peasants to make them join collectives. This is untrue. I traveled the countryside those years, and I know what occurred. Stalin certainly promoted the change, and he guided it. But the drive for collectivization went so much faster than Stalin planned that there were not enough machines ready for the farms, nor enough bookkeepers and managers. Hopeful inefficiency, combined with a panic slaying of livestock under Kulak urging, with 2 dry years, brought serious food shortage in 1932, 2 years after Stalin's alleged pressures. Moscow brought the country through a stern nationwide rationing. I saw collectivization break like a storm on the lower Volga in autumn of 1929. It was a revolution that made deeper changes than did the revolution of 1917, of which it was ripened fruit. Farmhands and poor peasants took the initiative, hoping to better themselves by government aid. Kulaks fought the movement bitterly by means of arson and murder. The middle peasantry, the real backbone of farming, had been split between the hope of becoming kulaks and the wish for machinery for the state. But now that the 5-year plans promised tractors, this great mass of peasants began moving by villages, townships, and counties into the collective farms. Strong described the impact of industrialization and the mobilization of all society to build, capturing the energy of the times. The change in women's status, she wrote, was one of the most important social changes in all parts of the USSR. The revolution gave women legal and political equality. Industrialization provided the economic base in equal pay. But in every village, women still had to fight the habits of centuries. News came from one village in Siberia, for instance, where the collective farm gave women their independent incomes, and the wives called a general strike against wife beating and smashed the time-honored custom in a week. The men all jeered at the first women we elected to our village Soviet, a village president told me, but at the next election we elected 6 women, and now it is we who laugh. I met 20 of these women presidents of villages in 1928 on a train in Siberia, bound for a women's congress in Moscow. For most, it was their first trip by train and the only one that they had ever been out of Siberia. Soviet power used many weapons for freeing women. Education, propaganda, law all had their place. But big public trials were held for husbands who murdered their wives. The pressure of the new propaganda confirmed judges who gave the death sentence for what old custom had not even considered to be a crime. The most important weapon for freeing women was, as in Russia proper, the new industrialization. I visited a new silk mill in old Bukhara. Its director, a pale, exhausted man, driving without sleep to build a new industry, told me the mill was not expected to be profitable for a long time. We are training village women into a new staff for future silk mills in Turkestan. Our mill is consciously applied force, which broke the veiling of women. We demand that women unveil in the mill. Girl textile workers wrote songs of the new meaning of life when they exchanged their veil for the Russian headdress, the kerchief. When I took the road to the factory, I found there a new kerchief, a red kerchief, a silk kerchief, bought by my own hands' labor. The roar of the factory is in me. It gives me rhythm. It gives me energy. One can hardly read this without recalling, by contrast, Thomas Hood's Song of the Shirt, which expressed the early factories of Britain. With fingers weary and worn, with eyelids heavy and red, a woman sat in unwomanly rags, piling her needle and thread, stitch, 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 in poverty, hunger, and dirt. And still, with a voice of dolorous pitch, she sang the song of the shirt. In capitalist Britain, the factory appeared as a weapon of exploitation for profit. In the USSR, it was not only a means of collective wealth, but a tool consciously used to break past shackles. Anna Louise Strong writes about Stalin as a leader, saying, quote, "No voice today can be final about the Stalin era. Stalin is one of those who are judged by long history, the character of whose work grows clearer as it recedes from view. What we know, at least, is that he set out in 1928 to build socialism in one country, a backward country, surrounded by a world of foes. When he began, Russia was peasant, illiterate. When he finished, it was the world's second largest industrial power. Twice over, he built it, once before Hitler's invasion, and once again upon the war's ruin. That stands to his credit forever. He engineered that job. He engineered ruthlessly, for he was born in a ruthless land and endured ruthlessness from childhood. He engineered suspiciously, for he had been 5 times exiled and must have been often betrayed. He condoned and even authorized outrageous acts of political police against innocent people. But so far, no evidence is produced that he consciously framed them. The outrages seem rather to have come from complex causes, among which were Stalin's tendency to suspicion and the Central Committee's tendency to rubber stamp what Stalin said. Despite these crimes against individuals, evidence does not lack that Stalin's assertion that people are the most precious element in any nation was no hypocrisy. His days were spent in the very careful removal of obstacles that hindered the valid dreams of the workers, peasants, and engineers who, for his insight, would have remained frustrated and obscure, but who, through his understanding, became leaders in farming, industry, and aviation. Strong reflected on the degree to which the claims in Khrushchev's revelations matched what she had observed or heard from others at the time. As the war drew on, as his age grew and his power, as the strain grew also of a struggle that was for the world's future, Stalin, it is said, became more dictatorial, relying on himself alone. Yet the cult of personality, now blamed for all past evils, is a flawed in the worshipper, no less than the worshipped. When all that can be said against Stalin is piled and counted, I doubt whether anything less than the terrific drive he imposed on the USSR from 1928 onward could ever have built a socialist state in that land. Looking back, one can see how the other leaders, Trotsky, Zinoviev, Kamenev, and Bukharin, led toward destruction. None of them had, I think, as Stalin had, either the insight into people's needs or the guts and will that were needed. Through all the early years, many of the ablest Marxists inside and outside of Russia said that it couldn't be done. Russians said to me in the early 30s, "It is too bad for the world that the first socialism is built in our dark land. If you Americans did it, or even those industrious Germans, it might be a proper job. But we, dark people, what socialism shall we build?" Stalin said, "Build or be crushed in 10 years by foreign invaders." So they built, and it stood when the foreign invasion came. So Stalin proved right, but those doubters were partly right also. For the socialism thus built was never the socialism men dreamed of, the socialism of freedom and plenty for all. It was speckled by many flaws. How far those flaws derive from Stalin's personality, how far from the dark Russian past, how far from the Nazi fifth column and the 40-year threat of war, this will be a theme for future historians, and all will differ in appropriating blame. Strong's book does not get into the details of the Moscow trials and the 1937 Great Terror, aside from describing how the entire country was swept into a panic and many innocent people were swept up in the hysteria. Khrushchev interprets these events as the self-serving power grab of a megalomaniac. Quote, "It is clear here that Stalin showed in a whole series of cases his intolerance, his brutality, and his abuse of power. Instead of proving his political correctness and mobilizing the masses, he often chose the path of repression and physical annihilation, not only against actual enemies, but also against individuals who had not committed any crimes against the party and the Soviet government. Dr. Grover Furr of Montclair State University published the 2011 book Khrushchev Lied, going through the claims of the speech point by point. He contrasts the statements Khrushchev made about various arrested and convicted Soviet officials with the information available in the Soviet archives. Furr's work focuses on the alleged conspiracy against Stalin by Trotsky in coordination with Zinoviev, Bukharin, and others. Furr points to the fact that Nikolai Yezhov, the head of the secret police, whose role in the Great Terror is remembered in Russia as Yezhov's Terror, was eventually himself executed for plotting against Stalin. Mainstream Russian historians in the United States generally respond to Dr. Furr and his research with ad hominem and ridicule. Furr is not to be taken seriously because he is, quote, defending Stalin, and, quote, everyone knows how evil Stalin supposedly was. Dr. Furr has spent a great deal of his other work debunking claims of mainstream Russian historians in the United States, showing that the field itself is highly politicized and toxic. Furr's book, Blood Lies, goes through the work of Yale professor Dr. Timothy Snyder, showing that he blatantly misrepresents Soviet archival material in order to fit his narrative that the Soviet Union and Nazi Germany were equally evil. A large section of Khrushchev's speech is dedicated to alleging that Stalin responded to Hitler's invasion of the Soviet Union with an episode of personal cowardice. For a long time, Stalin did not direct military operations and ceased doing anything whatsoever. He returned to active leadership only when a Politburo delegation visited him and told him that steps were needed to be immediately taken so as to improve the situation on the front. This claim did not match what was observed about Stalin, even by his harshest critics. Vince Copeland, a Trotskyite activist who eventually founded the Workers' World Party, recalled how the deceptive nature of the speech was apparent even to himself and many others at the time, though it was hard to make sense of the situation amid the confusion of 1956. Copeland recalls, among other things, Khrushchev showed how when Hitler attacked the Soviet Union, it was totally unprepared, and how Stalin had bungled everything, and showed how Stalin had chopped off the heads of all the generals. He kept on emphasizing Stalin was crazy, Stalin was mad, and so forth. He exaggerated, too. He said Stalin was afraid, that he hid under the table, all these things. Trotsky said Stalin could look danger straight in the eye. His problem was not personal cowardice, but the fact that Khrushchev attacked him on a personal level just showed that Khrushchev was looking for more and more things to attack him with. Copeland also noted that Khrushchev's speech seemed almost like a coded message to the Western imperialists. Quote, it's also important, by the way, to remember that in this whole attack, Khrushchev never attacked Stalin for anything he did conciliating with the United States or with England. He attacked Stalin for the way he fought Hitler, knowing that Hitler was also the enemy of the United States. In other words, Khrushchev was aiming for a pact with the United States. He was aiming to please U.S. imperialism. This all came out, and it came out with a terrible shock to the Communist Party. And a lot of criticisms of Stalin came out at that time. And there was nobody who could answer them. And that's the point. See, today it's easy when you're not confronted with all these things to say, oh, well, that was an exaggeration somewhere. But there was nobody that could answer anything they said about Stalin at the time. Khrushchev's speech spends a significant amount of time condemning Stalin for allegedly glorifying himself in state propaganda. In this connection, Stalin very energetically popularized himself as a great leader. In various ways, he tried to inculcate the notion that the victories gained by the Soviet nation during the Great Patriotic War were all due to courage, daring, and genius of Stalin and no one else. In the same vein, let us take, for instance, historic and military films and some of our literary creations. They make us feel sick. Their true objective is propagating the theme of praising Stalin as a military genius. Let us recall the film The Fall of Berlin. Here only Stalin acts. He issues orders in halls which there are empty chairs. One man approaches him to report something. And where is the military command? And where is the Politburo? And where is the government? And what are they doing? And with what are they engaged? This is nothing about them in the film. Stalin acts for everybody. Why does he not reckon with anyone? He asks no one for advice. Everything is shown to people in this false light. Why? To surround Stalin with glory, contrary to the facts and contrary to historical truth. The question arises, where is the military? On whose shoulders the burden of the war rested? It is not in the film. With Stalin's inclusion, there's no one left for it. You see what Stalin's mania for greatness led to? He completely lost consciousness of reality. He demonstrated the suspicion and haughtiness not only in relation to individuals in the USSR, but in relation to the whole parties and nations. Khrushchev also complains that Stalin was unable to admit that he made mistakes. On one occasion, after the war, during a meeting, Stalin and members of the Politburo mentioned that Khrushchev had been right when he telephoned concerning Kharkov operation, and it was unforgettable that his suggestion had not been accepted. You should have seen Stalin's fury. How could it be admitted that Stalin might not be right? He is, after all, a genius, and a genius cannot help but be right. Everyone can err, but Stalin considered he never erred and that he was always right. He never acknowledged to anyone that he made any mistake, large or small, despite the fact that he made more than a few in matters of theory and practical activity. After the party Congress, we shall probably have to reevaluate many wartime military operations and present them in their true light. The tactics on which Stalin insisted without knowing the basics of conducting a battle of operations cost much blood until we succeed in stopping the opponent and going over to the offensive. Khrushchev's intentions with this lengthy tirade are clear. Stalin is presented as a selfish, power-hungry, self-serving tyrant. His belief in communism is portrayed as insincere, merely a cover for his own lust for power and personal glory. Khrushchev uses his secret speech to condemn the cult of personality as a dangerous atmosphere that allows monstrous, cruel figures to arise. The book is not intended to be this book is not intended to be a factual debunking of Khrushchev's secret speech, or even a defense of Stalin per se. This book is rather a study in psychological warfare, pointing to a certain trope in manipulating activists and destroying anti-imperialist organizations. This book is intended to show how a mindset cultivated by Khrushchev, rooted in certain aspects of the Western mind, has served the Western imperialist liberal order and has led to social decay and demoralization across the planet. Molotov, the leader who defended Stalin and was ousted by military force in a struggle with Khrushchev, recalled how Stalin once told him, quote, "I know that after my death, a pile of rubbish will be heaped on my grave, but the wind of history will sooner or later sweep it away." An objective look at the role of Stalin in history, not tainted by anti-communist or Khrushchevite narratives, is necessary. The Soviet Union was invaded by 15 different countries after the 1917 revolution, including the United States. It fought a civil war until 1921, faced an economic blockade that made it impossible to import medicine and supplies. Millions died in the Civil War and in the hardships that followed, as the Bolsheviks attempted to put together a central government to manage the country. Out of this mess, Stalin emerged in 1928 to begin rapidly industrializing the country with 5-year plans to build a society strong enough to repel the German invasion and soon conquer outer space. There's no way that Stalin did not hurt millions of people, many of them innocent. No one in Stalin's position facing these circumstances could have avoided doing so. In conditions of food shortages, Stalin and his bureaucratic apparatus decided who got to eat and who did not. Thousands and thousands of innocent people were arrested and imprisoned during the Great Terror of 1937. Even Stalin's most ardent defenders will admit this. People turned in their neighbors on suspicion of disloyalty. An episode of societal panic and hysteria ensued, and Nikolai Yezhov, the head of the secret police, was eventually executed and held responsible for it. In the context of the Second World War, some soldiers were sent to the front to likely die, while others were kept in safer positions and utilized for other purposes. Soviet citizens were moved around on the basis of their nationality during the war. Jews were moved away from the front lines so they would not be sent to death camps if they were captured. Reactionary nationalities, such as Chechens, were forced out of the regions they had lived in for generations, in what anti-Soviet and anti-Russian rhetoricians call forced deportations and ethnic cleansing. These harsh decisions were made in the context of the most horrendous and costly military conflict in human history. They were not made as a matter of cruelty or convenience, but in the context of mass death and military operations. During the Second World War, rigid military discipline included the execution of those who did not follow orders, and that was imposed. There's no reason to gloss over the harshness and ugliness of these conditions. There's no reason to pretend that there are not millions of glaring injustices that Stalin is directly or indirectly responsible for. To think otherwise would be naive. No responsible writer or analyst should downplay the horrors that the Soviet people endured during these hard times, as juvenile communists in America routinely do across social media. Gulag memes are not funny, and at the time Stalin led the country, millions of Soviet people suffered in circumstances none of us living in the West in our time can imagine. Looking at the whole story and the circumstances and what was accomplished despite such harsh conditions should cause one to have nothing but awe at the resilience of the Soviet people and to be overwhelmingly impressed with the effectiveness of socialist economics. Furthermore, a leader capable of accomplishing all that was accomplished in this context must be admired on some level. No one can deny that amid these horrendous conditions and circumstances, the Soviet people demonstrated a huge amount of heroism and self-sacrifice, and a huge amount of deep spiritual strength. And who was it who inspired them? Who was the voice on the radio urging them on to victory in the darkest hours? All the routinely discussed hardships and horrors of the Stalin years must be placed alongside astronomical achievements, which are routinely ignored in Western discourse. Stalin presided over 1/5 of the planet, going from primitive agrarianism to industrialization. As Isaac Deutscher wrote in his obituary, he found Russia working with the wooden plow and left it equipped with atomic piles. It is because of Stalin that hundreds of millions of people who never would have had access to medical care, electrification, or running water in their homes, or basic education received it. Between 1927 and 1953, the number of higher education institutes, universities, trade schools, and institutes in the Soviet Union increased from 91 to over 800. From 1928 to 1938, the rate of electrification in the Soviet Union multiplied by 10, according to Maurice Daub, economics lecturer at the University of Cambridge, in his published study, Soviet Economic Development Since 1917. Coal production multiplied by 3.5 times during the same period. During these same years, the Soviet Union was the leading producer of agricultural tractors and locomotive technology. 20 new tramway systems and 80 new bus systems were constructed. The number of hospital beds in rural areas doubled. Observing the rapid industrial explosion in the USSR amid the dawn of the Great Depression in America, Louis Fisher wrote in The Nation, "The Soviet frontier is like a charmed circle which the world economic crisis cannot cross. While banks crash, while production falls and trade languishes abroad, the Soviet Union continues in an orgy of construction and national development. The scale and speed of its progress are unprecedented." These facts are not disputed by anti-Stalin historians. They are just ignored. Millions and millions of people gaining access to healthcare, education, modern housing, and other necessities of life is considered an irrelevant detail in painting a story of a brutal mass-murdering tyrant and human rights-crushing regime. Even disregarding the humanitarian aspect of these achievements, is it not a relevant point of economic data that a backward agrarian country suddenly became a top producer of steel, tractors, and locomotive technology. Stalin built the Soviet oil industry, hiring American chemist Fred Koch, the father of the infamous Koch brothers, to oversee it for him. The Dnieper Dam that Stalin built in Ukraine was the world's largest power plant at the time. Why is the dramatic awakening of 1/5 of the planet not an achievement to be celebrated? Stalin was not just the leader of a country, but also the de facto leader of a global movement, without which there would be no national health service in Britain, no social security in the United States, no food stamps for low-income people, and no condemnations of racism from the United Nations and other international bodies. Millions of Americans who worked in steel, auto manufacturing, and other industries that were previously unionized enjoyed benefits and wages previously unheard of in America, because communist-led organizing drives for the Congress of Industrial Organizations won them union contracts. The role of the Soviet Army and the various communist-led resistance groups in securing the victory of the Allies in the Second World War, though routinely downplayed by Western historians, was massive. The Eighth Route Army in China, the guerrilla forces of Yugoslavia and Albania, the Italian partisan brigades, the underground sabotage units in Japan, the French resistance fighters were all key in Allied victory, and they all had a direct allegiance to the Kremlin. Stalin is largely responsible for pushing the rights of African Americans into international discussion. William L. Patterson being given a platform at the United Nations to say, "We charge genocide," and condemn the US government for Jim Crow and lynching. After the Second World War, there was an explosion of national liberation movements among formerly colonized nations, and the Soviet Union was the financial backer and supporter of them all. Any talk about the Moscow trials and alleged persecution of political rivals, economic mismanagement of collectivization, political repression, and other atrocities must take place in this context. Stalin is directly responsible for increasing the life expectancy of hundreds of millions of people by industrializing their homelands, saving millions of people from the Nazi death machine by defeating Hitler, and enabling hundreds of millions of people to be free from colonial slavery and extreme poverty by backing and funding their national liberation movements. Without Stalin and his massive support of the Chinese Revolution, 800 million people would still be in poverty. Is this all the work of one man? Of course not. History is not made by individuals, and even individuals who do play a dynamic role do not exist in a vacuum. But the massive amount of direct improvement in life and human progress for which Stalin is responsible is consistently left out of the conversation. As Georgy Plekhanov wrote in his work on the role of the individual in history, quote, "A great man is precisely a beginner because he sees further than others and desires things more strongly than others. He is a hero, but he is not a hero in the sense that he can stop or change the natural course of things, but in the sense that his activities are the conscious and free expression of this inevitable and unconscious course. Herein lies all his significance. Herein lies his whole power. But this significance is colossal, and the power is terrible." Western discourse about Stalin and the Soviet history frequently throws out a body count, often claiming Stalin was worse than Hitler because the deaths attributed to the famines are higher than those killed in the Nazi Holocaust. This is absurd because prior to the Soviet Union, the farms of Russia did not have mechanization. Deaths from malnutrition in Russia before 1917 were routine. Stalin, despite whatever mismanagement, cured this. The Gulag prison labor camps of the USSR were certainly horrendous, but they cannot be equated with Nazi death camps. The Gulag did not have gas chambers, and the overwhelming majority of those imprisoned in them returned to civilian life after a few years. Statistics show that most Gulag inmates were not political prisoners, but rapists, murderers, and other criminals. The number of inmates in Stalin's prison camps, according to official records, was significantly lower by both numbers and percentage than the number of people held in U.S. prisons in our time. The wave of panic that swept the USSR in 1937 involved many innocent people being arrested and wrongfully imprisoned. The actions of Stalin, the leaders of the secret police, those who inflamed the panic in state media, and those who turned in their neighbors or wrongfully accused their co-workers can and should be correctly examined. But the fear beneath it all, that foreign spies were working to wreck the Soviet Union from within, cannot be dismissed as insane paranoia. Stalin gave these words in his defense in 1937, pointing to the realities of the situation that should be obvious. Quote, "They forget that the Soviet power has conquered only 1/6 of the world, and that 5/6 of the world is in the possession of capitalist powers. They forget that the Soviet Union is in the conditions of capitalist encirclement. It is accepted to talk loosely about capitalist encirclement, but people do not want to ponder upon what sort of thing this capitalist encirclement is. Capitalist encirclement, that is no empty phrase. That is a very real and unpleasant feature. Capitalist encirclement means that here is one country, the Soviet Union, which has established the socialist order on its own territory. And besides this, there are many countries, bourgeois countries, which continue to carry on a capitalist mode of life, which surround the Soviet Union, waiting for an opportunity to attack it, break it, and at any rate undermine its power and weaken it. Our comrades forgot this fundamental fact, but it is precisely which determines the basis of relations between the capitalist encirclement and the Soviet Union. Take, for example, the bourgeois states. Simple-minded people may think that extremely good relations reign between them, as between states of this type, but only simple-minded people can think so. In reality, relations between them are far from being those of good neighbors. It has been proved as plainly as 2 or 2 make 4 that bourgeois states shower their spies, wreckers, diversionists, and sometimes murderers on each other behind the frontiers, give them instructions to worm themselves into the factories and institutions of these states, to create their own network, and in case of necessity, to smash them from the rear so as to weaken and undermine their power. Such is the case at the present time. Such too has been the case in the past. Take, for example, the countries of Europe at the time of Napoleon I. France at the time was swarming with spies and diversionists from the camp of the Russians, the Germans, the Austrians, and the English. And at the same time, England, the German states, Austria, and Russia had behind their lines no fewer diversionists from the French camp. Agents of Great Britain twice made attempts on the life of Napoleon, and several times roused the peasants of Vendée in France against the government of Napoleon. And what was Napoleon's government? A bourgeois government, which had strangled the French Revolution and retained only those results of the revolution which were profitable to the big bourgeoisie. Needless to say, Napoleon's government did not remain indebted to its neighbors. It also undertook diversional measures. Such was the case in the past, 130 years ago, and such is the case now, 130 years after Napoleon I. France and England at the present day are swarming with German spies and diversionists, and on the other hand, Anglo and French spies and diversionists, in turn, are at work in Germany. America is swarming with Japanese spies and diversionists, and Japan with American. Such is the law of relations between bourgeois states. The question must be put, why should bourgeois countries be gentler and more neighborly to the Soviet socialist government than they are to the bourgeois states of their own type? Why should they send fewer spies, fewer wreckers, fewer diversionists, and fewer murderers behind the frontiers of the Soviet Union than they send behind the frontiers of bourgeois countries, which are akin to them? Where do you get this from? Will it not be truer from the point of view of Marxism to suppose that the bourgeois states must be sending twice or 3 times as many wreckers, spies, and diversionists and murderers behind the lines of the Soviet Union than behind the lines of any bourgeois state? It is not clear that as long as capitalist circlement exists, there will be wreckers, spies, diversionists, and murderers in our country, sent behind our lines by agents of foreign states. Stalin was the individual who oversaw and carried out the process of history in motion. The Western economic system of monopolistic capitalism had kept the bulk of the planet and the human race in darkness and poverty. Stalin oversaw the dawn of breaking these chains and moving toward growth and development. Lenin's understanding of imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism, argued that the Western capitalist system had moved into a stage of monopolism that concentrated power in the hands of an international financial oligarchy, which kept countries underdeveloped and impoverished. The Bolsheviks, unlike the socialists of the era, were committed to overthrowing and dismantling the economic order emerging from the legacy of colonialism. In 1924, Stalin gave a series of lectures entitled The Foundations of Leninism, explaining that the Bolsheviks supported all who resisted Western domination and had no concern with offending or aligning with socialists who attached themselves to this system. The struggle that the Emir of Afghanistan is waging for the independence of Afghanistan is an objectively revolutionary struggle, despite the monarchist views of the Emir and his associates, for it weakens and disintegrates imperialism and undermines imperialism. Whereas the struggle waged by such desperate Democrats and socialist revolutionaries and Republicans, for example, Kerensky and Sartorelli, Renaud and Schneiderman, during the imperialist war was a reactionary struggle, and for this result was the embellishment and strengthening of imperialism. For the same reason, the struggle of the Egyptian merchants and bourgeois intellectuals that are waging for the independence of Egypt is an objectively revolutionary struggle, despite the origin and the bourgeois title of the leaders of the Egyptian national movement, despite the fact that they are opposed to socialism. Whereas the government that the British Labour government is waging to preserve Egypt's dependent position is for the same reason a reactionary struggle, despite the proletarian origin and proletarian title of the members of government, and despite the fact that they are, quote, for socialism. If one understands that gulags are not death camps, that Stalin is the man who cured the famines and brought mechanization, not the maniacal creator of man-made ones out of cruelty, and that the USSR existed in the context of foreign invasion and attack, making panic about foreign sabotage a reasonable concern, then the image of Stalin as the incarnation of evil, touted by Western scholars, should vanish. If famines are not considered acts of murder, if context is given to political repression, and if credit is given for industrializing 1/5 of the planet and leading one of the most impactful social movements that has ever existed, Stalin cannot be seen as anything but a very effective and pivotal figure in human civilization, despite whatever flaws. The body count rolled out by anti-communists as supposedly bulletproof condemnation of both Stalin and the entire history of Marxism falls to shreds. One anecdote that showed me how important Stalin was came when I was in high school. As a high school student in the small town of Orville, Ohio, I had a social studies teacher who was very interested in local history. He brought me an article from the town's newspaper archives, which he often sifted through on microfilm at the library. The headline was, "Take That, Uncle Joe." The article, from the early 1950s, began with a quote from Stalin condemning racism in the United States and the treatment of African Americans. The article went on to tell of how, for the first time ever, a black family had bought a house in my little town. This proved that Stalin was wrong and that America was not an unjust racist society. The fact that Stalin's name came up in a small town newspaper in a conversation about racism shows how impactful the Soviet Union was on the struggle for civil rights in America. I have no interest in defending Stalin on a personal level. Was he a good person? Did he live in a moral way and have empathy for others? Were his intentions pure? I have no idea. as the leader of a massive bureaucracy that emerged from a revolution and sought to push back against the prevailing order of imperialism and colonialism, Stalin got his hands dirty, was involved in all kinds of ugly realities that none of us can imagine, and throughout all of it, did a lot of good that improved life on the planet for the overwhelming majority. Stalin laid the foundation for the world now emerging beyond globalism imperialism. Stalin boosted the forces of anti-fascism, organized labor, industrialization, humanitarianism, anti-racism, and anti-colonialism in a way that no other figure has. If this can be acknowledged, criticism can be made. The deceptive, one-sided image of Stalin as nothing more than a cruel, self-serving tyrant, the confusion spread by Khrushchev's 1956 secret speech, the obsessive warning against cult of personality, have all become an essential part of Western geopolitical propaganda and the liberal worldview. This book will focus on understanding Khrushchevism in the context of the urgent need to build an anti-imperialist bloc of resistance within Western countries. Chapter 2. On March 2nd, 1962, the TV science fiction series, The Twilight Zone, ran an episode that became a TV classic, often referenced in jokes and satire right up to today. The episode was entitled To Serve Man, and it was based on a short story written by Damon Knight and published in 1950. It was told of a group of space aliens coming to the Earth and surprising humanity with their apparent kindness. They cure cancer, greatly enhance the global food supply, and introduce all kinds of new technology to make life happier on our planet. When asked why they are being so kind, they point to a mysterious book called To Serve Man. As the story goes on, the aliens announce a program to fly some humans back to their home planet as a gesture of goodwill. Meanwhile, a group of scientists and linguists are actively trying to translate the mysterious To Serve Man book. As the episode concludes in a classic TV moment, with humans lined up and walking into the spaceship to return to the aliens' home planet, a woman runs out to make the faithful announcement, "Don't get on that ship. The book, To Serve Man, it's a cookbook." The short story is certainly a clever spin on the sci-fi trope of intergalactic invaders, which was popular at the time in the aftermath of the 1947 UFO hysteria. However, it is more than that. It is a political message. In 1949, the year before the short story was published, the Communist Party of China had established the People's Republic on the mainland. What was the slogan that appeared on all the party badges and emblems of the new government led by Mao Zedong? Serve the people. At the height of the Cold War and McCarthyism, Knight's story was an obvious warning against communism. Even in 1962, as détente was setting in, it delivered the same message. Communists might offer guaranteed jobs, healthcare, and the wonders of a planned economy. But what they really want is to enslave you and eat you alive. This was the message of Cold War anti-communism at the time, and the story was a clever way of articulating it. The Twilight Zone, which launched as a TV program in 1959, was noted for its liberal, anti-totalitarian bent. The episode, The Monsters Are Due on Maple Street, which aired in March of 1960, was a blatant attack on McCarthyism. It presented a group of neighbors becoming paranoid and thinking each other were aliens, making groundless accusations,
only for it to later be revealed that this was the aliens' plan all along, to incite suspicion, confuse the humans, and set the stage for their invasion. Various other episodes of The Twilight Zone equate Stalin with Hitler, warn about demagogues and fascists, and present communism as just one form of collectivist totalitarianism that suppresses individual rights. All of this fit with the trajectory of American politics following the death of Stalin. On March 5th, 1953, Stalin died. At the same time, U.S. Senator Joe McCarthy was riding high as the chairman of the Senate Committee on Government Operations. McCarthy had risen to power falsely claiming he had a list of hundreds of card-carrying communists who worked in the U.S. State Department. The U.S. House Un-American Activities Committee began investigating and accusing people of ties to communism. Many were imprisoned for refusing to name names. Many careers were destroyed based on false accusations or vague guilt by association. At the time of Stalin's death, McCarthy was facing some solid opposition in the press, with his primary opponent being newspaper editor and Las Vegas real estate owner Hank Greenspun. Greenspun published a series of articles in 1952 purporting that Joe McCarthy was a homosexual. With confidential investigations, the FBI was able to verify these claims, interviewing young men whom Joe McCarthy had gotten drunk and then raped. Later, it was revealed that McCarthy's primary enemy in the media, Hank Greenspun, was more than just a newspaper tycoon. He was a Mossad operative. Greenspun stole millions of dollars worth of military equipment from the U.S. military bases in Nevada and smuggled them to Israel. He was given only a mild sentence for this, and eventually U.S. President John F. Kennedy pardoned him. After Stalin's death, Joe McCarthy's career began to swiftly decline. In the fall of 1953, McCarthy began investigating the U.S. military for alleged communist infiltration. He also targeted Voice of America and the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency. Republican President Dwight Eisenhower denounced McCarthy as a book burner after the Overseas Library Program of the United States Bureau of Information began purging itself of books deemed subversive. The Army McCarthy hearings were broadcast on television, with Joe McCarthy coming across as a bully to many American viewers. In March of 1954, CBS News began airing a series of TV programs called See It Now, featuring Edward R. Murrow, who presented Joe McCarthy in a negative light. On June 19, 1954, U.S. Senator Lester C. Hunt committed suicide. Investigations into his death revealed that his son had been arrested for engaging in homosexual behavior, and Joe McCarthy had blackmailed him with this in order to get his support. This information made McCarthy even less popular. On December 2nd, the U.S. Congress voted to censure Joe McCarthy because he had, quote, repeatedly abused the members who were trying to carry out assigned duties and, quote, acted contrary to the senatorial ethics and tended to bring the Senate into dishonor and disrepute, to obstruct the constitutional processes of the Senate, and to impair it with dignity. From 1955 onward, Joe McCarthy faded into political isolation and eventually drank himself to death, dying of alcohol poisoning in 1957. However, some of the far right continued to idealize him as a Roman Catholic American patriot who fought against communism. The John Birch Society was formed by candy company owner Robert Welch, as a group that maintained that McCarthy had been right all along, and that Republican Dwight Eisenhower was himself a communist agent. The John Birch Society was castigated as a group of right-wing extremists, tools and cranks. Mainstream media mocked them, and the Twilight Zone was part of the overall rise of Cold War liberalism, which brought with it a new brand of anti-communism. Khrushchev began his 1956 tirade against Stalin this way, quote, "After Stalin's death, the Central Committee of the party began to implement a policy of concisely and consistently that it is impermissible and foreign to the spirit of Marxism-Leninism to elevate one person, to transform him into a Superman possessing supernatural characteristics, akin to those of a god. Such a man supposedly knows everything, sees everything, thinks for everyone, can do anything, and is infallible in his behavior. Such a belief about a man, specifically Stalin, was cultivated among us for many years. The objective of the present report is not a thorough evaluation of Stalin's life and activity. Concerning Stalin's merits, an entirely sufficient number of books, pamphlets, and studies had already been written in his lifetime. The role of Stalin in the preparation and the execution of the socialist revolution and the Civil War and in our fight for the construction of socialism in our country is universally known. Everyone knows this well. At present, we are concerned with the question which has immense importance for the party and for the future, with how the cult of the person of Stalin had been gradually growing, the cult which became, at certain specific stage, the source of a whole series of exceedingly serious and grave perversions of party principles, party democracy, and revolutionary legality. Khrushchev went on to expound on his condemnation of the, quote, cult of personality with glib words, attempting to give some credit to the man he defamed. Comrades, in order to not repeat the errors of the past, the Central Committee has declared itself resolutely against the cult of the individual. We consider that Stalin was excessively extolled. However, in the past, Stalin doubtless performed great services to the party, to the working class, and to the international workers' movement. We cannot say that these were deeds of a giddy despot. He considered that this should be done in the interest of the party, of the working masses, in the name of the defense of revolution's gains. In this lies the whole tragedy. Comrades, we must abolish the cult of the individual decisively. Once and for all, we must draw the proper conclusions concerning both ideological, theoretical, and practical work. It is necessary for this purpose. Comrades, the 20th Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union has manifested with a new strength the unshakable unity of our party, its cohesiveness around the Central Committee, its resolute will to accomplish the great task of building communism, and the fact that we present in all their ramifications the basic problems of overcoming the cult of the individual, which is alien to Marxism-Leninism, as well as the problem of liquidating its burdensome consequences, is evidence to the great moral and political strength of our party, end quote. The official title of the secret speech was On the Cult of Personality and Its Consequences. Khrushchev should really be understood as the originator of the term cult of personality, because he first used it in the way it is currently understood. A letter written by Karl Marx in 1877, in which he claimed he had no aspirations for fame, contains the sentence, quote, "Neither of us cares a straw for popularity. Let me cite one proof of this. Such was my aversion to the personality cult." In Germany at the time, romanticists were referred to as the cult of the genius, and widely debating the role of heroes and hero worship in society. Marx was referencing this in his statement, extolling his own humility. but it did not have anywhere near the modern connotation. The word cult itself is an interesting study in linguistics. In most languages, there is a word for sects or small religious groups. The Oxford Dictionary defines a sect as, quote, a group of people with somewhat different religious beliefs, typically regarded as heretical, from those of a larger group to which they belong. While most forms of Christianity, Islam, and Judaism are considered to be religions, small outlier groups with interpretations of the faith, whose views are dramatically at odds with others, perhaps recognizing an additional prophet or messianic figure, or having a dramatically different interpretation of holy texts, are considered to be sects. In Islam, for example, the various schools of Sunni and Shia are the prevailing versions of the religion. However, Alawites, Yazidis, and Druze are considered to be sects because their views about the faith are so strongly at odds with what most Sunnis and Shias believe, and their practices are wildly different as well. Alawites do not pray in mosques because Imam Ali was killed in a mosque. Yazidism incorporates elements of ancient Iranian religion into Abrahamic traditions and speaks of 7 specific angels assigned to guard the earth. These beliefs are so divergent from what the world knows to be Islam that they are considered to be a sect. Christianity is generally divided into Roman Catholics, Protestants, and Eastern Orthodox believers. While some fundamentalists will maintain they are not Protestants, their roots theologically stem from Europeans who rejected the Vatican after the Reformation. In addition to Orthodox, Protestants, or groups with Protestant roots and Catholics, there are some groups such as the Latter-day Saints. The followers of Joseph Smith in the United States maintained that he was a Latter-day prophet of God and adopted the Book of Mormon as a holy book alongside the Bible. This put them significantly at odds with the rest of Protestant Christianity. As such, they were labeled a sect. Jehovah's Witnesses, who reject the use of the cross, considering it to be a pagan symbol, and vehemently reject the concept of an afterlife, are similarly regarded. The word cult in the English language generally had this theological connotation until the 1950s. It was a synonym for sect and referred to an outlier religious community with beliefs deemed to be dramatically deviant or in opposition to the prevailing interpretation of the faith. The Eastern Orthodox churches and some Protestant fundamentalists used the term somewhat differently, considering all interpretations of the faith which they considered deviant to be cults. Baptists and Orthodox believers may call the Roman Catholic Church or the Methodist Church a cult because they consider it to be out of step with the Bible, not using the term in relation to the faith's size or relative deviance of its practices from the norm. The word cult, a theological term that referred to a deviant religion, was also used as a slur in other contexts. If a group of people were considered overly fanatical in embracing an artist or a musician or a cultural figure, their fans might derogatorily be called a cult. If a group of people held on to a certain philosophical concept in a way others deemed to be extreme, the cult of reason, the cult of modernity, this was a kind of hyperbolic insult, comparing those deemed overly fanatical or loyal to something as being similar to a religious sect. It was not until Khrushchev's 1956 speech that the term cult of personality took on its contemporary meaning, referring to how Marxist-Leninist governments glorified their leaders. Khrushchev's speech also set the stage for the word cult itself to take on a new meaning in U.S. discourse. In 1951, Western media thoroughly promoted a book called The True Believer, Thoughts on the Nature of Mass Movements, written by Eric Hoffer. U.S. President Dwight Eisenhower quoted the book so much that Look magazine profiled Hoffer as, quote, Ike's favorite author. Bertrand Russell also embraced the book, as did U.S. President Harry Truman. The text is an early example of what became a very common theme in post-war liberal scholarship and propaganda, equating Nazi Germany with the Soviet Union and seeing them both as examples of dangerous groupthink. This had been done slightly during the 1939 Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, with Time magazine referring to, quote, communazis. However, Eric Hoffer's book was a study in the psychology of those who join mass movements and what drives them, presenting mass movements as inherently dangerous in and of themselves, regardless of their beliefs. Hoffer tells how the new poor are the most likely converts to a mass movement, and also warns that it is in mass movements that, quote, misfits and, quote, talentless people can rise into prominence. Hoffer warns that a mass movement's, quote, chief preoccupation is to foster, perfect, and perpetuate a facility for united action and self-sacrifice. Hoffer argues that mass movements are generally unable to head anywhere but toward mass bloodshed and persecution, though he claims certain laughable exceptions, revealing his pro-Western bias. Quote, there are, of course, rare leaders such as Lincoln, Gandhi, even FDR, Churchill, and Nehru. They do not hesitate to harness man's hungers and fears to wield a following and make it zealous unto death in the service of a holy cause. But unlike Hitler, Stalin, or even Luther and Calvin, they are not tempted to use the slime of frustrated souls as mortar in building a new world. They know no one can be honorable unless he honors mankind. The unstated dangers of mass movements, in Eric Hoffer's assessment, seem to be that they upset a supposedly correct natural order. According to Hoffer, mass movements drive people to sacrifice themselves for a higher purpose, enable people he deems to be redundant into prominence, and create unnecessary societal unrest leading to wars, atrocities, and man's inhumanity to man. Hoffer's assessment seems to hint that if these men of words and fault-finding intellectuals were kept from their agitation, society would move forward in tranquility. However, social conditions in which a layer of newly poor people are created results in creating an audience with an appetite for agitation and recruitment, allowing these misfits who feel they have been unjustly excluded to take the lead and steer the nation toward disaster. Hoffer spends a lot of time arguing that mass movements are rooted in avoiding personal responsibility by blaming society for one's own shortcomings or failures, a pretty common critique of socialism and communism that he extends to throw at nationalists and advocates of ethnic bigotry as well. This line of thinking that presents the world as fair and normal until some kind of authoritarian mass movement meddles with society very much parallels a much more recent Western academic trope called democratic regression or democratic backsliding. Various American political scientists describe the election of Hugo Chavez in Venezuela and Vladimir Putin in Russia as steps away from democracy, despite the obvious popular mandate that these leaders have. U.S. political scientist Larry Diamond best articulated these sentiments in his 2019 Wall Street Journal article entitled The Global Crisis of Democracy. He wrote, quote, in one country after another, elected leaders have gradually attacked the deep tissue of democracy, the independence of the courts, the business community, the media, civil society, universities, and sensitive state institutions like civil service, intelligence agencies, and the police. whether the agent of destruction is a right-wing nationalist like Vladimir Putin in Russia or a Bolivarian socialist like Hugo Chavez in Venezuela, the effect is the same. The structures and norms of democracy are eviscerated one by one until all that is left is a hollow shell. In the mindset of Larry Diamond, when the business community of Russia was cooperating with Western looting under Yeltsin in the 1990s, when the Russian media was echoing the Western talking points, when US-funded NGOs dominated civil society, when the police and intelligence agencies were powerless to stop what Andre Gunder Frank called economic genocide as the country was being devastated with mass unemployment, this was merely an expression of independence. A setup that serves the interests of Wall Street and the globalist imperialist system is just the healthy, expected, naturally occurring norm. However, when the business community, the intelligence agencies, the police, the courts, the universities began to be directed differently with the rise of Putin, suddenly, quote, the norms of democracy were being eviscerated. The popular mandate for such changes is almost irrelevant somehow. And the same goes for Venezuela, according to Diamond's analysis. When the country's military and intelligence agencies were directed by the United States, when its police broke strikes and disappeared leftist students, when its business community was dominated by Western monopolies, this was all healthy independence. Changing all of this, moving toward Bolivarian socialism, according to Diamond, left democracy as a hollow shell. In the bias of liberals, as long as the, quote, natural superiors who happen to have all the money and dominate the world economy are not interfered with, this is called democracy. If the state emerges, even with a popular mandate, and seeks to alter this setup, it is democratic regression. Eric Hoffer's text became a favorite of Cold War academics, but it long predated Khrushchev's 1956 tirade against Stalin. This shows that a narrative was already in the works long before Khrushchev opened his mouth. Another popular anti-communist screed that predates the secret speech was entitled The God That Failed. Richard Crossman, a high-ranking member of the British Labour Party and an outspoken Zionist, is credited with having conceived of the widely circulated text that received backing from the CIA, according to Joel Whitney's book, Finks, How the CIA Tricked the World's Greatest Writers. The book compiled the testimonies of 6 prominent writers who were once members of communist parties and admirers of Stalin during the 1930s. They tell their story of being in the communist movement and seeing it as an authoritarian disappointment, a corrupt scheme set up to serve the interests of Stalin and the Soviet government rather than achieve its stated goals. Richard Wright focused on how Black Americans and their struggles had been hijacked to serve Soviet aims. Arthur Kessler focused on a kind of top-down thinking and culture of obedience within the German communist movement during the early 1930s prior to the rise of Hitler. The essays all focus on communism being some kind of new version of Christianity that failed to deliver the promised heaven on earth. The book highlights cases of bureaucratic control over artistic work and manipulation of political causes to serve foreign policy from the Soviet Union. Communism, especially at this time, was an atheistic movement promoting dialectical materialism and rejecting all notions of spirituality. Yet, just as Eric Hoffer had compared it with Christianity's earliest years and shown it as an example of manipulative messianic figures enacting their grievances against society, a widely circulated testimony of ex-communists was speaking of communism as a, quote, God that failed, i.e., a false religion or a cult. The themes found in The True Believer and The God That Failed represented a much bigger trend happening behind the scenes. An article from Michael Warner can be found on the CIA's website in a section called the Center for the Study of Intelligence. The piece describes the Congress for Cultural Freedom program as one of the agency's most successful operations. The article tells how, in 1949, the Soviet Union was able to sponsor the Waldorf Peace Conference, attended by 800 of America's brightest writers, composers, scientists, actors, and intellectuals. It describes with frustration how so many respected individuals had been recruited into an alliance with Stalin. It then tells how the CIA launched its own program to covertly fund liberal activists and writers and nudge them away from communism. The article begins with a quote from Trotskyite college professor Sidney Hook. Quote, "Give me $100 million and 1,000 dedicated people, and I will guarantee to generate such a wave of democratic unrest among the masses. Yes, even among the soldiers of Stalin's own empire, that all his problems for a long period of time will come to be internal. I can find the people." During the 1950s, the CIA began funding Partisan Review, Encounter, Der Monat, and Paris Review, among other cultural magazines, along with the Ford Foundation and the Rockefeller think tanks. These publications facilitated a burst of liberal criticism of McCarthyism, U.S. society, and Cold War conformity that flowed primarily into academic and cultural institutions. The primary source of the, quote, talent of the Congress for Cultural Freedom was Trotskyism, the renegade brand of communism that claimed lineage to Marx and Lenin, but rejected Stalin and the Soviet government. Irving Kristol, a member of Max Shachtman's Workers' Party, was selected to be the official leader of the Congress for Cultural Freedom. Irving Howe, another Trotskyite, became an outspoken writer who specialized in topics related to Marxist theory. Mary McCarthy, Hannah Arendt, Susan Sontag, and many others who would go on to be, quote, big names among the left and the right in American discourse, got their start with a covert boost from the CIA. James Baldwin, an African-American writer who spoke to the experience of Black Americans but was vehemently anti-communist, was made famous by Paris Review. Ralph Ellison's anti-racist novel, Invisible Man, which tells of the Black experience but also demonizes the Communist Party, was popularized. Part of the reason Joe McCarthy and to some extent J. Edgar Hoover accused the CIA of being communist was because of the Congress for Cultural Freedom program. The Trotskyites, who held a seething hatred for the Soviet Union and worked tirelessly to smear Lillian Hellman and Albert Einstein and anyone else with ties to the Soviet Union, were still Marxists in their eyes for the hard right wing. Funding them was unacceptable. However, with the decline of McCarthyism, the nature of anti-communism shifted. The narratives flowing from the Congress for Cultural Freedom program became more and more widespread, and traditional, religious, and patriotic opposition to godless un-American communism became secondary to a new narrative. As far as Joe McCarthy and the John Birch Society were concerned, communism was a godless ideology that sought to destroy Christianity and the traditional family and create a violent revolution. It needed to be violently suppressed, and anything that sounded like communism needed to be seen with suspicion. However, to Hannah Arendt and Susan Sontag, communism was totalitarian, just another variant of the dangerous tendency of human beings to form mass movements that suppress individual rights. In fact, like Eric Hoffer had before, and like the CIA-sponsored book, The God That Failed, the liberal anti-communists often compared communism to Christianity. Their message echoed the words of Nietzsche long before the Russian Revolution. Quote, "Let us not underestimate the destiny that has crept all the way from Christianity into politics. Today, nobody has any longer the courage of special rights or rights of command or a sense of respect towards oneself and one's peers, a pathos of distance. Our politics are sick through this absence of courage. The fib of equality of souls undermined the aristocratic outlook in the most insidious way. And while faith in the prerogative of the most will make revolutions, it is Christianity, let there be no mistake about it, and it is Christian judgments that turn every revolution into mere crime and bloodshed. Christianity is a revolt of all groveling creatures against that which has stature. The gospel of the lowly makes for lowliness." Like Hofer, Nietzsche equated communism with Christianity rather than condemning its atheism. In a view highlighted by George Lukács in his work on philosophical irrationalism, communism was seen as an example of inferior people gathering in mass and displacing their natural superiors. The real danger, according to Nietzsche, Hofer, and adherents of this growing school of thought, was not communism itself, but the masses of people who could be mobilized and empowered by it. Figures like Stalin or Joe McCarthy were seen as dangerous because they captured popular sentiments and used them to threaten the freedom of intellectuals. Irving Kristol, the Trotskyite, who got the job of running the Congress for Cultural Freedom for the CIA, eventually became one of the primary intellectual voices of neoconservatism. His New York Times obituary told of how he left socialism for the right wing based on his experiences in the military. Quote, "Drafted into the army with a number of Midwesterners who were street tough and often anti-Semitic, he found himself shedding his youthful radical optimism. I can't build socialism with these people," he concluded. "They'll probably take it over and make a racket out of it." In his opinion, his fellow GIs were inclined to loot, rape, and murder, and only army discipline held them in check. It was a perception about human nature that would stay with him for the rest of his life, creating a tension with his alternative view that ordinary people were to be trusted more than intellectuals to do the right thing. Kristol was very close to the philosophical academic Leo Strauss, whose book, Persecution and the Art of Writing, told of how all the great philosophers of history had written in code to avoid persecution from the inferior rabble who might mobilize them for their intellectual nonconformity. Mobilize against them for their intellectual nonconformity. The Khrushchev secret speech complemented an already existing narrative that had contempt for humanity itself. If one reads carefully the works of Cold War liberals like Hannah Arendt, Susan Sontag, and eventually Leo Strauss, the danger of, quote, cult of personality was not the dictator, cult leader, or would-be messiah, but rather the layers of newly poor and lowly ones who were impassioned by their message and joined their ranks. Cult of personality, or mass movements, or religions are seen as dangerous because they are vehicles for mobilizing and unleashing people. When one listens to the words of Tatiana Fedorova, interviewed by PBS, describing the way Stalin mobilized her generation to build and construct, one can hear a nearly overtly religious tone. We wanted to do something with our own hands, to glorify our country, not just with words, but with deeds, and we did it. We built the metro. We built the Magnitogorsk. We built the railways. We did it all with such comradeship, enthusiasm, and happiness. And if today I could live again, despite all the big difficulties, I would have done the same thing again. Stalin set a task, build this or build that, and thanks to the fact that people trusted him and this enthusiasm of young people, it was possible. Remember, we were illiterate. We lived in virtual darkness. We wore birch bark shoes. Even now, it's like something out of a fairy tale. It was one of the most difficult times to build this country. To build these great construction sites would only be possible through unity, and the unity of the people and the love of their people for their idol. Susan Sontag, the CIA-funded New Leftist intellectual, considered communism to be the most successful form of fascism. In her widely read essay, Fascinating Fascism, she described what she considered to be the fascist aesthetic. She wrote, "It is generally thought that National Socialism stands only for brutishness and terror, but this is not true. National Socialism, more broadly fascism, also stands for an ideal, or rather ideals, ideal of life as art, the cult of beauty, the fetishism of courage, the dissolution of alienation in the ecstatic feelings of community, the family of man. Although Nuba are black, not Aryan, Riefenstahl's portrait of them evokes some layer of larger themes of Nazi ideology. The incorruptible and the defiled, the physical and the mental, the joyful and the critical, extravagant effort and endurance of pain, masses of groups of people, turning people into things, the multiplication of things and grouping of people, things around an all-powerful hypnotic figure or force. The fascist dramaturgy centers on the orgiastic transactions between mighty forces and their puppets, uniformly garbed and shown in swelling numbers. Its choreography alternates between ceaseless motions and congealed static, virile posing. In both fascist and communist politics, the will is staged publicly in the drama of leader and chorus." The kind of spiritual energy that Stalin had cultivated to build up the Soviet Union and mobilize it to defeat the Nazis had much deeper roots than merely Marxism-Leninism. Opposition and inoculation against this kind of energy is now the obsession of the Western world, and Khruschevism refers to a mindset that has been created to make us all be in constant guard against it. What made this new form of anti-populist leftism that arose after the fall of Joe McCarthy so effective is that it taps into the very feelings that many of the very people drawn to communism can strongly relate to. Communism has long been attractive to intellectual nonconformists, those who are likely to question what they are told and point to the injustices of society. A feeling that the masses are sheep who go along with the intolerable is a sentiment that hits home with many such people. It is worth noting that in the context of post-war economic expansion, people were not joining communist groups to participate in bread riots or labor struggles, but out of intellectual curiosity. While people joined communist groups during the Great Depression out of economic necessity, during the post-war boom, communism in the West attracted primarily those who asked deeper questions and were attracted by an intellectual basis, on an intellectual basis. Such people had a dramatic streak of nonconformity, and anti-populism could already be found within their souls. Stalin himself seems to have struggled with these very feelings in his youth as a revolutionary organizer and seminary school dropout in Georgia. His poem, published in 1895, invokes the crucifixion of Jesus and the execution of Socrates via hemlock to express frustrated sadness of the enlightened artist and thinker who sees no enthusiasm for truth among the masses. This is a poem that the young Joseph Vissarionovich Zhugashvili published at the age of 17. He knocked on the strangers' doors, going from house to house, with an oaken panduri and a simple song of his. But in his song, pure as the sun's own gleam, resounded a truth profound, resounded a lofty dream. Hearts that had turned to stone were made to beat once more. In many houses he'd rouse a mind that slumbered in the deepest murk. But instead of the laurels he'd earned, the people of his land fed the outcast poison, placing a cup in his hand. They told him, "Damned one, you must drink it, drain the cup dry. Your soul is foreign to us. We prefer to live a lie." Another aspect of anti-communism during the 1950s that significantly contributed to the rise of anti-totalitarianism was fear of brainwashing, popularized during the Korean War and its aftermath. Poisoner-in-Chief Sidney Gottlieb and the CIA Search for Mind Control, a book written by award-winning journalist Stephen Kinzer, explains, quote, Americans should have been able to celebrate the release of 7,200 soldiers from communist prisons after an armistice ended the fighting in Korea in July of 1953. Instead, they recoiled in shock. Many prisoners, it turned out, had written statements opposing the United States or praising communism. Some had confessed to committing crimes. 21 chose to stay behind in North Korea or China. The Pentagon announced that they would be considered deserters and executed if found. John D. Marks, in his book on the same topic, The Search for the Manchurian Candidates, tells the same story. By the end of the Korean War, 70% of the 7,190 U.S. prisoners held in China had either made confessions or signed petitions calling for an end to the American war in Asia. 15% had collaborated fully with the Chinese, and only 5% had steadfastly resisted. Worse, an alarming number of prisoners stuck by their confessions after returning to the United States. They did not, as was expected, recant when they stepped onto U.S. soil. Puzzled and dismayed by the wholesale collapse of morale among POWs, American opinion leaders settled on Edwards' explanation. The Chinese had somehow brainwashed our boys. According to Kinzer, quote, Newsweek described them, the American POWs, as shifty-eyed and groveling, and said they had betrayed their country in exchange for better treatment because they had fallen in love with Asian women or because of the appeal of homosexualism. Several commentators warned they represented the weakening of American masculinity and a generation of pampered kids and mama's boys. Beyond the nation's spiritual decline and the feminization of its men, another theory emerged: brainwashing. Kinzer and Marx both describe how the CIA then set out to figure out the secrets of mind control for themselves. Two traumatic episodes, the testimony of Cardinal Mindszenty and his 1949 trial in Hungary, and the behavior of American prisoners in Korea several years later, convinced senior CIA officers that communists had discovered the keys to mind control. The stories they imbibed as children and adults made those fears seem real. Lost in the blurry borderland between fantasy and truth of mind control, they could not bring themselves to recognize the fantasy as the product of creative imagination. What the imagination could conceive, they believed the clandestine world would make real. MKUltra was an attempt to invent a new reality. John D. Marks revealed a particularly dark story to the public in the 1970s when the facts about MKUltra were uncovered by the Church Committee. The CIA built up its own elaborate brainwashing program, which, like the Chinese and Soviet versions, took its own special twist from our national character. It was a tiny replica of the Manhattan Project, grounded in the conviction that the keys to brainwashing lay in technology. Ex-agents told Marx about the cruelty they observed. That's why I couldn't even take reading the files after a while. I was sickened at seeing people take pleasure in other people's inadequacies. First of all, it was dumb. For all the money that went out, nothing ever came back. First, you'd check to see if you could destroy a man's marriage. If you could, that would be enough to put a lot of stress on an individual and break him down. Then you might start a minor rumor campaign against him, harass him constantly, bump his car in traffic. A lot of it is ridiculous, but it had a cumulative effect. Marx also wrote about how juvenile delinquent gangs became the target of experiments. With gang warfare, says an MK Ultra source, you tried to get some defectors in place who would like to modify some of the group's behavior and cool it. Now, getting a juvenile delinquent defector was motivationally not all that different from getting a Soviet one. John D. Marx reveals that very little success was found by the agency in truly altering people's beliefs against their will. By the time MKUltra ended in 1963, agency researchers had found no foolproof way to brainwash another person. All experiments beyond a certain point always failed, says MKUltra veteran, because the subject jerked himself back for some reason, or the subject got amnesiac or catatonic. Agency officials found through work like Cameron's that they could create vegetables, but such people served no operational purpose. People could be tortured into saying anything, but no science could guarantee that they would tell the truth. Across the Atlantic, British intelligence was involved in similar research, often sharing results with the Americans. A psychologist named William Sargent conducted all kinds of unethical experiments, which led to at least a few deaths. He kept patients drugged and asleep as he attempted to implant ideas into their minds, among other things. He published a book entitled The Mind Possessed in 1973, revealing that he had discovered about mind control and brainwashing. Quote, "It's not the mentally ill, but normal people who are the most susceptible to brainwashing. Conversion, possession, the crisis, or whatever you wish to call it, and who in their hundreds of thousands or millions fall readily under the spell of the demagogue or revivalist, the witch doctor, the pop group, the priest, the psychiatrist, or even, to the lesser degree, the propagandist or the advertiser. At the root of this all too common human experience is a state of heightened suggestibility, of openness to suggestion and exhortations." He goes on to describe how mind control is just an extension of the natural collectivism of the human species. Suggestibility is, in fact, one essential characteristic of being normal. A normal person is responsive to other people around him and cares what they think of him, and is readily open to their suggestion and influence. If the great majority of people were not normally suggestible, we could not live together in society at all. We could not collaborate in any undertaking. The originators of new ideas and the founders of new systems are rarely normal people. If they were, they would drop their new notions comparatively quickly in the face of the hostility of fellows. The schizophrenic and schizoid thinker is the most immune to all outside influences dominating his ideas. His ideas come most often from inside himself and may be the product of hallucinations, delusions, and other abnormal thought processes which he experiences and which he tries to explain on the basis of further delusional thinking. During the war, schizophrenics were rarely upset by bombing, for instance, being far too preoccupied with their own inner turmoils and worries. Sargent observed that inducing stress can be key in creating a, quote, conversion. Persons of hysterical temperament are highly suggestible. Hysterical behavior is most commonly the result of normal people breaking down under severe stress, as we have seen again and again during the war. Faith healing and spirit possession rarely happen in a calm, rational atmosphere, as every witch doctor and faith healer knows all too well. Emotions must be aroused for success to be obtained. John D. Mark's book, The Search for the Manchurian Candidate gives one very revealing discovery that U.S. intelligence made about LSD. The CIA veteran describes all the colors of the rainbow growing out of the cracks of the sidewalk. He had always disliked the cracks as a sign of imperfection, but suddenly the crack became natural stress lines that measured the vibrations of the universe. The CIA official states, "You tend to have a more global view of things. I found it awfully hard when stoned to maintain the notion I am a U.S. citizen, my country right or wrong. You tend to have these good higher feelings. You're more open to the brotherhood of man idea. You're more susceptible to the seamy sides of your own society." I think that's exactly what happened during the 1960s. But it didn't make people more communist. It just made them less inclined to identify with the United States. They took a plague on both your houses position. And this matched what had taken place in Korea. The GIs who had been brainwashed by the communists had been the most conforming, the most limited in their knowledge, and the true believers who had never questioned standard U.S. narratives. All it took was for them to be shown to be placed under a huge amount of stress, shown U.S. atrocities during the war, along with perhaps the horror of lynching and the ugly realities of U.S. society. In conditions of a POW prison, they would then flip and become communists. However, those GIs who had a shades of gray perspective, had some cynicism about U.S. society, and were some degree or other aware of the arguments in favor of the communist perspective, were far less likely to change. With this understanding of what CIA research into mind control was able to discover, we can understand why Cold War anti-communism shifted from seeking to create fanatical McCarthyists to creating skeptical liberals who equated all mass movements and were on the lookout for, quote, messianic figures who were actually self-serving demagogues. In fighting against the Soviet Union, the imperialists were not battling against Stalin or even communism. They were battling the spiritual power described by Tatiana Fedorova. They were battling the passion and belief in truth that communists often fomented, as did the leaders of other mass movements. Khrushchev's warning about the cult of personality was utilized for the purpose of replacing self-sacrifice, passion, and dedication that one found in true believers with the cynicism of those who would not become dedicated fighters for any cause, communist or otherwise. The U.S. intelligence agencies no longer sought to create fanatical anti-communists, but instead to induce lassitude. Lassitude is defined as a state of physical or mental weariness, a lack of energy by the Oxford English Dictionary. Those pumped full of cynicism, not against Stalin, but against leaders and messianic figures, not against communism, but against totalitarian mass movements, were sure to never be brainwashed by the Reds. Spreading feelings of lassitude throughout society was an effective mechanism for preventing mass movements of any kind from threatening the power structure. Reducing people to a plague on both your houses perspective, without passion or loyalty, seems to be the primary mechanism of social control in our times. Khrushchevism is a big part of it. It is very difficult to build an organization in our times because the Khrushchevist mindset of "it's a cookbook" has been so widely inculcated. People are groomed and cultivated to have phobias about joining any kind of political movement other than an internet hashtag. Furthermore, the notion that the best kind of activism one can engage in is exposing or tearing down someone else with a similar belief is also widespread. It takes real strength of character to stay on the revolutionary road. One must go into organizing prepared to fight against the massive psychological operation aimed at demoralizing and atomizing the population. The problem must be named and called out. And that is the purpose of this book.
How to Dismantle a Countergang. At the memorial meeting following the death of Vladimir Lenin, Stalin said, quote, "Comrades, we communists are people of a special mold. We are made of special stuff. We are those who form the army of the great proletarian strategist, the army of Comrade Lenin. There is nothing higher than the honor of belonging to this army." It was Stalin who coined the term Marxism-Leninism to describe the ideology of the Soviet Communist Party after Lenin's death. Stalin also arranged for Lenin's body to be preserved in a mausoleum where it can be viewed right up to today. Stalin saw this as a way of commemorating Lenin's political brilliance as an organizer and strategist. The reality is that the Bolsheviks of Russia were a very different political organization than pretty much every other Marxist group in Europe. Lenin pioneered an organizational structure and method that was unique to the Communist International and the aligned organizations, though it has been very widely studied, with aspects of it adopted and co-opted by all kinds of different forces since 1917. The Bolshevik Party, formed in 1903 at a meeting of Lenin and other Russian exiles in London, was not an open, democratic, transparent organization. It was rather a conspiratorial organization that Lenin described as a vanguard party. The group was not merely for everyone who agreed with its principles, but only for those willing to give the whole of their lives. The Bolsheviks engaged in agitation to the masses in the hopes of stirring up a greater conflagration, and propaganda to the advanced workers and activists to teach them their ideology. The Bolsheviks practiced democratic centralism, meaning that after a decision was reached about the political line or the methods the organization would employ, all members were obligated to carry it out or to leave the party. Among European Marxists who made up the Second International, the Bolsheviks were considered to be a bizarre cult, closer to a monastic religious order than a socialist political grouping. Lenin denounced the various Marxist groups of Europe as debating societies that did not have the ability to mobilize for unified action. More importantly, he developed his thesis of imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism, and argued that the working class in Western countries was becoming stratified. He felt that loose organizational methods were enabling the aristocracy of labor, higher paid, skilled workers who sympathized with imperialism, to gain dominance within socialist organizations. Lenin felt that relying on privately owned presses to spread socialist politics and allowing freewheeling party members who ran for office and gained prestige within the wider political system to become leaders, all rendered the various social democratic parties of Europe politically impotent. When the First World War broke out and all the major socialist groups abandoned their anti-war pledge and voted for war credits, Lenin fumed with outrage. He declared the Second International to be a stinking corpse and argued that the coming revolution was not going to be in spite of the reformist socialists, but against them. He argued in his essay, Imperialism and the Split in Socialism, that social democracy and reformist labor parties were an essential part of what made the imperialist, monopolistic capitalism of the era function, and that revolutionaries should go lower and deeper to the real masses, rather than fighting for revolutionary politics within social democracy. Lenin's model of a party of new type for professional revolutionaries who gave the whole of their lives has cultural roots. In Russia, the Old Believers had functioned as a highly disciplined group who refused to abandon the traditions of the Orthodox Church when the Tsar launched reforms. Its members had communicated with secret hand signals and code words and faced heavy persecution. A secret society called the Decembrists had attempted to launch a coup d'etat and prevent Tsar Nicholas I from assuming power in 1825. The kind of organization that Lenin developed, and the way such groups can be utilized, empowered, weakened, and dismantled, became a big part of global politics in the time of the Cold War. Khruschevism, with its attacks on cult of personality, has a lot to do with how things developed, and the unfolding geopolitical chess game of the 20th century involved a lot of vanguard-style organizations being manipulated, emboldened, and dismantled. Karl Marx was living in Paris during the turmoil of 1852, when Louis Bonaparte seized power and declared the Second French Empire amid an economic crisis and divisions among the rich. Marx wrote of the bizarre mob Bonaparte mobilized in order to set the stage for his seizure of power. On the pretext of founding a benevolent society, the lumpen proletariat of Paris has been organized into secret sections, each section led by Bonapartist agents, with a Bonapartist general at the head of the whole, alongside decayed roués with dubious means of subsistence and of dubious origin, alongside ruined and adventurous offshoots of the bourgeoisie, were vagabonds, discharged soldiers, discharged jailbirds, escaped galley slaves, pickpockets, mountebanks, swindlers, tricksters, gamblers, mahrou, brothel keepers, porters, literati, organ grinders, rag pickers, knife grinders, tinkers, beggars, in short, the whole indefinite disintegrated mass thrown hither and thither, which the French call la bohème. From this kindred element, Bonaparte formed the core of the Society of December 10th. Marx strongly felt that this mob of lumpen elements did not represent the kind of movement that he sought to create. He pointed out that rather than a movement of wealth-producing proletarians, Louis Bonaparte had mobilized a collection of marginal elements who lived by leeching off and swindling the wealth the working class creates. He wrote, "A benevolent society insofar as, like Bonaparte, all its members felt the need of benefiting themselves at the expense of the laboring nation. This Bonaparte, who constitutes himself chief of the lumpen proletariat, who here alone rediscovers in mass form the interests which he personally pursues, who recognizes in this scum offal refuse of all classes, the only class upon which he can base himself unconditionally, is the real Bonaparte, the Bonaparte sans phrase. What the National Alteliers were for the socialist workers, what the Gardes Mobiles were for the bourgeois Republicans, the Society of December 10th was for Bonaparte, the party fighting force peculiar to him. The Society of December 10th was to remain the private army of Bonaparte until he succeeded in transforming the public army into a Society of December 10th. What Karl Marx wanted was to build a political movement aligned with labor unions that would have a large base of support among the population. The International Working Men's Association, the First International, oversaw heated debates with anarchists over this question. The German Social Democratic Workers' Party, that was formed in the final years of Marx's life, eventually giving birth to the Socialist Second International, carried out Marx's vision of a mass labor union aligned movement that expressed the interests of industrial workers. However, shortly after Marx's death, Europe was faced with the crisis of Marxism. Labor unions expanded massively. Socialists were elected to parliaments all across Europe. Millions and millions of people joined Marxist organizations. But no revolution came. Capitalism became more stable, not less, and everything seemed to be going the opposite of how Marx predicted. This was primarily due to capitalism moving into its monopolistic stage of imperialism, bringing a new layer of stability to the homelands of the colonial powers, as Africa, Asia, and Latin America were kept in chronic poverty and prevented from developing as Western monopolies looted them. As Western countries stabilized, the various Marxists of Europe began debating what was wrong. The crisis of Marxism gave birth to revisionism, a school of Marxism that called into question key aspects of the ideology. Edward Bernstein coined his concept of evolutionary socialism, arguing the movement is everything, the goal is nothing. Bernstein went as far as saying socialism was not something that would come in a dramatic seizure of power, but rather as the sum of reforms achieved one step at a time. Karl Kautsky, the leader of the Social Democratic Party of Germany, became the most well-known defender of Marxism against the revisionist critique, rallying the Second International to reject Bernstein. Meanwhile, in France, other theorists emerged among the revisionists to eventually become a primary. Meanwhile, in France, another theorist emerged from among the revisionists to eventually become the primary intellectual associated with syndicalism. Syndicalism was a spin-off of the Marxist movement in Europe that rejected political action altogether and focused merely on the struggle between workers and employers. Syndicalists had no interest in changing the laws, getting elected, or even trying to seize power. They simply wanted labor unions to get stronger and workers to prepare for a great general strike in which the workers of the world would lay down their tools and seize their factories from employers in one dramatic sweep. Syndicalists were known to violently reject socialist and Marxist groups that they saw as reformist. It was not uncommon for syndicalist labor activists to violently attack Marxist groups or labor leaders they considered to be holding back the workers' struggle. Georges Sorel, the French syndicalist, pivoted from revisionist Marxism to syndicalism in the 1890s, and he began making spiritual critiques of the Second International and the various Marxist and socialist groups of Europe. Sorel argued that building mass movements was leading to the revolutionary energy of the working class struggle being watered down. Sorel argued that instead of building mass organizations, the ideal tactic was building groups of fanatical, dedicated men who would embrace the spiritual power of violence. He wrote, "In factories and workshops, customs of great brutality formerly existed, especially where it was necessary to employ men of great strength. In the end, men managed to be given the task of engaging with other men because any individual taken on by others was subjected to infinite numbers of humiliations and insults. The man who wished to enter the workshop had to buy them a drink, and the following day to treat his fellow workers. There is a tendency for the old ferocity to be replaced by cunning, and many philosophers view this as real progress. Some philosophers who are not in the habit of following the opinion of the herd do not see how exactly this constitutes progress from the point of view of morals." Sorel drew heavily from studies of classical civilization in Greece and Rome to develop his theories of a revolutionary organization. It seems to me the optimism of Greek philosophers depended a great extent on economic reasons. It probably arose from the rich and commercial urban populations who were able to regard the universe as an immense shop full of excellent things to satisfy their greed. I imagine Greek pessimism sprang from the poor, warlike tribes living in the mountains who were filled with enormous aristocratic pride, but whose conditions were correspondingly poor. Their poets probably charmed them and made them look forward to triumphal expeditions conducted by superhuman heroes. They explained their present wretchedness to them by relating catastrophes in which semi-divine former chiefs had succumbed to fate or the jealousy of the gods. The courage of the warriors might for the moment be unable to accomplish anything, but it would not always be so. The tribe must remain faithful to old customs in order to be ready for great and victorious expeditions that might very well take place in the near future. Religions constitute a very troublesome problem for the intellectualist, for they can neither regard them as being without historical importance, nor can they explain them. The ideas of socialism cannot be kept intact by diluting the phrases of Marx in verbose commentaries, but by continually adopting the spout of Marx, which are capable of assuming a revolutionary aspect. Explaining the ideas of George Sorel, Edward Shills wrote, "Heroism, a sense of the sublime, are the highest virtues. They are military virtues, whether practiced inside of society, as in the case of civil war, or outside of society in the case of national wars. They raise the dignity of the individual and endow him with all the price that dignity requires. Sorel's ethic is the ethic of the political sect living in the midst of continuous crisis, with all the streak of purity and the fear of contamination by the affairs of this world which marks the sect. It is the ethic of crisis, and it is a peace with expectation of an ever deepening crisis, which is resolved ultimately only by an apocalyptic transformation in which everything is totally changed. In the life of society, there were for Sorel only two possibilities. One, decadence, in which the ruling class of politicians and property owners, lacking in self-esteem, corrupted by niggling procedures of pursuit and exercise of office, and too cowardly to be violent, resorts to fraud and cunning to control a mass lost in hedonistic self-gratification and individualism. And the other, renaissance, in which the aspirants to rule, or those already ruling, inflamed with their enthusiasm, their minds on remote goals, caring nothing for the immediate consequence of any action, but performing it because it is morally imperative. Sorel's pamphlet, Reflections on Violence, published in 1908, made a dramatic impact among radicals in Europe. Instead of arguing that violence was a necessity, Sorel saw it as spiritual and essential. He argued that isolated groups of violent, fanatical men should be created to enact values associated with traditional masculinity and heroism. Sorel eventually became more conservative in his leanings, seeing tradition and authority, along with chivalry and the power of myth, as important for a revolutionary movement. Sorel eventually aligned himself with French monarchists. At the time of his death in 1922, Sorel admired both the Italian fascists and the Bolsheviks of Russia, and saw the organizations they created in order to ascend to power as confirmation that his vision of isolated fanatical sects rather than mass organizations was correct. Sorel reflected on those who saw him as an influence on Lenin. I have no reason for believing Lenin made use of some of my ideas in my books, but if that were the case, I would be uncommonly proud for having contributed to the intellectual formation of a man who seems to be at once the greatest theoretician the movement has ever seen since Marx and a head of state whose genius recalls Peter the Great. At the end of the year of 1917, the former spokesman of the Black Hundreds said that the Bolsheviks had proven that they were more Russian than the rebels Kaledin, Rauski, who betrayed the Tsar and the country. Benito Mussolini openly praised Sorel and had incorporated many of Sorel's principles when he broke away from the Italian Socialist Party and formed a new movement called Fascism, based on a mixture of nationalist, Platonic, and syndicalist principles. Mussolini wrote, "I owe most to George Sorel, this master of syndicalism. By his rough theories of revolutionary tactics, has contributed most to form the discipline, energy, and power of the fascist cohorts." In Germany in the 1920s, a number of right-wing organizations made up of former soldiers were formed to fight against the communists. Most of them traced their roots back to the aftermath of the First World War. By the late 1920s, various right-wing street-fighting groups merged into a single organization called the National Socialist German Workers' Party, commonly called the Nazi Party. Adolf Hitler was the organization's primary leader, though figures such as Gregor Strasser had significant following, and Ernst Röhm was known as the primary commander of the Nazis' paramilitary apparatus called the Stormtroopers. Hitler's autobiography, Mein Kampf, or My Struggle, contains a rather honest explanation of the kind of organization he and other anti-communists and anti-Semites in Germany were working to create at that time. Hitler argued that there was a struggle taking place not merely between individuals, but between competing Weltanschauung, a German word referring to comprehensive philosophies of life and values, ideologies of sort. Hitler wrote, quote, "Every Weltanschauung, whether religious or political, and it is sometimes difficult to say where one ends and the other begins, fights not so much for the negative destruction of the opposing world of ideas as for the positive realization of its own ideas. It has the advantage of knowing where its objective lies, as this objective represents the realization of its own ideas. Inversely, it is difficult to say when the negative aim for the destruction of a hostile doctrine is reached and secured. For this reason alone, Weltanschauung, which is of an aggressive character, is more definite in plan and more powerful and decisive in action than a Weltanschauung, which takes up merely a defensive attitude. If force can be used to combat a spiritual power, that force remains a defensive measure only so long as the wielders of it are not the standard bearers and apostles of a new spiritual doctrine. To sum up, the following must be borne in mind: that every attempt to combat a Weltanschauung by means of force will turn out futile in the end if the struggle fails to form an offensive for the establishment of an entirely new spiritual order of things. It is only in the struggle between two Weltanschauung that physical force, consistently and ruthlessly applied, will eventually turn the scales in its own favor. It was here that the fight against Marxism had hitherto failed. This was also the reason why Bismarck's anti-socialist legislation failed, and was bound to fail in the long run, despite everything. It lacked the basis of a new Weltanschauung, for whose development and extension the struggle might have been taken up. But this was only the necessary result of the failure to find a fundamentally new Weltanschauung, which would attract devoted champions to its cause and could be established on the ground from which Marxism had been driven out. And thus, the result of the Bismarckian campaign was deplorable. During the World War, or at the beginning of it, were the conditions any different? Unfortunately, they were not. The more I then pondered over the necessity for a change in the attitude of the executive government towards social democracy as the incorporation of contemporary Marxism, the more I realized the want of a practical substitute for this doctrine. Supposing social democracy were overthrown, what had one to offer the masses instead? Not a single movement existed which promised any success in attracting vast numbers of workers who would be now more or less without leaders and holding these workers in its train. It is nonsensical to imagine that the international fanatic who had just severed his connections with a class party would forthwith join a bourgeois party, or in other words, another class organization. For however unsatisfactory these various organizations may appear to be, it cannot be denied that bourgeois politicians look on the distinction between classes as a very important factor of social life, provided it does not turn out politically disadvantageous to them. If they deny this fact, they show themselves not only impudent, but also mendacious. Nazism, a philosophy that drew from various eugenicist and pseudo-scientific racist ideas, Norse mythology, German nationalism, and anti-Semitism, was very much intended to be a replacement Weltanschauung for Marxism. Nazism was an alternative revolutionary movement created to push back against Marxism, and it did so effectively, seizing power in 1933, smashing the communists, social democrats, and the labor unions. The Nazi state eventually launched the catastrophic Second World War and is responsible for tens of millions of deaths, not just on the battlefield and in war crimes, but in homicidal gas chambers and ovens. Hitler's primary financial backer was Hjalmar Schacht, the German financier who developed the Nazi regime's economic policies. The steel industry and the pharmaceutical industry also gave Hitler significant backing. And it's no secret that many British and American monopolies boosted Hitler, seeing him as a safe alternative to communism. Mussolini is proven to have been backed by British intelligence for similar purposes. He created a fanatical, violent movement that eventually seized power in Italy to crush the communists. The stormtroopers of Germany and the black shirts of Italy were Sorelian formations. They were groups of fanatical men who engaged in targeted violence, usually against the communists. While they preached conservative anti-capitalism, they were utilized by some capitalists to secure their profits and defeat the labor movement. They were very much like the Society of December 10th and had been in France. Not a mass movement, but a violent group of isolated fanatics used to impress the will of certain powerful people onto society against others. These kinds of organizations are an important part of what is called Bonapartism, when one faction of the capitalist class seizes control of the state and utilizes heavy-handed state repression to stabilize society during a crisis. They do this at the expense of other capitalists in the hopes of preserving the system itself. Explaining the concept in his book, Market Elections, Vince Copeland wrote, "The phenomenon of calling upon one class against another and seeming to rise above class while serving the status quo has been called Bonapartism, after Napoleon Bonaparte and his nephew Louis Bonaparte. The first Bonaparte was so all-powerful and seemed to concentrate all the political power so much in his own person that the feudal kings of Europe literally pushed one another aside to kiss his hands. This was before they ganged up with the British bourgeoisie to defeat him in 1815. Actually, Napoleon's tremendous political power flowed from the fact that with military means, he could save the new bourgeois bankers from the political overthrow of the feudal aristocracy, while at the same time, using the same means, he held down the revolutionary masses who were willing to fight feudalism and the bankers to hit the end. His power flowed from the fact that he employed huge armies of newly freed peasants to join with the serfs of feudal Europe to overthrow their feudal masters in other countries, thus securing his reputation as the ever-victorious general. Marx wrote of the two Napoleons. Hegel remarks somewhere at great world historical facts and personages occur, as it were, twice. He has forgotten to add, first time as tragedy, second time as farce. Groups of fanatical fighters who give the whole of their lives and carry out operations are used by capitalists to fight against each other. They are also used in intelligence operations and geopolitical maneuvers. The Nazis and the Italian fascists helped the British prevent Germany and Italy from pivoting toward Russia. Eventually, the British went to war with both countries in alliance with the Soviet Union, but in the context of the 1920s and 30s, they had seen them as useful pawns. Most Marxists are happy to admit that the fascists and fanatical organizations they created are the hired agents of some capitalists, building a pseudo-revolutionary movement to save the system. What Marxists are rarely willing to acknowledge is that the various factions of their own movement have often played a similar role. The Communist Party USA was very much the street-fighting revolutionary movement that backed Roosevelt and his allies in the capitalist class in the face of opposition from the National Association of Manufacturers during the Great Depression. Roosevelt faced an attempted coup with the business plot of 1933. While many industrialists like Henry Ford and J.P. Morgan wanted a fascist dictatorship in the United States, Roosevelt aligned with the Rockefellers and New England old money that wanted to preserve democratic norms. The Communist Party worked for Roosevelt, the Rockefellers, and the DuPonts. This was a Bonapartist struggle within the ruling class. At the time, communists made no apology for this and openly followed the strategy presented by Georgy Dimitrov at the 7th World Congress of the Communist International. The idea was to back the democratic bourgeoisie against the fascist bourgeoisie. Earl Browder openly explained this, and the Communist Party's 1936 presidential campaign made clear the issue was democracy or fascism, and Roosevelt was an ally of democracy. The fact that the Communist Party was used as the foot soldiers of one wing of the rich and powerful during the 1930s was nothing new. Various radical movements that existed throughout Europe in the 1800s onward were being utilized and manipulated by different wealthy people and imperialist governments to serve their purpose. Leon Trotsky, the most well-known Russian radical prior to the 1917 revolution, was swimming in a sea of covert support as he spent years living in exile in Vienna, Berlin, London, and New York City, maneuvering within radical circles. Trotsky's personal mentor was a Russian-born Marxist named Alexander Parvus. According to Trotsky, it was Parvus who originated his concept of the permanent revolution. Alexander Parvus eventually moved to Germany, where he became well respected in the Social Democrat Party. He eventually was elected to the German parliament. We now know he was also something else, a secret police agent. Parvus was an intelligence officer who used his connections in the socialist and Marxist movement to serve the German state. Prior to the Russian Revolution, Trotsky went throughout Europe speaking to socialist groups about the need for a united states of Europe to break down national divisions among the working class. Trotsky's pitch for a European Union was rejected by Lenin, who said that the unification would strengthen imperialism and enable the imperialist powers to more ruthlessly suppress the colonized people. Lenin said it was the duties of revolutionaries in Europe to intensify division among the imperialists, and, as Marx had done with regards to Ireland while living in London, welcome the defeat of their own imperialists and champion anti-colonial struggles. Who was pushing Trotsky to advocate for a United States of Europe? It's obvious that this was something many of the various European imperialist powers wanted. What Trotsky went around advocating, being covertly used by powerful forces, has come into being today with the European Union. Alexander Parvus was not only the mentor of Trotsky, he was a rather important figure in the history of the Russian Revolution. Parvus was a supporter of German imperialism in the First World War. He sold arms to the Ottoman Empire and made lots of money in the weapons industry. After Tsar Nicholas abdicated the throne in February of 1917, Parvus visited Vladimir Lenin in Switzerland, where he was living in exile. Parvus arranged for Lenin to return to Russia and oversee the Bolsheviks' leading strikes throughout July, demanding that Russia withdraw from the First World War. These strikes eventually set the stage for the Kornilov reaction, an attempted military coup, and the Bolsheviks seizing power. The Bolsheviks not only had support from Parvus and German intelligence, but also from many capitalists and landowners in Russia who saw Germany as a business partner and investor rather than a military rival. The Bolsheviks were the primary anti-war organization in Russia amid the revolutionary turmoil of 1917, and they polarized society around the question of ending the war and eventually seized power. The Russian Revolution came about due to manipulation of events and political conflicts in Russia by German intelligence and other forces. The Bolsheviks had a massive, disciplined organization dedicated to ending Russia's involvement in the First World War. This made them useful, and they were able to maneuver within this confusion in order to seize power. During the 1930s, Francisco Franco waged a civil war against the Spanish Republic, establishing a fascist dictatorship in Spain. Franco was famous for saying, when he prepared to attack Barcelona, quote, "I have 4 columns outside of the city and a 5th column inside the city." The term 5th column became a common phrase in the era that referred to disruptive elements that weakened the country from within. Who was the 5th column in Barcelona that Franco referred to? It was primarily 2 organizations that were proven to be secretly receiving support from the German and Italian fascists who opposed the Spanish Republic. They were the Workers' Party of Marxist Unification, or the POUM, a Trotskyite political organization, and the National Confederation of Labor, the CNT, an anarchist labor union. These 2 groups organized strikes and protests against the Spanish Republic, as well as violent peasant uprisings that often targeted the Catholic Church. These actions seemed to be revolutionary and leftist, but were in fact done to disrupt and confuse the Spanish Republic and enable the fascists to take power. The Communist Party was funded by the Soviet Union, and it supported the Spanish Republic. The Spanish Communists were doing everything possible to unify the anti-fascist resistance and defend the Republic. The Trotskyites and anarchists accused the communists of selling out the revolution and did everything they could to incite division among the anti-fascist camp. Most of them did not realize it, but they were being enabled to play this disruptive role by German and Italian intelligence groups that were funding them. The Trotskyites, with their anti-Stalinist communism, and the anarchists, with their anti-authoritarianism, sought to create workers' democracy from below, were useful in Spain in the same way various other radical groups had been useful to other forces. Meanwhile, the Soviet-aligned communists were also making themselves useful to figures like Winston Churchill and Franklin Roosevelt in their own battles against the various industrialists who supported fascism. The Trotskyites and the Communist International preached the same ideology. They both claimed to be followers of Marx and Lenin. However, they were on opposite sides of the barricades and literally killed each other in a number of instances. However, this kind of manipulation happened in other movements. In America, Many Black Americans in the 1930s began following Elijah Muhammad and the Nation of Islam. Elijah Muhammad saw Japan's rise in Asia as good because it represented the rise of a non-white empire. Elijah Muhammad also believed that Jews were attempting to manipulate the Black liberation movement and blamed them for the persecution of Marcus Garvey. Eventually, Elijah Muhammad was jailed for encouraging draft resistance during the Second World War. In response to the rise of Elijah Muhammad, another Black minister who promoted Black business ownership emerged, named Father Divine. Across New York City's Harlem, many cooperative stores and services were created by followers of a Black man named George Baker, who called himself Reverend Major Jealous Divine. Father Divine aligned himself with the Communist Party and Roosevelt and put forward a program of left-wing economic reforms as part of his ministry. Father Divine's followers marched in support of China against the Japanese invasion and in support of Ethiopia when Italy invaded in 1935. Father Divine and Elijah Muhammad had similar ideas, working for the liberation of Black people by creating a religious organization and establishing Black-owned businesses. However, they were on opposite sides of a big division in the Western world. After the Second World War, the British Empire faced a wave of anti-colonial liberation movements. One of them was the Land and Freedom Army of Kenya. The British crushed the Mau Mau uprising pretty ruthlessly, with forcible detentions of adult men, massacres of villages, and other atrocities used to maintain white rule. One tactic that emerged during the war was pioneered by Frank Kitson, the British military strategist who is considered one of the primary theorists of low-intensity warfare. Kitson defeated the Mau Mau rebels by developing what he called counter gangs. These were Black Africans who posed as Mau Mau fighters themselves to gather information, spread disinformation, and confuse the population. By deploying a number of pseudo-rebels across the countryside of Kenya, the population became very confused. Eventually, the Land and Freedom Army was isolated, and the British were victorious. The Pentagon strategist William S. Lind has expounded on Kitson's concepts in his book, The Handbook of Fourth Generation Warfare. Lind explained that in our time, wars are not generally fought by states, but by non-state actors or religious and political organizations that command loyalty and take on a military dimension. He wrote, "At the heart of this phenomenon, fourth generation war, lies not a military evolution, but a political, social, and moral revolution, a crisis of legitimacy of the state. All over the world, citizens of states are transferring their primary allegiance away from the state to other entities, to tribes, ethnic groups, religions, gangs, ideologies, and causes. Many who are no longer willing to fight for their state will fight for their new primary loyalty." Lind points to organizations like Hezbollah in Lebanon, the various Islamic radical groups of the Middle East, the communist and socialist groups of South America, the various organizations of the African continent, drug cartels, and many other entities as non-state actors that command the loyalty of populations and take on military purposes. Lind acknowledges that such organizations are often financed by great powers like the United States, Britain, Russia, or China. He argues that in the age of nuclear weapons, it is too dangerous for it to have a confrontation between great powers. Instead, non-state actors are used as proxies as the great powers contend with each other. Non-state actors are useful to factions within the power structure to great powers contending with each other on the geopolitical stage, etc. However, at the end of the day, a non-state actor is primarily loyal to its own interests, as it needs to exist. The methods and art of pacifying, manipulating, breaking apart, boosting, or suppressing non-state actors is the primary focus of intelligence agencies in our time. In the late Cold War of the 1970s and 80s, the US government became very good at manipulating and confusing forces that might normally be aligned with the Soviet Union and cultivating non-state actors loyal to the so-called collective West. In Italy, US intelligence ran Operation Gladio, which resulted in a period of political confusion called the Years of Lead. The Italian Communist Party had lots of support, but as Italy deteriorated into political violence, with red brigades, fascist groups, and others shooting, kidnapping, and bombing, the desire of the Italian public for the country to leave NATO never came into being. In the United States during the 1970s, non-state actors or counter gangs of sorts were everywhere. The US power structure was very divided, and around the world, anti-imperialist movements were on the rise. Angela Davis, an African-American college professor who joined the Communist Party, became a global celebrity when she was charged with murder and acquitted in a widely publicized trial. Davis had studied in Germany and was an outspoken defender of the Soviet Union and aligned herself with the Democratic Party and called Richard Nixon a fascist. Her supporters rallied against the Republicans and the military wing of the U.S. establishment, believing figures like Jimmy Carter would de-escalate the Cold War and establish better relations with the Soviet Union. Meanwhile, black radicals hated Angela Davis. Many black radicals hated Angela Davis because she aligned herself with Nelson Mandela in South Africa in the fight against apartheid. In South Africa, a movement called the Pan-African Congress emerged that said justice could only be won in South Africa if land was redistributed and whites were deported. Many black nationalists supported the Pan-African Congress and violently attacked protests and demonstrations led by black leaders who supported Nelson Mandela. They were often joined in doing so by Maoist communists who considered the African National Congress to be agents of, quote, Soviet social imperialism. The new communist movement of the 1970s involved a number of different political groups that sought to create a new communist party in America that took direction from Beijing rather than Moscow. The Revolutionary Communist Party, the October League, the Communist Workers' Party, and the Communist Labor Party all had thousands of members and contended with each other in a bitter sectarian atmosphere. In 1974 was known as Wildcat Summer in Detroit and involved three different dramatic industrial actions led by communist factions of the United Auto Workers Union. The same year, Coleman Young was elected mayor of Detroit on a platform of opposing police brutality in alliance with many new communist movement groups. Meanwhile, bombings were taking place all across the United States. The bombs were set by a number of radical groups, including the Weather Underground Organization. The group was a secret network of activists who had emerged from Students for a Democratic Society. They were led by Bernadine Dorn and Bill Ayers, a couple who came from millionaire families and had become communist activists. Behind the scenes, the primary guru of the Weather Underground was Clayton Van Lydegraaf. Lydegraaf was a communist and World War II veteran who had overseen deliveries of weapons to Chinese communists during the Second World War. He was accused of working as a communist assassin in the Pacific during the 1950s, and during the 1970s, he worked as a refrigerator repairman while mentoring young radicals in how to set explosives. Part of the reason pro-Beijing organizations were blossoming across America was because the United States was courting China as an ally against the Soviet Union. China spoke of Soviet social imperialism as, quote, the main danger to the people of the world, and openly aligned with the United States in many global conflicts. Nixon visited China in 1972, and eventually Jimmy Carter established diplomatic relations with China in 1979. Groups like the October League and other Maoist communist groups functioned as vehicles for U.S. intelligence and Chinese intelligence to cooperate, share information, and work against the Soviet Union. During the 1970s, future U.S. President George Herbert Walker Bush lived in China, running the U.S. Foreign Interests Office. When the Soviet Union sent troops to Afghanistan to defend the People's Democratic Republic in 1980, China's Xinjiang region was used as a base for Islamic extremists to launch attacks against the Soviet Union and its allies. But communists were not the only counter gangs to emerge during these years. David Duke, a college student from Louisiana, emerged to be a national celebrity in the late 70s as he appeared on national TV promoting a new version of the Ku Klux Klan. Duke denied the Holocaust and worked with many military and intelligence and police operatives to build a white power movement. Duke's father had been a CIA operative who airdropped propaganda into Vietnam. Duke's Ku Klux Klan was very anti-communist, but also loudly denounced U.S. support for Israel and supported the Islamic Republic of Iran. In 1979, 5 members of the Communist Workers' Party were gunned down in broad daylight by the Ku Klux Klan at the infamous Greensboro Massacre in North Carolina. It is proven that among the KKK members who killed the communists were multiple FBI informants. During this time, followers of Lyndon LaRouche called out the Marxist left for rejecting science and historical progress. The LaRouche movement spoke loudly in support of nuclear power. They were known to scuffle with leftists as they advocated increased military spending and restructuring of the U.S. economy with a national bank. They saw the globalist imperialist system as an expression of the British Empire and sought to revive the principles of the American Revolution and American economics in opposition to it. The Unification Church, an anti-communist religious group from Korea, was recruiting in big numbers, preaching that communism was the incarnation of Satan. The, quote, Moonies recruited heavily on college campuses and ran anti-communist educational seminars and protests. The anti-communist conservative organization that admired Joe McCarthy, the John Birch Society, had established a nonprofit foundation called Western Goals that trained people to infiltrate communist organizations, to gather information and manipulate them from within. Western Goals cooperated with the FBI and had planted agents in a number of communist groups. The John Birch Society opposed Jimmy Carter's move to establish diplomatic ties with China, and Western Goals was able to manipulate the Revolutionary Communist Party into holding a Death to Deng Xiaoping rally outside the White House when Jimmy Carter welcomed the Chinese leader. In 1975, the Nation of Islam dramatically changed when Elijah Muhammad's son, Wallace Dean Muhammad, assumed leadership after Elijah Muhammad's death. The Nation of Islam began receiving funding from the U.S.-aligned Saudi government and dropped many of its black nationalist beliefs, becoming the Muslim Society of America. Minister Louis Farrakhan then relaunched the Nation of Islam in 1978, holding on to the black nationalist principles and utilizing funding from the anti-imperialist government of Libya to build an entirely new organization. Many were shocked when Muhammad Ali, the heavyweight champion known for his anti-war stances, endorsed Ronald Reagan in 1984. However, this makes sense, as Muhammad Ali was part of Wallace Dean Muhammad's religious organization that was funded by Saudi Arabia and sympathized with Republicans. What was behind all of this confusion? In addition to the wider cultural crisis the U.S. had faced in the late 1960s, there was a big fight among the elite. Richard Nixon had come to power as a right-wing strongman who had been given the FBI a free hand to crush the Black Panthers. He escalated the Vietnam War with a massive bombing campaign, but had then withdrawn from Vietnam, lowered the voting age to 18, and created the Environmental Protection Agency and become the first U.S. president to visit China. He had been reelected and then ousted and forced to resign amid the Watergate scandal. Gerald Ford had survived 2 assassination attempts, one by a follower of Charles Manson, the notorious Hollywood drug dealer whose murders had horrified the world. The other was at the hands of Sarah Jane Moore, a former FBI informant who had become enamored with the effectiveness of left adventurous terrorist groups like the Symbionese Liberation Army. Jimmy Carter had taken office but faced a huge amount of opposition from the military for his SALT treaty to de-escalate the arms race with the Soviet Union. Carter was largely viewed as incompetent when the Islamic Revolution overthrew a long-time U.S.-aligned regime in Iran and went on to seize the U.S. embassy in Tehran. Pentagon generals had taken out ads in the New York Times denouncing Carter's cuts in military spending, and Ronald Reagan eventually defeated him in a landslide, promising to, quote, make America great again with increased military spending. A kind of shadow war between the military-industrial complex and its allies, who clashed with the big oil monopolies and the intelligence agencies, was taking place behind closed doors. Carl Oglesby gave his analysis of this internal conflict within the American power structure in a book called The Yankee and Cowboy War. U.S. society was wrangling with the new realities of post-1960s culture, and it wasn't until a few years into Reagan's presidency that things seemed normal once again. Reagan famously remarked, "We're all friends after 6 o'clock." Because by the mid-'80s, it seemed the internal turmoil had cooled down a bit. The communist groups, the anti-communist groups, various religious organizations, black nationalists, and other factions were all functioning as counter-gangs to some degree or other, with different factions of the U.S. elite, military, and intelligence services nudging them in different directions to serve competing agendas. This kind of organization that Lenin developed, a group of people who give the whole of their lives to be professional revolutionaries, became an essential part of global events as they were manipulated in the late Cold War period. Shia Muslims, inspired by the Islamic Revolution of Iran, became very influential during this time, as did Wahhabi Muslims who were inspired by Saudi Arabia. Red Brigades kidnapped and bombed buildings, not just in Italy, but in other parts of Europe. Counter gangs and non-state actors proliferated as part of the new realities of geopolitics. However, amid all this turmoil and the rise of so many different organizations that sought out fanatical supporters who gave the whole of their lives, much like the Bolsheviks had in pre-revolutionary Russia, a new incarnation of Khruschevism was introduced into American discourse, the cult scare. Khrushchev had warned of cult of personality and had become an essential part of American anti-communism. To Americans, it was, quote, creepy how China was decorated with portraits of Mao, Libya was decorated with portraits of Gaddafi. Americans said they think for themselves and did not blindly obey leaders as those in, quote, totalitarian countries did. But talk of cult of personality as a warning against communism quickly turned into fear of cults. The cult scare began with an African-American man named Ted Patrick, who made thousands of dollars as a kidnapper for hire. Patrick had no formal education, but he began working against a religious organization called the Children of God. In consultation with parents, he would abduct young people who had joined the group, lock them in a room, deprive them of food and sleep, and otherwise attempt to induce a psychotic break. Patrick claimed this was all necessary to break them out of the, quote, hypnosis and, quote, brainwashing that the cult had placed them under. Parents of college-age students paid Patrick tens of thousands of dollars to forcibly abduct their child who had joined one of these organizations, hold them against their will, and browbeat them into renouncing their religious beliefs. Patrick eventually founded the Cult Awareness Network. He soon developed a narrative about various organizations that were emerging across the United States at the time. It was a narrative that had lots of Khrushchevist elements. The claim was that the Children of God, Scientology, the Unification Church, the Nation of Islam, the communist groups, and various new religious and political movements engaged in, quote, brainwashing, and their adherents were hypnotized in a kind of trance, not making their own decisions. According to Patrick and his associates, the leaders of these organizations were not sincere people, but, quote, malignant narcissists who were just using people for their own gain. The Cult Awareness Network specialized in peddling exaggerated gossip about organizations, testimonies from angry ex-members, along with kidnapping, threats, and intimidation. The Cult Awareness Network was happy to take funding from the enemies of the organizations that it targeted. Robert J. Lifton, the U.S. psychiatrist who had overseen studies of U.S. GIs taken prisoner during the Korean War and originated the brainwashing hysteria, served as the intellectual guru. A young Zionist and ex-member of the Unification Church, Steve Hassan, became the Cult Awareness Network's golden boy. In 1978, the U.S. government began moving against the military dictator of South Korea, Park Chung-hee. Park had launched a nuclear weapons program, hoping that he could expel U.S. troops from the peninsula by having his own atomic bomb to deter threats from North Korea. Park had also established military control over parts of the South Korean economy and built a massive steel industry, a car manufacturer, an electronics industry, and many other thriving enterprises in South Korea. Park was a Bonapartist strongman and Korean nationalist. And while the United States had brought him to power and enabled him to develop South Korea's economy as a barrier against communism, they had soon soured on Park, considering him to be too independent and focused on Korea's interests rather than the overall globalist imperialist system. The U.S. Congress began investigating Korean businessmen for their contributions and influence within American politics. Steve Hassan was rolled out as the superstar witness to testify that the Korean CIA had set up the Unification Church as a brainwashing program to recruit young Americans and make them agents of the South Korean dictatorship. The Congressional Committee accused Reverend Sun Myung Moon of acting as a foreign lobbyist, visa fraud, bribery, and all kinds of serious crimes that never stood up in court. Eventually, Reverend Sun Myung Moon was charged for filing a false tax return and given a brief prison sentence. However, Steve Hassan and the Cult Awareness Network got plenty of publicity, and their kidnapping service got plenty of work. In a signed affidavit, Arthur Rosell wrote of how he was, quote, forcibly kidnapped by several men, imprisoned, hands and feet bound, with his hands tied behind his back so tightly they were badly swollen and the color of a bruise. Roussel wrote that he was deprived of sleep for 3 days, not allowed to shave or wash, and was denied all privacy even when using the toilet. Roussel writes that Hassan threatened him with drugs if he did not recant his religious beliefs. And while he was detained, he felt like, quote, a captured animal in a zoo. One communist organization, the Democratic Workers' Party, led by feminist academic Marlene Dixon, was targeted by the ex-cult industry and destroyed. The group had Maoist roots, but as the 1980s went on, it drifted closer to the Eastern Bloc. Dixon visited Bulgaria and returned with a plan to have the organization create a Washington, D.C. based lobby group called the Alliance Against American Militarism. The group was involved in solidarity with Nicaragua and was preparing to set up shop in Washington to advocate peace with the Soviet Union. The anti-cult industry sprung into action, and the group expelled Marlene Dixon in 1986, accusing her of being an abusive cult leader. The organization was liquidated. Jean Laluk, a cult awareness network member who helped wreck the Democratic Workers' Party, was rewarded with an academic career as an anti-cult activist. Her books blame the Leninist Vanguard Party model for creating, quote, cults and cults of personality. Ted Patrick was eventually charged with kidnapping in 1980 after he and other Cult Awareness Network members kidnapped a 26-year-old waitress in Arizona. Despite false imprisonment being a serious, violent crime, Patrick only served a year in jail. Eventually, the Cult Awareness Network was sued out of existence in 1995 when a court ruled they had violated the rights of a young man named Jason Scott by kidnapping him. The intelligence backing of the Cult Awareness The intelligence backing of the cult awareness efforts is obvious. Mainstream media echoes their narratives. Blatant acts of kidnapping and false imprisonment were carried out with almost no legal consequences, and a military psychologist was providing the intellectual framework for the entire thing. Steve Hassan has never been charged, despite his admitted involvement in forcible deprogramming, which he now says he opposes. Hassan is a frequent guest on TV talk shows and Netflix documentaries warning people about cults. His narrative comes straight out of the Khrushchevist playbook. According to Hassan, cults are started by malignant narcissists who are only really after, quote, money, power, and sex. Hassan repeats U.S. foreign policy talking points, claiming China is the world's largest political cult and Russia is, quote, a political cult. Hassan's latest book, The Cult of Trump, argues that the U.S. president is utilizing covert hypnosis to seize control of U.S. politics and win support. After the January 6th Capitol riot, Hassan shocked the world on CNN by blurting out that mass deprogramming was needed, saying, quote, in studying all the thought reform brainwashing models, I developed a BITE model of authoritarian control, and it basically talks about controlling behavior, information, thoughts, and emotions to create a new identity that's dependent and obedient. And this is a radical personality change in the mental health literature. In the APA DSM-5, it's called dissociative disorder, questioning of identity. And the bottom line is all of America needs deprogramming because we've all been negatively influenced by Donald Trump. Hassan's stated goal is to get the field of psychology and the U.S. legal system to be altered in order to allow for his kidnapping practices. Hassan hopes to establish a legal mechanism for people in organizations deemed to be cults to be considered under undue influence and forcibly detained to undergo deprogramming procedures. On July 13th, 2021, a former member of a British Trotskyist group appeared on Steve Hassan's YouTube channel to explain how he had been brainwashed to support the British Labour Party leader Jeremy Corbyn and to oppose Israel. Quote, "I despised Corbyn. I hated him. I thought he was a terrorist supporter. I thought he was an enemy of the West. I saw him as the embodiment of evil. But then I joined the international Marxist tendency, which was practicing entryism into the Labour Party and strongly supporting Corbyn, and here I was, campaigning for him." Hold on. There we go. Sorry about that. There I was, campaigning for him. I had been a strong supporter of Israel before that, and they brainwashed me into thinking that Israel was this uniquely evil country. I played down the whole anti-Semitism fury that was going on because there was genuine anti-Semitism. The almost comedic interview includes the young man describing routine political activities, like calling people to invite them to meetings, handing out leaflets, and holding events on Black history, as cult recruitment and mind control tactics that he had been brainwashed into engaging in. The young man then proudly proclaims that he came to think for himself. Once again, just to clear my mind of Trotskyism and read other stuff, other material that wasn't just IMT propaganda, I rediscovered my hero, Nietzsche, who had been a strong influence on me before I joined the cult, and strong influence and was a reactionary, and I should stop reading him. I rediscovered Christopher Hitchens, who had been an idol of mine, and he was, of course, a famous renegade who abandoned the left, and he had been spoken of badly in the cult, and I was brainwashed to disavow him. One former associate of Steve Hassan is the wife of U.S. Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas. Virginia Ginny Thomas became a frequent speaker at Hassan's anti-cult conferences in the early 90s, claiming an organization she had been involved with had brainwashed and hypnotized her. But Steve Hassan's brilliant freedom of mind operation had opened her eyes. The amount of influence one can have when the wives of Supreme Court justices are utilizing you for, quote, deprogramming cannot be underestimated. In the aftermath of the January 6th Capitol riot, Steve Hassan began what appeared to be a blackmail operation against Ginny Thomas. He began releasing videos of her testimony about her involvement in the previous cult and her speeches at his conferences, announcing that he had much more footage to release. Ginny Thomas's texts to her husband and figures in the Trump administration during the January 6th chaos had become a point of investigation by the U.S. Congress and mainstream media. In 2022, shortly after Russia's special military operation began, an angry ex-member of the Unification Church shot former Prime Minister of Japan, Shinzo Abe. Abe did not support the Russian operation in Ukraine, but did not agree with the hysterical demonization of Russia and considered Putin to be a trusted friend and competent leader. The man who shot and killed Shinzo Abe had spent a huge amount of time in cult awareness circles and announced that he had killed Abe because of his ties to the Unification Church. The irony of all this should be obvious. Various organizations of people, of dedicated people, motivated by various ideologies and religions, have served intelligence as intelligence assets in a geopolitical war. In the late 70s, an anti-cult movement was created, which ultimately serves the same purpose as the organizations that it condemns, cultivating people as assets and utilizing them for geopolitical ends.
the phobias of cult of personality and brainwashing, and the outrage at malignant narcissists that Khrushchev had tapped into in his 1956 speech are an essential aspect of the emerging conflict, both internationally and within the U.S. state apparatus. Breaking up organizations or casting them in extreme suspicion in the public mind with cult allegations seems to be standard procedure. So is gaining access to angry ex-members and apostates and cultivating them as assets, utilizing their grudge against the group. Steve Hassan brags that he spent years studying hypnosis and neuro-linguistic programming. What goes on in deprogramming sounds an awful lot like the, quote, brainwashing that the targeted organizations are accused of. As U.S. society becomes more unstable, Netflix is obsessed with inoculating its viewers about the dangers of cults. Viewers are warned to be on guard against any kind of illiberal movement that might seek to connect them with others and mobilize them for a cause. A mindset of, it's a cookbook, has been amped up, leaving many young people isolated from even traditional religious organizations and healthy friendships. In the philosophical irrationalist worldview, no activist is sincere, no leader has pure intentions, and every cause or mass movement is a scam. This is all leading people to a kind of demoralized, isolated place we will discuss later. Khrushchevism is an essential part of it. The ex-cult industry has taken aim at the Center for Political Innovation, most especially after we exposed Steve Hassan was advising the BreadTube social media commentators as they pressed young socialists, unquote, to support U.S. regime change operations and not question mainstream media. The operations with which Hassan and his network target organizations are rather unoriginal and easy to spot. They consist of recasting everything the organization does in a negative light, compiling the grievances of ex-members, creating an atmosphere for them to one-up each other in stories of supposed manipulation, and synthesizing this cauldron of negativity into smear pieces that serve a political purpose. The claims routinely made against organizations by the ex-cult industry contain a huge amount of projection. The notion that people would subject themselves to the amount of persecution, demonization, and vulnerability that those who take on political leadership, especially in anti-imperialist politics, routinely do, and only be motivated by self-gain, is absurd. The ex-cult industry is a bastion of bitter, negative people, many of whom have some legitimate complaints about one or another aspect of organizations they previously worked with. Whatever truth might be behind their concerns, what is clear is that their bitterness is being cultivated and they are being manipulated. What they accuse the cults of doing, the ex-cult industry is doing. They are being used and psychologically manipulated. The sad thing is that while many people find happiness in community in building a political or religious organization, ex-cult wreckers are stuck in a cycle of negativity. All they can do is accuse, wreck, stalk, defame, harass, and spew negativity. They deteriorate into a kind of anti-fandom, where their lives are defined by obsession with what they hate. It's a negative, destructive cycle and pessimistic mindset that just keeps getting worse. Case study, Jerry Healey and the Workers' Revolutionary Party. Jerry Healey has been dead for 35 years, but oddly, during the 2024 election cycle, an Irish-born academic in the United States decided to push out a pseudo-biography of the long-dead British Trotskyist. Aidan Beatty, a member of the Democratic Socialists of America and a writer for Jacobin, published his screed, "The Party is Always Right," about the leader of the British Socialist Labour League and Workers' Revolutionary Party,
and Jacobin's incestuous network of podcasts, blogs, and academic forums gave it a huge boost. The World Socialist website has done a great job debunking much of the content, which does not meet academic standards that Beatty is supposedly held to as a professor, and shows that the book served a political purpose of demonizing a long-dead activist rather than objectively examining the truth. Funding for the project was provided by Zionists, despite Aidan Beatty insisting he is anti-Israel, as his leftist milieu was marching for Palestine round the clock amid the bombing of Gaza. Beatty has made no effort to conceal the Zionist funding of his project, and even acknowledged that his work served some kind of political purpose for the Zionists, who paid for it in the book itself. In his book's acknowledgments, he writes, quote, "My research in Britain was funded by the Program on Jewish Studies and the World History Center of the University of Pittsburgh, who were generous enough to see the Jewish, Israeli-Palestinian, and global connections of this project. The Program on Jewish Studies is notoriously pro-Israel. Beatty has never clearly answered what global connections they saw on his hit piece on Jerry Healey, but they should become clear in the coming pages. There have been many small leftist sects, especially in Britain, and particularly in the 1960s and 70s. Tiny Trotskyite organizations were so prominent in this time and place that they became a common topic of Monty Python sketches. So why did Jacobin, DSA, AOC leftists decide to take aim at Jerry Healey in particular? Why does Jerry Healey still matter? Let's dig in. Jerry Healey was a communist activist born in Ireland who grew up in London and joined the Communist Party, later becoming involved in the Trotskyist movement during the 1930s. In the post-war years, he participated in the various regroupments and divisions of the Fourth International. Healey was an orthodox Trotskyist, one of three loosely defined camps of global Trotskyism that divided during these years. To understand Jerry Healey, let's understand these groupings and how they shaped his thought. Grouping number one, Neo-Trotskyism, or third camp Trotskyism. The first grouping was made up primarily of academics, liberal cultural figures, and activists. They embraced Trotsky for his denunciation of the Soviet Union and his vision of permanent revolution, but vehemently rejected any notion that the USSR was a degenerated workers' state or had socialist economic foundations. The neo-Trotskyists, such as Tony Cliff, Max Shachtman, Martin Aburn, James Burnham, and Irving Howe, viewed the USSR as state capitalist or bureaucrat collectivist and equally evil, if not worse, than the Western imperialists. This is a view Trotsky vehemently argued against in what is sometimes called Trotsky's final conflict or final fight. His position can be found in his book In Defense of Marxism from 1940, along with American Trotskyist leader James P. Cannon's companion text, The Struggle for a Proletarian Party, also published in 1940. Until his death in 1940, Trotsky held on to the notion that the USSR was a workers' state that simply needed to have a, quote, parasitical Stalinist bureaucracy removed. Trotsky was perhaps holding out for the political revolution he called for that would install him into Stalin's position. A number of Soviet leaders were convicted of allegedly conspiring with Trotsky, as well as Germany and Japan, to make this happen. Investigating evidence of these charges, routinely dismissed by Western historians as fabrication from Stalin, has been the focus of Dr. Grover Furr of Montclair State University. Furr maintains that Trotsky was indeed guilty of such a conspiracy, and the response to Furr's work has generally been limited to finger-pointing and ridicule rather than serious analysis of the evidence that Furr presents. Regardless, the neo-Trotskyist academics, commonly called the New York intellectuals, who broke with Trotsky and denounced the USSR, starting with the 1939 Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, began receiving support from U.S. intelligence in the 1950s. The CIA's Congress for Cultural Freedom program was created to subsidize cultural figures and leftist voices that would serve U.S. foreign policy goals and counter the Soviet Union and its allies. Various neo-Trotskyists were paid to write for CIA-funded magazines like Encounter, Der Monat, and Partisan Review. Figures like Mary McCarthy and Sidney Hook, among others, had their work widely circulated with undisclosed intelligence backing as, quote, socialists who took the U.S. side in the Cold War. They worked to demonize figures like Albert Einstein and Lillian Hellman, who stood with the USSR. Partisan Review was, one could say, the original bread tube. Many neo-Trotskyists moved on to occupy prominent places in the U.S. imperialist political apparatus. Max Shachtman, the founder of neo-Trotskyism in America, became the top advisor to George Meany, running the AFL-CIO as a New York City labor boss during the 1960s. Irving Kristol directed the CIA's Congress for Cultural Freedom program and eventually became known as the intellectual father of neoconservatism. Irving Howe, a CIA-funded neo-Trotskyist, was featured prominently in the New York Times Book Review as an expert on Marxism and is considered to be the ideological father of Democratic Socialists of America. The largest neo-Trotskyist organization in the United States was the International Socialist Organization, the ISO, which was highly visible on college campuses from the 1980s until its dissolution in 2019, when it ultimately liquidated into the Democrat Socialists of America. The group was led by a small clique, including Ahmed Shawki and Sherry Wolf, among others, and was funded through a non-profit publishing house, Haymarket Books, which remains active. Grouping number 2, mainline Trotskyism, the Fourth International. A current that is rightly called mainline Trotskyism dominated Trotskyite politics for most of the Cold War years. These were activists who supported labor unions, were inspired by the Cuban Revolution and various Third World national liberation movements, and preached hatred for the Soviet Union while considering it to technically be a workers' state led by a parasitical bureaucracy. Mainline Trotskyists often joined the various labor and social democratic parties around the world as factions. They embraced third world anti-imperialist aesthetics of leftism, chanting Che, Che, Che Guevara, Ho, Ho, Ho Chi Minh. They always condemned the Soviet Union's foreign interventions and were consistently enthusiastic about CIA-funded uprisings throughout the Eastern Bloc. The primary intellectual among them was Ernest Mandel, but he was accompanied by a slew of writers and organizers such as George Novak, George Brightman, Peter Camejo, and Tariq Ali. The United States Socialist Workers' Party, the militant tendency that infiltrated the British Labour Party and gained control of Manchester's local government during the 1980s, and various labor union Reds, feminists, and anti-war protesters fit the category of mainline Trotskyites. This tendency began fading in relevance after the fall of the Soviet Union, despite thunderously celebrating the 1989 to 1991 events that led to what has been described as economic genocide in the former USSR. This current of Trotskyism is kept alive by groups like Socialist Alternative in the United States and the International Marxist Tendency. These Trotskyites generally had no influence or alliance with anti-imperialist governments, with the exception of Cuba and Algeria, which at one point had strong relationships with Fourth International aligned groups. It is clear that during the 1960s, U.S. intelligence backed mainline Trotskyism to some degree. Leslie Evans' autobiography, Outsider's Reverie, admits that he was provided free housing by individuals from the CIA's RAND Corporation who wanted to enable him to function as a full-time activist for the Socialist Workers' Party. His book describes other examples of mysterious assistance and financial support trickling into the SWP from untraceable sources throughout the 60s and 70s. Mainline Trotskyites were useful in creating distance between the Soviet Union and what U.S. foreign policy strategists like Zbigniew Brzezinski called satellite countries, i.e., countries with popular anti-imperialist governments backed by the Soviet Union. The SWP and Ernest Mandel romanticized Ho Chi Minh and Fidel Castro while repeating State Department talking points against the Soviet Union. They raised funds for the CIA-backed Roman Catholic Solidarnosc labor union in Poland. They romanticized Osama bin Laden and the Mujahideen of Afghanistan as they fought the Soviet Union, building up support for these CIA-backed Afghan insurgents among those who sympathized with the Vietnamese and Latin American anti-imperialists, sowing confusion. Sowing confusion by equating the struggles. Mainline Trotskyists were able to channel the energy of the New Left away from sympathy for Washington's primary geopolitical rival. They were also able to confuse and muddy the waters in international conflicts and, like all Trotskyists, create the illusion that one could be revolutionary while distancing oneself from the bulk of existing Marxist-Leninist states and supporting Western demonization and operations against them. In the late Cold War, Brzezinski's strategy of keeping the barbarians killing each other, unquote, by manipulating various anti-colonial movements was the primary way the U.S. set the stage for the fall of the USSR. Iranian Islamic revolutionaries and Iraqi Ba'ath socialists killed each other for almost a decade, with Washington covertly funding both sides at various times. Pol Pot received Chinese and U.S. backing to fight against Soviet-aligned Vietnam. Members of Nelson Mandela's Soviet-backed African National Congress and the Black Nationalist Pan-African Congress, with Maoist roots, routinely murdered each other in South Africa. The CIA's Operation Gladio in Italy, where Maoist Red Brigades murdered communist labor leaders, fascist groups conducted bombings, and Communist Party-aligned academics received funding to interpret and promote the works of Antonio Gramsci, all creating enough confusion to keep the country from leaving NATO. Mainline Trotskyism was helpful in sowing this kind of confusion, isolating Moscow from the widespread global sympathy for national liberation movements, and fracturing and distorting the widespread anti-imperialist sentiments of the era. In the early 1980s, mainline Trotskyism began to decline significantly, no longer serving its purpose. The U.S. Socialist Workers' Party experienced an internal fight against the internationalists who embraced Third World guerrilla movements before pushing a turn to industry, with most of the organization being expelled by the mid-1980s. Grouping number 3, Orthodox Trotskyism. Post-war Trotskyism also produced another current of individuals who called themselves Orthodox Trotskyists, a label that U.S. Trotskyist leader James Cannon once applied to himself. The Orthodox Trotskyists are and were doctrinaire and nearly religious in their application of the ideology. To their credit, Orthodox Trotskyists are far more consistently anti-imperialist due to their rigid adherence to Leninism. They will generally denounce pro-imperialist color revolutions and call for military defense of forces the U.S. government is targeting. Their publications tend to excessively focus on similar, smaller organizations, highlighting the Freudian concept of the narcissism of small differences. The groups police each other to some degree, going over each other's manifestos line by line, looking for ideological deviations with which they can proceed to expose the rival organization for years to come. The groups are known to have harsh internal culture defined by intense debate, much like line struggle and criticism, self-criticism within Maoist groups, where small disagreements about politics are hammered out in intense sessions with lots of yelling. Orthodox Trotskyism has divided into many competing sects, often labeled cults by detractors. Prior to the rise of social media, groups like the Spartacist League, the League for the Revolutionary Party, Trotskyist Platform, the International Bolshevik Tendency, the Socialist Equality Party, and other organizations seemed to have formed their own subculture, fighting with each other over who is the most purely Trotskyist. While Orthodox Trotskyism, like most esoteric leftist politics, has faded in recent years, with most of those intensely interested in the topic just becoming internet debaters and wiki editors rather than activists, some of these organizations live on. The groups will sometimes take absurd positions, such as claiming the Second World War has not yet ended, calling for the legalization of pedophilia, or rallying to the defense of Roman Polanski and Mormon polygamists, among other absurdities. In these circles, having a position that no other organization is willing to take for hyper-complex and seemingly clever reasons is very much valued. One particular grouping led by Juan Posadas became obsessed with UFOs and arguing that spaceships proved the existence of socialism on other planets, for example. The esoteric world of Orthodox Trotskyism does not seem to have gotten U.S. intelligence support to any significant degree that can be proven, unlike some other incarnations of Trotskyite organizing. Some have speculated about the role of the Spartacist League during the fall of the Eastern Bloc and its habit of disrupting and sabotaging anti-imperialist mobilizations in the United States during the 1970s and 80s, but nothing can really be substantiated to show state backing. The followers of Juan Posadas seem to have had a relationship with various anti-imperialist forces in Latin America at different moments, though these relationships were not consistent. Regardless of how diverse and strange Orthodox Trotskyism is as a current, Jerry Healey was by far its most successful adherent. One could say Healey was really the only Orthodox Trotskyist to have become relevant in world politics. His organization played an important role in global politics, especially in relation to the Middle East, despite its small size and its esoteric beliefs. As a lifelong activist, Healey built a large organization of anti-imperialist activists in Britain during the 1960s and 70s. While many of his recruits had first been involved in protesting the Vietnam War, Healey oriented them to mobilize for economic demands as allies of labor unions and in favor of a socialist revolution in Britain. He recruited famed actress Vanessa Redgrave, and she became far more than simply a celebrity endorser. Vanessa Redgrave ran for office as a Workers' Revolutionary Party candidate on several occasions and lived a cadre life as a full party member, so much so that her daughter felt neglected. Healey befriended Arab nationalist governments in the Middle East, becoming a personal friend of Libyan leader Colonel Muammar Gaddafi, while actively supporting the Iraqi and Syrian Ba'athist states. These socialist countries aligned with the Soviet Union were very key players in the global anti-imperialist movement. Libya, in particular, gave support to the Irish freedom struggle and the struggle against apartheid in South Africa and the Black Panther Party in the United States. Until 2011, Libya had the highest life expectancy on the African continent. Gaddafi built a network of popular councils to carry out the revolutionary government's goals on a local level. He constructed the world's largest irrigation system, the Great Man-Made River. He provided universal health care and education. Prior to the destruction of Libya by NATO bombs in 2011, hold on. Prior to the destruction of Libya by NATO bombs in 2011 and Gaddafi's subsequent murder, he was in the process of creating an independent African bank that would issue its own independent currency. Millions of Africans had come to Libya from across the continent, where they were provided with guaranteed employment amid the prosperous economy created by oil wealth and central planning. In alliance with Arab nationalist and anti-imperialist governments in the Middle East, and in coordination with a famed cinema actress, Healey was able to make dramatic strides for one political cause in particular, Palestine. The impact of Healey's small organization on the Palestinian struggle and raising awareness about it globally was massive. While the cause of the Palestinians and opposition to Israel has grown trendy in the last several decades, during the 1970s and 80s, it was very much taboo, a forbidden topic. The significant overrepresentation of people of Jewish descent among communist circles in America and Britain made sympathy for Israel, or at least limitation of criticism of Israel, very commonplace, understandably so, as it has been heavily propagandized as a means to avoid another Holocaust. The Communist Party USA did not speak against Israel until the 1967 war, and even then, its statements affirmed Israel's, quote, right to exist in very strong language. Organizations like the Socialist Workers' Party, that mouthed support for the Palestinians, engaged in a huge effort to block Palestine from anti-war protests or other gatherings, as it was labeled divisive. It wasn't until 1981 that a major anti-war protest in Washington, D.C. featured a Palestinian speaker. The feeling that Israel was somehow a progressive, social democratic country of enlightened people despite its flaws, and that criticism of it was veiled fascism or anti-Semitism, was pretty standard among leftists. Jane Fonda and Tom Hayden, both of whom had been outspoken supporters of the Vietnamese National Liberation Front, loudly defended Israel's invasion of Lebanon in 1982, as did many communist-adjacent activists at the time. Many communists who genuinely opposed Israel or its actions were convinced to insist on avoiding the topic in coalitions, as being labeled anti-Semitic was a political death sentence, and often came with direct physical violence from the Jewish Defense League. Various communist groups that dared defend the Palestinians had their offices raided at gunpoint, their members shot at, and their events attacked with baseball bats and weapons by followers of Meir Kahane, who operated in New York City and other parts of the United States. Jerry Healey and his followers did not adhere to this unspoken rule of extreme caution or self-censorship and loudly criticized Israel, supporting the Palestinian cause. From the moment Israel was created, Healey opposed it, condemning it as a colonial project of imperialism. In 1956, while organizing inside the Labor Party, before the Socialist Labor League was formed, he published a pamphlet, "Stop This War, Hands Off the Arab People." The pamphlet condemned British military moves against the Arab socialist government of Abdel Nasser in defense of Israel. His pamphlet did not pull any punches, containing the sub-headline, "Imperialism Traps the Jews," and stating, quote, "Jewish working people everywhere must denounce Israel's stab in the back of the Arab people. The future of Jewry lies through a socialist solution, not the capitalist Israel. A socialist solution demands real solidarity with the Arab people." The SLL and the Workers' Revolutionary Party marched with Palestinian flags regularly in the streets of Britain, fighting off Zionists who mobilized against them and facing accusations of supporting terrorism. The press falsely accused them of stockpiling weapons and being terrorists, and their offices were raided by the police. As a member of the Workers' Revolutionary Party, Vanessa Redgrave produced the groundbreaking English language film The Palestinian in 1977. The film told the story of the conflict from the perspective of those living in Gaza and the West Bank, and was screened all over the world. Libya provided some of the funding, but Redgrave ultimately mortgaged one of her houses to cover the costs of the film, which made huge waves across the planet, rallying support for Palestinian resistance to Israel. When Vanessa Redgrave won the Oscar for Best Actress in 1978, she did so despite opposition and threats from the Jewish Defense League, which had promised to retaliate against her, against the Academy with bombings if she had won. Her Academy Awards speech, met with boos from an audience full of Zionists, will go down in history. Before the entire world, broadcast on international TV at the Academy Awards ceremony, Vanessa Redgrave, a loyal follower of Jerry Healey, proclaimed, "My dear colleagues, I thank you very, very much for this tribute to my work. I think that Jane Fonda and I have done the best work of our lives, and I think this was in part due to our director, Fred Zinnemann. And I also think it's in part because we believed, and we believe in what were expressing. 2 out of millions who gave their lives, were prepared to sacrifice everything in the fight against fascist and racist Nazi Germany. And I salute you and I pay tribute to you, and I think you should be very proud that in the last few weeks you've stood firm and refused to be intimidated by the threats of a small bunch of Zionist hoodlums whose behavior is an insult to the stature of Jews all over the world and their great heroic record of struggle against fascism and oppression. And I salute that record, and I salute all of you for having stood firm and dealt the final blow against that period when Nixon and McCarthy launched a worldwide witch hunt against those who had tried to express in their lives and in their work the truth that they believed in. I salute you, and I thank you, and I pledge that I will continue to fight against anti-Semitism and fascism. Thank you." Despite their Trotskyist roots, the Workers' Revolutionary Party of Britain did what a Marxist-Leninist party in an imperialist country is supposed to do. They built demonstrations demanding the right to jobs and unemployment as unemployment swelled in Britain during the late 1970s. They protested cuts in public services. They supported the miners' strike of 1984 and promoted the achievements of socialism in Libya, Iraq, and Syria. They put forward a program of aligning the working people of Britain with those in colonized nations of the world fighting for independence. As the Communist Party of China made clear in its document, Long Live Leninism, this is exactly what a communist organization based in an anti-imperialist or in an imperialist homeland should be doing. Quote, "Imperialism is monopolistic, parasitic, decaying, moribund capitalism. It is the final stage in the development of capitalism and therefore is the eve of the proletarian revolution. The emancipation of the proletariat can be arrived at only by way of revolution and certainly not by way of reformism. The liberation movements of the proletariat in the capitalist countries should ally themselves with the national liberation movements in the colonies and dependent countries. This alliance can smash the alliance of the imperialists with the feudal, comprador, reactionary forces in the colonies, all dependent countries, and will therefore inevitably put a final end to the imperialist system throughout the world." The Communist Party of China explained this even more concisely in their proposal concerning the general line in 1963. Quote, "U.S. imperialism is pressing its policies of aggression all over the world, but the outcome is bound to be the opposite of that intended. It will only be to hasten the awakening of the people in all the countries and hasten their revolutions. The U.S. imperialists have thus placed themselves in opposition to the people of the whole world and have become encircled by them. The international proletariat must and can unite all the forces that can be united, make use of the international contradictions in the enemy camp, and establish the broadest united front against the U.S. imperialists and their lackeys. The realistic and correct course is to entrust the fate of the people and of mankind to the unity and struggle of the world proletariat and the unity and struggle of the people in all countries. In Jacobin writer and DSA member Aidan Beatty's 2024 screed opposing Healey, he seems to completely misunderstand the context of the Socialist Labor League's expansion during the 1960s. He says that Healey's Socialist Labor League was the only option for those who thought that the Communist Party was too rigid and doctrinaire, and for those who did not like the reformism of the Labor Party. This reveals an absurd ignorance of communist politics at the time. The Communist Party, taking direction from Khrushchev's Soviet Union, blindly supported the Labor Party and worked to tone down leftist agitation while building pacifist peace councils that campaigned for the Labor Party in local elections. The Communist Party was secretive, rarely ran its own candidates, and functioned almost as a pro-Soviet wing of the Labor Party. Within the wider anti-Vietnam War movement, there were a whole slew of Maoist and Trotskyite groups who wanted to break with the Labor Party. Beatty's claim that the pro-Soviet Communist Party was, quote, rigid and doctrinaire, as opposed to the, quote, reformist Labor Party, with the SLL being the, quote, only alternative, reveals a pro-imperialist bias in addition to ignorance of political matters. Beatty, as a fan of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and the Democratic Party's socialists, such as Bernie Sanders, finds any support for existing anti-imperialist governments to be scandalous. In his mind, the British Communist Party of the Khrushchev era is rigid and doctrinaire and scandalous in its very existence because it is aligned with the Soviet Union. The actual nature of its practice as a de-radicalizing Labor Party adjacent network affiliated with the USSR is something he is completely unaware of. This is much like the various liberals and Trotskyites in America who referred to Gus Hall's Communist Party USA, which did almost nothing but campaign for the Democrats, as Stalinists up into the 80s and 90s. The fixation on ties to an anti-imperialist government as an unforgivable crime in the eyes of liberals overrides any actual knowledge or understanding of how the organization functions, which is anything but doctrinaire and hardline. In September of 1975, the British press reported rumors that the Derbyshire Education Center of the Workers' Revolutionary Party was being used to stockpile weapons. This was a completely false claim, but the police raided the College of Marxist Education and strip-searched a number of young activists studying there. The police planned their raid to coincide with an international gathering where many supporters of the Workers' Revolutionary Party from different countries were in attendance. For 6 hours, 70 officers scoured the facility, but were only able to find 20 bullets and not a single other suspicious or incriminating item. The Workers' Revolutionary Party maintained the bullets were planted by the police, and the criminal charges initially related to the raids were dropped within a week. The Workers' Revolutionary Party was able to sue a newspaper that had reported false claims about weapons for libel. Beatty's coverage of this significant act of political repression, an outrage if committed against any political group, is very telling. Beatty spends far more time playing up quotes from angry ex-members who say that the college, quote, gave me the creeps and, quote, had a, quote, paranoid atmosphere, than detailing the brutality and trauma scores of young anti-imperialists must have been subjected to when police stormed into their communal space, stripped them naked, and ravaged through their personal belongings. just as the FBI raids and absurd indictment of Jesse Neville, Penny Hess, and Omali Yeshitela after a horrendous FBI raid in 2022 was ignored by the mainstream left amid whispers that the Uhuru movement was a cult, Aiden Beatty is equally unconcerned about targeted repression in generations past. Lifelong conservatives, Tucker Carlson and Scott Ritter, stood with the Uhuru Three amid their trial in federal court, while the scores of liberals touting Black Panther Party t-shirts were too scandalized by talk of alleged ties to, quote, fascist Putin to offer any substantial support to Black revolutionaries against the FBI. Beatty admits that listening devices had indeed been planted in Workers' Revolutionary Party spaces by police before, but describes the security procedures at the college as paranoid. Beatty scolds the Workers' Revolutionary Party for overlooking the raids on Black and Irish organizations in its publications, speaking about the raid on their facility. The fact that many Workers' Revolutionary Party members who attended the classes were married and had children doesn't stop Beatty from mentioning that the large estate contained a, quote, children's playroom as somehow scandalous, hinting that perhaps Healey or the Workers' Revolutionary Party leaders were pedophiles, an allegation that has never been made even by Beatty's collection of angry, hyperbolic ex-members. This is the manner in which liberal read propaganda in favor of the U.S. state, quote, anti-cult hit pieces are written. Activities and conditions are reinterpreted, assigned motive, and reframed in the most sinister possible way with the intention of triggering the traumatic memories of the readers, causing them to link unrelated events about people they've never met with their own painful experiences. The 1984 miners' strike was one of the biggest episodes of social unrest British society has faced since the Second World War. Miners, led by Arthur Scargill, resisted layoffs by shutting down the mines. The British electrical grid was largely dependent on coal power, and the miners' unions had leveraged this to win huge concessions. Conservative Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher, famous for saying, "There is no such thing as society, only individuals," was determined to take away this power from the miners' union. Amid the strike, the miners' union mobilized flying pickets that traveled across the country, shutting down pits where scab laborers were working. When the strike ended on March 3rd, 1985, 3 people had been killed and thousands had been injured. Scuffles between the police and the strikers were almost daily occurrences. Amid the strike, mainstream British media focused on ties of the National Union of Miners to the Soviet Union and Libya. The Soviet Union's miners' union donated 1.5 million pounds to the strike, and Arthur Scargill was condemned for accepting this donation. The press pointed to Scargill's statements defending Stalin and demonized the miners' union as a group of violent communist extremists. In November of 1984, leaders of the miners' union visited Libya, where Gaddafi welcomed them as heroes for fighting for the working families of Britain. The media went into overdrive, claiming the strike was a foreign conspiracy to sow unrest in the United Kingdom. Gaddafi's government was openly funding the Palestinian resistance and was falsely blamed for a number of terrorist attacks in Western countries. The U.S. government had designated Libya as a state sponsor of terrorism. In 1986, the USA bombed Libya, killing a number of civilians, including the Libyan leader's daughter, Hana Gaddafi. The Workers' Revolutionary Party was also very close to the Libyan government, with Jerry Healey riding in Gaddafi's private jet and describing himself as the Libyan leader's personal friend.
the British press played up the allegation that the Workers' Revolutionary Party were agents of Libya, publishing the claim that Colonel Gaddafi greeted Vanessa Redgrave at a public event saying, "How is my party?" in reference to the Workers' Revolutionary Party. The number of stories in British tabloids alleging Libyan funding of the Workers' Revolutionary Party is massive. It is worth noting that Vanessa Redgrave received donations to create a follow-up film after releasing The Palestinian in 1977 from a number of autocratic Western-aligned Arab governments, including the US-backed monarchy of Kuwait. These donations from governments that tortured, practiced stoning and beheading, and were ruled by absolute monarchs were never considered scandalous in the mainstream press. The Workers' Revolutionary Party was one of many socialist organizations in Britain that supported the National Union of Miners, working around the clock to staff the flying pickets, raise money for families of striking miners, and build public support for the miners, with protests and daily outreach. Healey's writings focused on the danger of the British military overthrowing the civilian government to crush the strike, as often took place in developing countries. It is now confirmed that the conversations were indeed happening among the British military discussing such moves. The British military had discussed removing Prime Minister Harold Wilson during his leadership decades prior, and continued to discuss scenarios where the civilian government would be overturned to crush unrest. The fact that Healey was aware of the possible coup plots among the British military brass is impressive and reveals how tuned in and connected Healey was as he built his effective anti-imperialist organization. Beatty is unconcerned about how effectively the Workers' Revolutionary Party raised the alarm about the real threat of military dictatorship in Britain, the revelation of which should have been considered highly scandalous. He fits Healey's efforts to describe what is now known to have been taking place at the time as another example of Healey and the Workers' Revolutionary Party being, quote, paranoid. This should be compared to how Beatty and his DSA associates would speak of the January 6, 2021 Capitol riot in Washington, D.C., in which there was no real threat or discussion of overturning civilian rule. Just months after the miners' strike, in October of 1985, the Workers' Revolutionary Party collapsed due to an explosion of demonization in mainstream media. Various women who Jerry Healey had sex with came forward claiming they felt victimized. The primary voice was Eileen Jennings, Healey's personal secretary. She had been unaware that Healey was having sex with other women in the organization while maintaining an off-and-on sexual affair with her for years. The press used the word rape to describe Healey's sexual promiscuity, but no criminal charges were ever filed. The statements of the victims amounted to saying that they had sex with him under false pretenses, thinking he was an important revolutionary leader rather than an evil demagogue. Jennings did not accuse Healey of rape or anything non-consensual, but wrote that Healey had used his position in, quote, a completely opportunist way for sexual liaisons. She later stated that he, quote, liked to degrade women and girl comrades and destroy their self-respect. This did not stop the press from reporting this vague accusation as rape. The Daily Mail tried to explain that admittedly consensual acts were actually rape, reporting, quote, he gave them the impression that they could not have a political relationship unless they also went to bed with him. Notice that the Daily Mail does not even say that Healey said that a political relationship was impossible without sex, but that he, quote, gave the impression in an unstated way. This allegation is very far from the definition of rape by any legal standard. Beatty's quotation of Eileen Jennings' letter accusing Healey omits the opening paragraph. The first sentence of her letter, republished unabridged by the World Socialist website, was, quote, during the course of an action on the Manchester area, certain practices have come to light as to the running of youth training by a homosexual. Before Jennings said anything about Healey's sexual liaisons, she first made clear that she disapproved of a gay person being allowed to train youth and considered this to be the primary scandal to raise with the Workers' Revolutionary Party's political committee. The fact that the accusations against Healey opened with a blatant appeal to homophobia and the stereotype of LGBT people as pedophiles is not something that will strengthen Beatty's credibility with his woke readers. This omission demonstrates just how selectively Beatty works to frame both Healey and the accusations against him in the eyes of a 2024 audience. Beatty's screed openly admits that there was an internal conspiracy within the organization, saying, quote, they had been planning their move against Healey for about a year. The text of Eileen Jennings' hand grenade letter that led to the 1985 collapse of the Workers' Revolutionary Party contained no accusation of rape or non-consensual sex acts of any kind. The brief letter, opening with a complaint about an unnamed LGBT person training youth, goes on to refer to opportunist liaisons, alleging that this was not a sex crime, but simply an improper use of party-owned properties that could be used by the police to then blackmail the party. The fact that the allegation went from simply inappropriately using an apartment to one of the most serious crimes short of murder doesn't seem at all suspicious to Beatty. Beatty's selective quoting of later allegations against Healey does not very effectively conceal the personally vengeful and sometimes absurd nature of them. He references Eileen Jennings, saying that Healey, quote, verbally attacked her at a party meeting after their sexual relationship had come to an end. Who could ever imagine two lovers who have just broken up exchanging heated words? Is this evidence of one being a psychopathic predator? Beatty hilariously states it merely as fact that the sexist white male non-feminist Healey, quote, tended to dislike women that he saw as too free-thinking or who were not afraid of him. Beatty's narrative acknowledges that there is, quote, a fuzzy gray area between consensual interactions and ones where power dynamics play an inappropriate role. However, even in his selective quotations designed to portray Healey as a vicious predator and monster, there is no clear or fully substantiated accusation of non-consensual interactions, sexual assault, or rape. This does not stop Beatty from presenting Healey as a mastermind, quote, grooming women and keeping them separate from each other, quoting others describing his behavior as cunning. Beatty cites hearsay, alleging a woman claimed, quote, Healey had attempted to force himself on her, but backed off when he realized that she was under the legal age. Someone should remind Beatty that there is no legal age for rape or sexual assault. Predators who commit serious, violent crimes generally do not stop in the process to explore the specific legal implications of the victim. The allegation is credited to two of Healey's enemies who say that they heard it from an unnamed accuser. It is probably an exaggeration of Healey flirting with or making romantic moves on a young woman and stopping when he realized how young she was, if it's not just entirely a fabrication. Even if Healey was still living, how could he be expected to defend himself from an allegation that he started to commit a crime against an unnamed person on an unknown date in an unknown location and then stopped, according to two people who say that they heard it from someone else who is unnamed. It is certainly true that in the age of Me Too, vague hearsay accusations like this about attempted crimes can destroy careers if properly inflated by social media. Is this any more just or logical today than in 1985? As the Workers' Revolutionary Party imploded, the mainstream media's attacks came directly from the Khrushchevist playbook. Writing of Healey, quote, "He would charm you one minute and grab you by the throat the next. He was a man who brokered no arguments and created a messianic atmosphere into which young idealists would be drawn. However, many would leave within months, unable and unwilling to put up with the highly autocratic regime which seeks to become an all-pervading force in its members' lives." Healey, despite being a Trotskyist, had apparently created a Stalinist cult of personality. The world needed to see what an evil tyrant he was, so we could all learn to never follow such a leader or join such a movement in the future. Ken Livingstone, the former mayor of London and Labour Party member of Parliament, has consistently defended Jerry Healey and never retracted his defense, saying, quote, "I have never changed my belief that the split in the Workers' Revolutionary Party during 1985 was the work of MI5 agents." The biography of Healey, entitled Jerry Healey, A Revolutionary Life, written by Corinna Lotz and Paul Feldman, published in 1994, describes how the splitters openly advertised that personal security was no longer being provided to Healey in the hopes of emboldening anyone who wanted to assault or kill him. The book describes how those who remained loyal to Healey, including Vanessa Redgrave, rushed him out of the country for his own safety. Amid the turmoil surrounding the split, Healey told his followers, quote, "The only privilege a communist has is to be where things are the most difficult, and this is the essence of training. We have to endure the persecution of the state and learn to endure contradiction." After the collapse of the Workers' Revolutionary Party in 1985, Healey continued organizing with an organization called the Marxist Party. The 1994 biography writes, "Jerry knew the political limitations of his collaborators. He also understood that the movement could only be built of real, contradictory human beings. He often remarked, 'The only thing that amazes me is how we held it together for so long.'" Did Jerry Healey engage in misconduct? To some degree, certainly. Political organizations are not a place to look for sex partners. Romantic drama and sexual affairs needs to be kept out of spaces where the stakes are high and serious organizing is happening. It's likely that to some degree, Healey's behavior had become compulsive or addictive, something that is not uncommon in a culture where clear personal and relational boundaries are often eroded and blurry. In the past, traditional family and marriage provided a built-in framework for these boundaries. But as societal norms have shifted, many individuals now navigate this on their own, mostly without guidance. Did Healey lose his temper and display inappropriate anger at various times? This is likely. For someone like him, who took the political struggle so seriously and had invested his very existence in the movement, the stakes are very high. The functioning of a political organization was not a passive hobby, and a difference of political line was not a mere intellectual abstraction. But is Jerry Healey the satanic figure that Aidan Beatty portrays? Of course not. No one could successfully build a massive anti-imperialist organization in the context of Cold War Britain under the extreme pressure of political repression and hostility and be the cruel, narcissistic, and megalomaniacal figure that Beatty and Healey's jealous detractors portray. Building an organization requires patience, compromise, willingness to find other people's skills, the ability to experience setbacks and keep going, and the ability to be let down by others, but give them another chance. To accomplish what Healey accomplished requires all kinds of abilities that define effective leadership, a level of organizational ability that a shallow narcissist is incapable of. Healey was able to keep organizing and building from the 1930s all the way up until his death in 1989. The amount of empathy, patience, endurance, and dedication required to achieve what Healey achieved is not small. A purely selfish person, or someone only motivated by sexual desires or self-gain, would have walked away after a decade at most. If Healey was merely a selfish narcissist, he would have become a mainstream politician, a business owner, or perhaps a criminal. Instead, he chose to give his life to the struggle against imperialism and Zionism at a time and in a political climate where few, if any, rewards were offered for choosing this path. The jealousy-ridden accusations of his detractors reveal more about themselves and their own motivations than about Healey. Whatever flaws Healey had, he was a far more genuine and dedicated person than any of them. During the final years of the Soviet Union, when Gorbachev's administration rehabilitated Trotsky, Healey became a guest lecturer at Soviet universities, teaching classes on Trotskyism, economics, and dialectical materialism. The fact that Healey was given this position indicates he most likely had a relationship with the Soviet government that goes back even further. This would fit his relationship with Libya, Iraq, and Syria, which were Soviet aligned. It would also explain why, in the context of the 1984 miners' strike, an intelligence operation to destroy his reputation and weaken his influence would be seen as almost a necessity by British imperialism. Vitaly Startsev, professor of history at Herzl Institute of Leningrad, wrote, "Jerry Healey appeared intimate with material dialectics. For him, it was not simply a phrase, not just a vow associated with a particular order, but an actual window on the world, a prism through which he saw the surrounding world and reconstituted it in light of the class spectrum." When being interviewed by Jacobin for his widely promoted 2024 screed against Healey, Beatty claimed that Healey's lack of adherence to liberal identity politics was to blame for his alleged sexual misconduct. Beatty proclaimed, quote, "The Workers' Revolutionary Party was not just critical of liberal feminism. It was openly contemptuous of all forms of feminism, even socialist feminism. I have always seen that as a politically inseparable from Healey's abusiveness. There was a very pronounced masculinist culture that predominated within the Workers' Revolutionary Party. Very severe and austere, totally dour and humorless, arrogantly convinced you are right on every issue." How dare he think he was right? Most people should think they're wrong. "It's very much endorsed the idea that members should be able to withstand pain and privation. The party was abusive by design." This is like hilarious, right? I'm sorry, I have to comment here. Like, how dare they think that they're right about every issue? How dare they encourage people to endure suffering for the cause? Like, oh my God, that's horrible. It's like, give me a break. Beatty's interview goes on to laughably explain that parties like the Workers' Revolutionary Party are unsuccessful in comparison to liberal causes promoted by mainstream media and major corporations, simply because people dislike an authoritarian vibe. Quote, "Even just based on anecdotal evidence, it is clear that the leftist groups or movements that have any kind of recent successes, even if only partial or limited, are not vanguardist in structure. Democratic Socialists of America, Momentum, Black Lives Matter, the Trotskyist parties that remain stuck on the fringes are the ones that refuse to accept that vanguardism or very top-down authoritarian party structures are off-putting to the vast majority of people.
end quote. The fact that CNN and MSNBC advertised and endlessly promoted Black Lives Matter, and that Democratic Socialists of America functions as a wing of one of the United States' two major political parties, with a major presidential candidate promoting them, does not occur to Beatty. The, quote, success of liberal activists who support U.S. imperialism in comparison to anti-imperialist groups is simply a matter of the general public disliking authoritarianism. What is sad is that it is obvious that Aidan Beatty has very little interest in Jerry Healey or the history of Trotskyism. In the introduction, he writes that he cannot even remember when he first heard of Jerry Healey. His ignorance of the political context, his lack of interest in the genuine political repression the Workers' Revolutionary Party faced, or the causes it championed, and his stretching to create negative innuendo out of nearly everything Healey did, indicates that he was probably assigned to write a hit piece. This brings us back to what he admits about the Zionist funders and their interest in his acknowledgments. The World Socialist website, led by former protege of Healey named David North, went on to work debunking Beatty's book. David North disagreed with Healey and felt that he was too sympathetic to Arab nationalists and did not stand with Healey at the time that his organization was imploded amid a media campaign. North, however, felt his differences with Healey were political and saw the campaign against Healey in the press as coming from a negative place. In 2024, North and his associates saw the Beatty book as a slanderous attack, not just on Healey's memory, but on themselves. In the opening of the book, Beatty claims that Jerry Healey told people that he had seen his father shot and killed by the British military's infamous Black and Tans division as a child. This obviously did not happen, and the fact that Healey made this claim is supposed to be proof of what a deceptive, self-promoting narcissist he was. North and World Socialist website have shown that there is no evidence that Healey ever made this claim. The only people who referenced it are people who left the organization in the 1985 crisis. Healey's daughter never heard this claim, and it cannot be found in publications of the SLL or the Workers' Revolutionary Party promoting Healey. Yet, Beatty emphasizes it excessively and makes it central in presenting Healey in a negative light. The fact that Beatty's central argument against Healey is hearsay about a lie that is likely to have never been told should discredit his book entirely. The title of Beatty's book, The Party is Always Right, is drawn from a quote from Leon Trotsky referring to democratic centralism. Beatty argues in the book that Leninist parties are inherently authoritarian and uses Healey as a negative case study for, quote, authoritarian movements. The phrase, the party is always right, however, strongly rings a bell for anyone who has ever read the anti-communist allegorical novel Animal Farm, written by George Orwell. This book, which is required reading in most American schools, presents a group of barnyard animals overthrowing the farmer and trying to establish an egalitarian society. The book is a lampoon and smear on the Soviet Union, with the swine of the farm representing the Communist Party. A more sincere pig named Snowball, meant to represent Trotsky, is contrasted with Napoleon, a cold, calculating dictator who is meant as a stand-in for Stalin. A character called Boxer the Horse represents the Russian working class. Orwell's vulgar elitism, utter dishonesty, and Western chauvinism comes across when depicting this caricature of an ignorant workhorse who blindly obeys to represent the people of the Soviet Union. It is obvious that Orwell has utter contempt for the millions of people who mobilized to build their country up during the 5-year plans that inspired the world and electrified and industrialized a huge swath of the planet. The millions of people who gave their lives in the fight against fascism and defended their homes and communities could not be depicted with more contempt and lack of respect
for the sacrifices that they made. When the horse becomes too old to work, Orwell's narration has the pigs, representing the Communist Party, sending the horse to the glue factory to be killed for money. This is the exact opposite of what the Soviet Union did for the elderly, providing generous pensions and a comfortable retirement that was superior to what many Western workers enjoy, even during the post-war welfare state expansion. This subtle lie that the Soviet government worked its population for the gain of bureaucrats and then disposed of them for profit has nothing to do with the reality of Russian history. Yet, it is presented to millions of school children across America in an elitist fairy tale written by a professional British intelligence propagandist who was employed to write propaganda during the Second World War. As a sign of his ignorance and foolish loyalty to the allegorical Stalin, the Boxer the horse character in Orwell's allegory coins the slogan, "Napoleon is always right." Beatty is obviously alluding to this with the title of his book. He wants to get his readers to snap back into the liberal narratives and Khrushchevite training they have been given in American society from the time of childhood. He is reminding them of the juvenile anti-communist book they were spoon-fed in school. He wants them to think joining a serious mass movement or revolutionary organization, as opposed to a trendy hashtag like Black Lives Matter, approved on CNN and MSNBC, is dangerous. He wants his readers to, quote, think for themselves by only consuming U.S. mainstream media and reflexively dismissing anything that might sound like, quote, foreign propaganda or conspiracy theories, even if it's true, or points to true things or makes logical arguments. The irony of these contradictions, made by someone calling Orwell to mind, should not be lost on the reader when one considers the concept of newspeak in Orwell's 1984. To Beatty, if you give your life to the Palestinian cause like Healey did, or you stand in solidarity with anti-imperialist leaders like Gaddafi and refuse to cheer for the NATO destruction of African countries, you are brainwashed and in a cult. Any leader who would organize such a movement is a potential Hitler. Any movement that can be sincerely socialist and thus can only be fascist, with rich necessarily being code for Jew, and likewise imperialist finance capital necessarily being code for Jewish banker. Beatty, who claims to not be a Zionist, goes as far as to suggest that Healey's calling out of media bias against the Palestinians and his own organization is the equivalent of the claim that, quote, Jews control the media. Yet in his own text, the historical record forces him to admit that libel cases were filed in response to the British press falsely claiming that they were stockpiling weapons to set the stage for a brutal police raid. Why would Beatty seem so desperate to accuse one of the most prominent pro-Palestine activists in British history of being an anti-Semite? Why would anyone? The only type of leftism that is acceptable to the likes of Beatty is one laced in emasculated identity politics, supporting human rights while protesting against anti-imperialist states, while mobilizing not against imperialism, but rather against the right wing, which might want to make peace in Ukraine or limit social media censorship. This type of pessimistic anti-working class politics has completely consumed socialism in the United States. The Center for Political Innovation stands alone in heroically rejecting this political degeneration, this infantile sickness of leftism, and refusing to compromise with it. At this point, even the word communist has been claimed by people with no concern for the global movement against imperialism, content as woke mobs the bulk of the American people hate, consistently vote against. Just as Lenin found it inappropriate and politically detrimental to call the Bolsheviks social democrats, we find it utterly necessary to differentiate ourselves from what people know as communist by upholding a new banner, innovationism. To what should be no one's shock, the political circles where Beatty originates have targeted us relentlessly, spreading lies and sex gossip, inciting violence against us by falsely linking us to Nazis, picketing our events, and doing everything possible to weaken our organization. As Beatty psychs up his audience of young socialists to support war with Russia and massive government crackdowns on those who might object, he is repeating an identical narrative about a long-dead pro-Palestine activist. It is obvious why Zionist foundations paid for Beatty's work. Beatty has a certain narrative that is deeply embedded in American academia. It is the narrative of Leo Strauss in Persecution and the Art of Writing. It is the narrative of Hannah Arendt in Eichmann in Jerusalem and her work on totalitarianism. It is what Susan Sontag was alluding to when she claimed, quote, "Communism is nothing but the most effective form of fascism." It is a narrative that equates Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union as examples of excessive democracy and populism. It is a narrative that views those who would mobilize mass movements of any kind as potential genocidal murderers, threatening the freedom of philosopher kings who would rightly rule over them. Let us not forget that Jeremy Corbyn was declared an anti-Semite, and a relentless campaign in the British press argued kinds of standard leftist anti-imperialist economic statements were coded hatred for Jews. Let us also remember how the social media operation known as BreadTube launched a witch hunt in the US and British leftist circles against those who stood by such principles. We now know that Abigail Thorne was on the payroll of British intelligence foundations, and we have seen that Natalie ContraPoint's win has been embraced by Hillary and Chelsea Clinton. The Center for Political Innovation revealed as early as 2021 that intelligence-linked cult deprogrammer, read serial kidnapper, Dr. Steve Hassan, was advising them. Aidan Beatty thinks Jerry Healey is Hitler. This is laughable on the surface. Healey was a Trotskyist who had led an organization that fought Nazis in the streets on numerous occasions and had many Jewish members. Vanessa Redgrave, his close follower, starred in a film and won an Oscar for portraying the heroic anti-fascism of communist resistance in the film Julia. But in Beatty's view, populism and the masses that support populist movements are the real enemy. Movements that seek to mobilize the masses and organize the economy for their benefit are the greatest danger. Khruschevism is part of a much bigger worldview, an anti-human one. It fits in with neoconservative foreign policy and elitism, Malthusian economics, and the overall ultra-liberalism of the dying Western financial order. Its adherents believe any and all collectivism must be opposed, individualism above all else. As Margaret Thatcher said, there is no such thing as society, only individuals. We, the people, are the enemy unless we carry out our liberal duty to remain atomized and obedient, quote, thinking for ourselves by letting the algorithms and our supposed natural superiors nudge us through life. We are gluttons that must stop consuming. We shouldn't be asking questions, and our lack of trust in mainstream media and academia is very concerning. They're the ones that have been vetted to think for us. We must rally behind their wars against Gaddafi, Putin, Xi, and whoever else would reject their financial domination. We must own nothing and be happy about it. We must live in pods, eat bugs, and subject all who disagree to cancel culture mob justice. We must never allow genuine leadership to rise or draw spiritual strength from those with it. We must never join real organizations where we can have comrades and learn to struggle together for a better life, asserting our own will onto history. Aidan Beatty's perspective is just the same old perspective
of the Congress for Cultural Freedom, the Frankfurt School, Ayn Rand, George Orwell, and every other post-war pessimistic thinker trotted out by the establishment. Every incarnation of philosophical irrationalism condemned by Lukács. This worldview thinks that the greatest villains are the Jerry Healey-like figures. What Jerry Healey did on a small scale in Britain, Gaddafi did in a small nation in North Africa, and Stalin did on 1/5 of the planet. Breaking free from imperialism, bringing people together to build and construct and feed off each other's strength and creativity, in Beatty's view, is what must be prevented at all costs to preserve the dying liberal order and the rule of the imperialist monopolies. The liberal order is terrified of the coming pro-human, pro-growth movement that will rip humanity from the artificial restraints they have imposed on it. And Beatty's work indicates that academia and U.S. intelligence circles are very well aware that movements and organizations like those Jerry Healey devoted his life to building are likely to emerge within the coming crisis.
Tanks, statues, and Oedipal politics. The defeat of the Soviet Union in the Cold War was not largely a military defeat, but a psychological one. Cold War strategist Zbigniew Brzezinski had written about how control of information technology in the technotronic era could be used to Americanize the world, and the U.S. intelligence apparatus had mobilized a series of psychological operations that set the stage for toppling the various Marxist-Leninist governments throughout Eastern Europe. In psychological operations and propaganda, images are very important. One image that was key in Cold War propaganda, for example, was the depiction of Soviet military interventions with tanks. This propaganda trope soon evolved into utilizing tanks as the graphic depiction of the government being demonized. The Prague Spring in Czechoslovakia in 1968 involved an anti-Soviet leader, Alexander Dubček, taking control. Dubček aligned himself with many intellectuals, artists, and privileged youth, children of the party bureaucracy, who were inspired by Western movies, rock music, etc., and harbored resentment against the authoritarianism and censorship of the Soviet-style government. Dubček claimed he was in favor of, quote, socialism with a human face, and that he was a, quote, anti-Stalinist. Dubček's government announced its intention of joining the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund, and cutting off support for the National Liberation Front of Vietnam and normalizing relations with Israel. Radio Free Europe announced that Dubček was a, quote, transitional figure who would set the stage for the overthrow of communism. The Soviet Union intervened militarily to reinstall the pro-Soviet faction of the Communist Party of Czechoslovakia to power. As Soviet troops moved in to enact what was majority opinion in the country against the small, privileged liberal clique that had taken power, Western media was filled with images of young, idealistic, hippie-looking Czech youth standing in front of cold, mechanical Soviet-style military vehicles. As anti-war activists in the United States protested the Democratic National Convention that summer, many of them went to a side demonstration outside the Soviet consulate in Chicago, opposing intervention in Czechoslovakia. While this did not make geopolitical sense, it fit the media narrative. The Prague Spring youth were presented like them, long-haired idealists who wanted freedom. Meanwhile, the Soviet Union appeared similar to what they were fighting against, a cold, authoritarian, militaristic machine that suppressed freedom and creativity. The fact that the Prague Spring was a CIA operation and the Soviet Union was the primary supporter of the Vietnamese people in their struggle for national liberation was lost in the background to a lot of young flower children who loved the Prague Spring and hated the man. A decade later, in 1978, Afghanistan had the Sour Revolution. Pro-Soviet factions of the military seized power to avoid being imprisoned. It has now been revealed that this situation was intentionally engineered by the United States. The People's Democratic Party of Afghanistan took power prematurely and soon found itself facing armed resistance from the deeply conservative Islamic rural population. Brzezinski explained in a 1998 interview with the French newspaper Le Nouvel Observateur that he considered engineering a situation where the Soviet Union would be obligated to militarily intervene in Afghanistan as one of his greatest achievements. He said, quote, "That secret operation was an excellent idea. It had the effect of drawing the Russians into the Afghan trap. And you want me to regret it? The day that the Soviet officials crossed the border, I wrote to President Carter, essentially, quote, we now have the opportunity of giving the USSR its Vietnam War. Indeed, for almost 10 years, Moscow had to carry on war that was unsustainable for the regime, a conflict that brought about the demoralization and finally the breakup of the Soviet Empire. When the Soviet Union sent its military to Afghanistan in 1980, the journalist Philip Bonaski visited and observed how Western media completely misrepresented the conflict, giving the impression the country was overrun by tanks. I was supposed to see first, but did not see at all. What I was supposed to see first, I did not see at all. I saw no Soviet soldier. This is the war. Those watching Kabul from New York and Washington saw Soviet soldiers jamming the city streets. In Kabul itself, I saw none. So it would be for the first 8 days I spent in Kabul in January, and almost 2 weeks I would spend there in July, searching for a war, searching for the Russians, searching for an oppressed and tyrannized populace. You read in the press that you would find Kabul choked with Russians, and you were prepared to find them, but found none. Except when pushed through the tangled, uncontrolled traffic, you broke into Revolutionary Square. There it was, the minimal Russian tank. It was a war started as a fictional images on TV. It was a war that took place first in the imagination of millions of Americans and became a strange kind of fact after that. If there had been no intervention here by the West, i.e. the USA, there would have been no war at all. In the 1980s, the British Communist Party became divided between those who defended Soviet foreign policy and those who embraced Euro-communism, the trend of the French, Italian, and Spanish communists who broke with the USSR in 1978. The two factions were called the Euros, for the Euro-communists, and the Tankies. Tanky became a slur for those who would defend governments opposed by Western propaganda and accused of violating human rights. Later, in the Tiananmen Square events of 1989, the image of Tank Man, the lone protester who stood in front of a tank, became an iconic bit of liberal propaganda. Instead of a crowd of protesters around a tank, it had been, as it had been in the images from Czechoslovakia and subsequent US-sponsored unrest in Eastern Europe, this was a single individual. The Tank Man image is a liberal propaganda manifesto. The image tells the age-old tale of David and Goliath, except Goliath is less human than Darth Vader. The image tells us that collectivism and authoritarian states strips us of our humanity and reduce us to being machines. But the lone fight for individualism is heroic and daring. The tank is a very effective lie. It denies the existence of millions of people in Czechoslovakia who supported the Soviet Union, appreciated having universal literacy, electrification, full employment, and rising living standards, while opposing Dubček and his westernized liberal followers. It denies the existence of millions of Afghans who supported the People's Democratic Party and its efforts to bring about industrialization, agricultural improvement, and increased rights for women. It denies the millions of Chinese people who see the Communist Party as a force for good, raising their nation from poverty and elevating China to be the second largest economy in the world. The image of the tank erases the existence of humans backing up and supporting the anti-imperialist state and makes the state an alien machine that only rules over people. The tank image fits with a lot of Western discourse pushing market liberalization that presents the state as being abstract and disconnected from society, a kind of self-serving monster sucking in taxes and crushing individual initiative, rather than an entity representing specific class interests. The tank image obscures one of the most important realities to understand about Western democracy, as opposed to the various anti-imperialist states it labels dictatorship. The reality is the Communist Party of China, the Islamic Republic of Iran, the Bolivarian government of Venezuela, People's Korea, etc., could not stay in power for one moment without a huge, well-organized movement of millions of people who are plugged into local community organizations, carrying out the goals of the ruling party on a local level and taking constant ideological guidance from it. The Basij councils of Iran, the local Communist Party cells in China, the Bolivarian circles of Venezuela, the Citizens' Power Councils of Nicaragua, these are the primary mechanisms through which these regimes are able to hold on to power. People, not machinery, are heavily involved and invested in maintaining the anti-imperialist state and enacting its goals on a local level. Millions of people in China, Iran, Venezuela, Cuba, North Korea, Nicaragua, and other anti-imperialist states, people who are not government bureaucrats but just average citizens, are heavily involved in the process of governing. Without this kind of deep connection with a well-organized population, these anti-imperialist states could not stay intact. Despite whatever lack of civil liberties, this intense involvement by mass organizations makes these states far more, quote, democratic in the literal sense of the word. The people of anti-imperialist states are constantly involved in governing, carrying out the ruling party's agenda, debating government policy, and enforcing laws and policies. There is far more participation and involvement of the people in, quote, totalitarian states than in, quote, free Western ones. The Western states seem to want their population disengaged and asleep, while the various anti-imperialist states that emerged as a result of what began with Lenin and Stalin rely on an awakened and active population. Unlike Western states, revolutionary governments rely on a very loyal and supportive base. Anti-imperialist states are essentially the result of the kind of mass movements Erich Hoffer decries. When these regimes are unable to awaken and activate this kind of involvement, they are doomed. The tank image completely conceals this important reality. A second image became an essential part of Western imperialist propaganda during the 1990s. This image is a bit more directly Khrushchevist. It is the image of a statue being toppled. Crowds in Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union were mobilized to pull down statues of Lenin and other heroes of communism. Photos of these statue toppling events became iconic depictions of the events of 1989 to 1991. Later, when the USA invaded Iraq and overthrew the Ba'athist Arab Socialist government in 2003, American television was filled with images of crowds of people toppling statues of Saddam Hussein. It was later revealed that these were anything but organic or spontaneous celebrations of freedom from the Iraqi people. The event that was shown over and over again on American television was anything but spontaneous. It was revealed by the Los Angeles Times in 2004, quote, as the Iraqi regime was collapsing on April 9th, 2003, Marines converged on Firdaus Square in central Baghdad, site of an enormous statue of Saddam Hussein. It was a Marine colonel, not joyous Iraqi civilians, as was widely assumed in TV images, who decided to topple the statue, the Army report said. It was a quick-thinking Army psychological operations team that made it appear to be a spontaneous Iraqi undertaking. After the colonel, who was not named in the report, selected the statue as the, quote, target of opportunity, the psychological team used loudspeakers to encourage Iraqi civilians to assist, according to an account by a unit member. But Marines had draped an American flag over the statue's face. God bless them, but they were thinking that this is just bad news. The member of the psychological unit said, We didn't want to look like an occupation force. And some of the Iraqis were saying, no, we want an Iraqi flag. Someone produced an Iraqi flag, and a sergeant in the Psychological Operations Unit quickly replaced the American flag. Ultimately, a Marine recovery vehicle toppled the statue with a chain, but the effort appeared to be an Iraqi-inspired because the psychological team had managed to pack the vehicle with cheering Iraqi children. The toppling of the statue has just as much psychological and propaganda value as the tank. It is a display of Oedipal liberation. The adolescent is killing his father and asserting his individuality. The Marxist-Leninist government is presented as the absolutist feudal monarch stomping on the rights of man. The West has hijacked what was originally the communist aesthetic of libidinal release and Oedipal vengeance, the aesthetics of the French Revolution. The king is beheaded. The statue is toppled as the people unleash their righteous anger. Leftism, as an aesthetic, has now become imperialist property. At the same time the Soviet Union fell, one tragic reality of the situation was the lack of opposition to the events from communists around the world. This was not random. The United States had worked relentlessly to court the various communist parties of Europe. All kinds of efforts were made to court the French and Italian intellectuals who dominated European Marxism. Academics were paid to translate and discuss the works of Antonio Gramsci. U.S. academic Joseph Buttigieg, father of Democrat politician Pete Buttigieg, founded the International Gramsci Society. The CIA-funded magazines Der Monat, Encounter, Paris Review, and Partisan Review brought the Frankfurt School, Theodor Adorno, and all kinds of divergent communism that opposed the USSR. In 1978, the French, Spanish, and Italian communists denounced the Soviet Union as Euro-communists. Maoist groups took direction from China, denouncing, quote, Soviet social imperialism. Trotskyites continued their long-standing practice of demonizing the USSR and repeating Western talking points against it. When the USSR fell, the British Communist Party liquidated, as did the Italian Communist Party. The Communist Party USA experienced a dramatic exodus of followers of Angela Davis, who formed committees of correspondence for democracy and socialism and merged into social democracy. The lack of support for communism in Russia among global and particularly Western communists became particularly glaring in 1993. After the USSR had dissolved, against the results of the 1991 referendum, the Russian people voted for a parliament that would oppose Boris Yeltsin's austerity measures and economic looting of the country. The mass unemployment, the new waves of crime and drug addiction made conditions in Russia pretty intolerable for much of the population. The Communist Party of the Russian Federation, as well as various nationalist groups, formed the National Salvation Coalition and won a majority in the State Duma. The US-backed President Yeltsin then dissolved the parliament, declaring a state of emergency so his disastrous economic policies could continue. The parliament refused to disband, and the military was sent to crush it. Thousands of Russian communists and others poured into the streets, and the military was dispatched to forcibly disband the Russian State Duma. The result was a series of events described as Black September, or the Constitutional Crisis. 187 people were killed. The failure of the Russian Communist Party to effectively mobilize in 1993 and later in 1996, when they lost the presidential election in the context of widespread fraud, sealed the fate of the Soviet Union. The mass involvement that anti-imperialist states rely on to stay in power was not there. Public opinion, not just in Russia, but in most former Soviet and Eastern Bloc countries, has consistently said that the fall of the Soviet Union was a negative event and that life was better prior. However, the Soviet communists were unable to inspire a mass movement to defend their state at the key moment, and its dissolution was engineered from above against popular will. The demoralization created by Khrushchev's secret speech can't be separated from this. Khrushchev had effectively deprogrammed much of the population from their enthusiasm for Marxism-Leninism. When Yeltsin justified his dissolving of the elected parliament by claiming the National Salvation Coalition was a, quote, red-brown alliance, he argued that the Russian communists and the nationalists they aligned with represented a combined evil of fascism and communism. He highlighted anti-Semitic statements made by various parliamentarians, and international media largely applauded Yeltsin for violently crushing the democratic will of the Russian people opposing economic looting. Leftists around the world, especially in the West, mostly cheered for the fall of the Soviet Union. In America, the Revolutionary Communist Party marched with banners that said, "Phony communism is dead. Long live real communism." Various Trotskyists celebrated the protests of 1989 as an uprising against Stalinist bureaucracy and argued it would usher in a wave of genuine workers' power. The only organization in the United States that protested against the fall of the Soviet Union was the Workers' World Party, led by Sam Marcy. Marcy was a Trotskyite whose politics became more and more pro-Soviet over the course of the Cold War. His activist sect maneuvered into leading anti-war protests in Washington, D.C. during the 1980s and became the primary, or at least most vocal, hardline American Marxist-Leninist group at the time of the fall of the USSR. Workers' World Party had been a pro-Soviet breakaway from Trotskyism. Sam Marcy, legally named Samuel Balan, was an activist who had been born in Ukraine, moved to the USA as a child, and had a falling out with the Communist Party in the early 1930s. Marcy worked as a labor lawyer and Trotskyite until the Fourth International swung into a more blatantly anti-Soviet direction during the 1950s. His small group of followers in Buffalo had formed a party and eventually built a youth street fighting organization called Youth Against War and Fascism. Marcy ran a kind of counter gang for anti-imperialism that operated primarily in New York City, but had a handful of supporters in other major cities. They engaged in property destruction and theatrical pro-communist and pro-black nationalist demonstrations amid the larger anti-war and anti-racist upsurge. They waved the Vietnamese National Liberation Front flag, and they used the slogan, "Stop the War Against Black America." The group was less ideological and more focused on action, with a group of teenagers and college-aged youth centered around a fatherly man with a foreign accent who instructed them in anti-imperialist activism. YOF members were known for wearing football helmets to protests, prepared to scuffle with the NYPD, and smash windows. Fred Goldstein, a tall and lanky former boxer from the Bronx with communist parents, functioned as Marcy's agitational bulldog and directed street fighting operations. The organization recruited a significant number of anti-war GIs from military bases, forming the American Servicemen's Union. The group also took a blatantly pro-LGBT stance before this was trendy among leftists, bringing in many of New York City's gay activists. Leslie Feinberg, the first openly transgender activist, was a YOF recruit who published The Diary of a Transsexual, describing how she lived as a man despite having female anatomy. As the 1960s political upsurge declined, Marcy oriented his followers to organize liberal and trade union-oriented protests, leading a large anti-racist march in Boston in 1974, and eventually becoming the primary organizer of anti-war protests in Washington, D.C. from 1981 onward. The Communist Party USA supported the Soviet Union, but was always muted in doing so because of its focus on electoral politics and alliance with the Democrats. The Communist Party did not want to alienate labor bosses and liberals, and even had within its own ranks a significant Euro-communist faction that revealed itself with Angela Davis' departure to form the Committees of Correspondence in 1991. The Communist Party represented the Soviet bureaucracy, which saw Reagan as the main threat and wanted liberal politicians in Washington who would enact détente, ease up the arms race, and enable the Soviet Union to bring in more Western investment and technology. The Maoist groups represented Beijing, and while they first had presented an ultra-revolutionary message, they declined significantly during the late 70s as China pivoted into an alliance with Washington and stopped emphasizing Marxism in its foreign policy. Workers' World Party was pro-Soviet while considering the Soviet leaders to be stodgy conservative bureaucrats. Workers' World Party was the party of Kim Il-sung, Mengistu, Castro, and Gaddafi, organizing loud protests to support anti-imperialist states and oppose U.S. wars and interventions, while the Communist Party engaged in muted lobbying among Democrats and pacifist elements. Workers' World Party spoke in defense of the Soviet Union very loudly at the time the Eastern Bloc was falling. At the Socialist Scholars Conference in April of 1990, Sam Marcy gave a speech to a room filled with New Left academics, Trotskyites, and others, urging them not to support the various pro-imperialist, quote, revolutions happening across Eastern Europe. Quote, "They failed to call this most important phenomenon by its class denomination. Is the so-called revolution in Hungary a proletarian revolution because many workers participate in it? Or is it a bourgeois pro-imperialist revolution, a counter-revolution, as a Marxist would call it? Is the transformation in Romania a proletarian revolution, or is it a bourgeois counter-revolution? On this, the socialist scholars are mum. Instead of proceeding according to the norms of Marxist analysis, they have instead adopted an all-embracing definition, an umbrella which suits the bourgeoisie perfectly. It is dinned in our ears day and night by the bourgeoisie first and foremost that these revolutions are anti-Stalinist, period. But Stalinism is a political phenomenon which needs class analysis and elaboration. Can the socialist scholars deny that it is a political phenomenon, but must be reflective of whatever classes exist in the Soviet Union, as well as the USSR's relation to the world struggle, particularly the struggle of imperialism against the socialist countries? To be progressive in relationship to Stalin's policy means, first of all, being thoroughly anti-imperialist and absolutely separate from bourgeois opposition to Stalinism. What's on the order of the day is the struggle against bourgeois restoration. But this is precisely what the Social Democrats want to hide, that the working class in both Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union has to take on the bourgeois restorationist movement, which has brought back the imperialist monopolies, wage cutting, unemployment, and inflation. In the age of satellites and electronics, it is absolutely impossible to have a socialist policy in any metropolitan imperialist country without having a firm, clear, and undeviating policy in relation to imperialism, which is the center of the world economy. The fact that these socialist scholars did not deign to mention imperialism, whose overwhelming effect in Eastern Europe is manifest, demonstrates the bankruptcy of their policy. Workers' World Party began a steady decline following the fall of the USSR. Many members remarked that Sam Marcy had not prepared his followers for such an event ever occurring and had taught them to operate as if such an event like the fall of the Soviet Union was simply not possible. Well, this is certainly understandable, as such an event, a successful color revolution, had not yet occurred until 1989 to 1991. Hindsight is 2020. But it must be pointed out that the reason we can retrospectively see that Workers' World Party did not see the fall of the Soviet Union coming is because of who delivered the death blow. The fall of the USSR was not inflicted by Ronald Reagan's military spending and Cold War escalations, though this certainly made conditions in the USSR worse. The fall of the USSR came from within. Gorbachev and his reformist faction opposed the hardliners and had become westernized. They were in awe of Western movies and consumer culture, and they were convinced that the Western imperialists would allow the Soviet Union to transition to becoming a European welfare state, much like Norway or Sweden, who westernized the Soviet bureaucracy. It was not conservatives. It was Bernie Sanders, who spent a long time as an emerging politician from Vermont in the USSR, befriending Soviet officials and younger party leaders. It was the anti-nuclear movement that escalated after the Chernobyl disaster and organized joint days of protest in the United States and the Soviet Union against nuclear weapons and energy. It was rock bands that toured the former USSR, performing for crowds of youth who longed for blue jeans and Western consumer goods. It was the art galleries sponsored by George Soros, where young Eastern Bloc artists had their work, straying from state-sanctioned socialist realist themes, promoted. The fall of the Soviet Union was not engineered by fanatical anti-communists and right-wingers, but by, quote, democratic socialists, quote, humanist Marxists, and others who created a layer of ideological confusion within the Soviet camp and the global left. Many of the youth who rallied behind Yeltsin did not believe they were supporters of Western capitalism. They were just for freedom and human rights. Their genuine grievances against the Soviet system were being manipulated and used, and they saw their country demolished. Workers' World Party did not see the fall of the Soviet Union coming because it had embedded itself and blinded itself to the weaknesses of the very forces that made it happen. In 1989, as the Eastern Bloc countries were being toppled, just as George Herbert Walker Bush had taken office after Ronald Reagan, Workers' World Party held a national protest in Washington, D.C., with a slogan that could have come from the Democratic National Committee: "We won't take 4 more years." While Sam Marcy had always insisted that the party never opposed nuclear power, the party had embedded itself in the anti-nuclear movement, seeing it as, quote, progressive because it opposed the military. The strategy of taking over the movement and becoming leaders of whatever remained of the 1960s peace activism had put Workers' World Party in the position of being stage managers and platformers of the very trend that toppled the governments they supported. As leftism faded among the U.S. public, Workers' World Party maneuvered to control the stage and secure the permits at big rallies. If they could get a crowd of liberal pacifists to listen to a speech from a North Korea sympathizer at a rally around the latest trendy liberal cause, they felt their mission had been accomplished. Sam Marcy's articles from the early 90s mourned the death of Nicolae Ceausescu in Romania and eulogized and celebrated various figures whose statues were being toppled. Meanwhile, his organization focused on building the movement, i.e., mobilizing around liberal causes and opposing Republicans. This ineffective strategy of Workers' World Party, functioning as a liberal activist club, continued into the 1990s. The biggest remnant of Workers' World Party is called the Party for Socialism and Liberation. It is led by Brian Becker, a key organizer of protests against the Iraq War in 2003, who decided to launch his own brand after discovering some new methods of monetizing activism. PSL continues the confused politics of mobilizing liberal, woke youth entranced by liberal social media propaganda, pushing an Oedipal and libidinal message, while claiming to support the deeply conservative, traditional, anti-imperialist states. PSL's neutrality in the Ukraine war, while mouthing support for Navalny's westernized, quote, peace movement, is a sign that PSL will gradually abandon anti-imperialism bit by bit. Funding from pro-China billionaire Roy Singham has enabled PSL to sow confusion and operate the People's Forum in New York City, hoping to mobilize people with anti-imperialist instincts in pro-NATO efforts to oust Trump. When Brian Becker's clique left Workers' World Party in 2004, a solid crew of loyal Marcyites remained in the party and held on for a bit, led by Fred Goldstein. Goldstein fancied himself to be the new Sam Marcy and tried his best to fulfill this role. He composed a book called Low-Wage Capitalism after the 2008 financial crisis. Workers' World Party's strategy was to create street heat for Obama against the Tea Party and demand Roosevelt-style economic reforms. Workers' World Party continued to hold annual conferences with 200 to 300 attendees every year, right up into 2017. However, PSL had slick magazines and well-designed, colorful publications compared to the dull newsprint of Workers' World. PSL knew how to recruit liberal activist college kids and controlled the permits in Washington, D.C. They were also far better at raising money internationally and utilizing the internet. Goldstein argued that PSL was not focused on economics and class politics in the same way and held on to more of the orthodoxy of Sam Marcy's politics. But the truth was, regardless of Goldstein's intentions, most of Workers' World Party's leadership just wanted to do the same thing as PSL. PSL was simply better at the kind of protest hustling that defined Workers' World Party in the 80s and 90s. Certain other problems prevented Workers' World Party from carving out a spot as the more class-oriented and ideological alternative to PSL. New young people who showed too much interest in Marxism or could articulate Marxist-Leninist ideas were pushed out for fear they might steal the spotlight from Fred Goldstein, Deirdre Griswold, or Larry Holmes. The talking point was that PSL was racist because some of Workers' World Party's leaders that they opposed prior to leaving had been black, and that became a cemented aspect of Workers' World Party's internal culture. With Fred Goldstein getting older and less active, spending months on the beaches of the south of France, and new energy simply not tolerated, Workers' World Party was doomed. However, Workers' World Party couldn't completely fade into obscurity without one last ironic and symbolic tragedy. After the Charlottesville riot in 2017, Workers' World Party members in North Carolina got a huge amount of media attention for toppling a local Confederate statue. Toppling Confederate statues and portraying Trump supporters as white supremacists was all the rage in mainstream media at the time. And Workers' World Party gained some brief relevance in the political conversation as a wave of woke anti-Trump activists in southern states joined its ranks, inspired by Black Lives Matter. The clique of activists in North Carolina who had joined Workers' World Party in 2003 to 2012 and laid the foundation for this slight uptick a few years later had never been communists and were identity politics liberals. They attended UNC Chapel Hill and other elite colleges. They were impressed by Leslie Feinberg and Workers' World Party's history of being pro-transgender. They had insisted that the works of Bell Hooks and Judith Butler be studied alongside Marx and Lenin. One college-aged trans activist was a member in Durham for 2 entire years before she found out that Workers' World Party supported North Korea, showing how little interest in anti-imperialism there was among the local party branch. The main way Durham members were recruited was by being employed or by engaging in the activities of a well-funded liberal nonprofit quietly run by a party member. This layer of liberal rich kids were classist and rude. When attending national events, if other young members from different regions introduced themselves and tried to be friendly, they would simply look at them and laugh rudely. Despite their arrogance and sense of superiority, they also perfected the art of targeting people with accusations of being racist, sexist, or transphobic, and learned to show off how well versed in gender and race studies they were during the process of taking down some longtime elderly party activist who made a mistake, or a youth from a more working class background who did not have the luxury of attending one of the elite schools dubbed the Ivy League of the South. The North Carolina rich kids got very uncomfortable ever discussing party positions on Syria, Iran, or Russia. The speeches they gave at local rallies put on by the Democrat Party focused on white supremacy bad and black youth need opportunities. The North Carolina recruits got a free pass from party leadership in all of their bullying and non-Marxist politics. Why? They brought in the money. An NGO was set up, and money from the Ford Foundation, George Soros, nonprofits set up by local tobacco companies and real estate magnates made sure that North Carolina members were always paid to do their party activism. The money always served as a convenient excuse for concealing the party's tanky politics. Don't want to have trouble with the grant money. Plenty of money trickled back to New York, making Marcy's appointed successors quite delighted. Members of North Carolina began taking over National Committee meetings, turning them into kindergarten group therapy sessions where members threw cute bouncy balls instead of raising their hands to be recognized and talked about their fears and anxiety rooted in childhood trauma. Because they had the money, the North Carolina rich kids began purging those who challenged their authority. Between 2015 and 2017, Workers' World Party pushed out the remaining ideological Marcyites. An older woman was expelled for making a Facebook post expressing concern about transgender people being in the bathroom with her granddaughters. The Detroit branch was pushed out, with one of the charges against them that they held an international conference against austerity with representatives of the Spanish and Greek communist parties and had dared call it a conference against austerity rather than a conference against austerity and white supremacy. The party went into full woke mode, doubling down on supporting liberals, demonizing Trump and all who would support him, and embracing cancel culture. And as they did it, they held up the North Carolina youth who had toppled the statue in Durham as a great example. People who understood economics, could give a defense of people's Korea, or knew the ideology were labeled as autistic white males. The ideal recruit was a pink-haired, nose-ringed, 20-year-old trust fund kid who got fired up at the notion of anyone being misgendered with the wrong pronouns. The chant was, "Do it like Durham! Do it like Durham!" A poster was created to promote the 2017 Workers' World Party Conference that showed an image that looked almost like it had come from the events of 1989 that Sam Marcy opposed. The poster for the 2017 Workers' World Party National Convention showed a crowd of people pulling down a statue in a gleeful display of Oedipal rage. 400 people packed into a hotel in New Jersey to chant, "Do it like Durham, do it like Durham," in the biggest conference the Workers' World Party had had since the PSL split. The event was little more than a Democrat Party anti-Trump rally. Ironically, though, this was the last national conference Workers' World Party ever had. Here's the poster, just so you can see it. There it is. It looks just like the fall of the Soviet Union, right? They're pulling down a statue, right? Pulling down the statue. The crowd of young woke activists who pulled in largely from North Carolina soon accused the Baltimore branch of the party of covering up sexual misconduct. Shrill accusations of rape apologism, covering up sexual assault, and not believing victims were made all across social media. What actually happened in Baltimore is hard to determine, with conflicting stories and versions of events. What is clear is that recruiting all these shrill, liberal-minded youth had brought all of their Oedipal and libidinal energy into the party in a way that the leaders could not control. The entire Baltimore branch, including longtime dedicated activists who had been members for 50 years and played a key role in organizing during the 2015 riots, were expelled. Soon, the Los Angeles branch left as well. North Carolina demanded that other party members be expelled simply for being friendly with other people who had already been expelled, or for not echoing condemnations of those who had been expelled loudly enough. The fight went on for 2 years, with no national conferences and very little activism taking place. Instead, it was an endless slew of national committee conference calls demanding more apologies and more expulsions amid leaked emails, more screenshots of, quote, problematic social media posts, etc. In an episode of explosive rage, a group of young members from New York City, Durham, and other parts of the country drove to the party offices of the recently expelled Baltimore branch and vandalized them, smashing computers and spray painting the walls. The elderly Fred Goldstein himself even resigned after the atmosphere of crazed record drama and shrill accusations became too intolerable even for him, with some of his best friends and most sycophantic worshippers being pushed out. So since the 2017 Do It Like Durham event, Workers' World Party has not convened a national conference. No conference could be called during the 2-year drama and massive expulsions and resignations. And now, as the dust has cleared, there are too few members left. The expression, go woke, go broke, comes to mind. As of today, Workers' World Party has less than 30 members. They did it like Durham and embraced destructive, libidinal politics of leftism while shedding whatever was left of their ideological, anti-imperialist, and illiberal roots. The very impulses and wokeism they embraced destroyed them. The statue-toppling, trans-obsessed, woke adolescents who had been empowered and given a free pass by the party leadership destroyed the party. What happened to Workers' World Party is an odd microcosm showing what has happened to the global Marxist-Leninist movement and what has happened to various communist countries. Communism is very much stamped by the aesthetics and psychology of the bourgeois revolution. The very terms left and right go back to the National Assembly of France that was formed after the king was overthrown. The more radical forces sat on the left, with the more conservative elements that were loyal to the king sitting on the right. Leftism became an international trend with the Spring of Nations of 1848, when uprisings took place across Europe demanding democratic republics. Red Republicans were those who wanted to create some kind of egalitarian socialist society inspired by the ideals of the French Revolution. The Communist Manifesto was published in 1848 as a statement explaining the principles of Karl Marx's Communist League that participated in the German uprising. Communism as a movement embraced libidinal and Oedipal aesthetics and values of the French Revolution. Dialectical materialism denies spirituality and says that all that exists is matter, but this matter is constantly in a state of motion and conflict, driving forward history. Balance and order are rejected, with conflict, upheaval, and contradiction and struggle seen as the eternal good and motor force of progress. This is not entirely wrong. Conflict and struggle are certainly important parts of life and motors for progress, but they are not the only force. Many things in the universe have a contradictory and unifying nature. For example, the solar system. In the dialectical materialist worldview, the planets are held together, and the orbit is the result of gravity from the sun and the planets pulling on each other in a contradictory and conflicting way. However, someone else may look at the solar system and the rotation of the planets and see order and mathematics and predictability. In reality, the solar system has both. There is conflicting gravitational pull, but there is also order and predictability. Sexual intercourse is another great example. The dialectical materialist points to sex as an act of contradiction, body parts clashing with each other, enhancing arousal. However, despite the emotional intensity, sex is generally a very unifying and connecting experience. When sex is done in the form of a violent confrontation, this is a horrific thing called rape. While sex has elements of confrontation and contradiction in it, it also has elements of unity and connection. The dialectical materialist worldview points to a very big aspect of reality, an aspect that was completely obscured by the feudal society and its perspective. Dialectical materialism says there is no spirituality, while feudalism insists everything was spiritual and worked overtime to pressure people to overcome any complaints they had about their lives by focusing on a heavenly afterlife or obedience to God. Dialectical materialism celebrates struggle as the highest form of good and the best way to advance history, while feudal society forbade and harshly punished any kind of struggle and rebellion, keeping people in the social position they were born into and demanding absolute submission and obedience to supposed natural superiors. Leftism was a response to the harshness of feudalism. It was unleashing of libidinal and Oedipal impulses to destroy the old society. The Oedipal and libidinal impulses served their purpose. The libido, the natural attraction to sex and violence, serves its purpose in the human mind. The Oedipal drive, the desire of a child to murder their parents and displace their authority, is also natural. Marxist psychoanalyst Reuben Osborne described the Oedipus complex. Quote, "The Oedipus complex, so called after the play by Sophocles, in which Oedipus, in fulfillment of prophecy, unwittingly kills his own father and marries his mother. The infantile sexual strivings are for gratification with the parent of the opposite sex, while antagonistic and death wishes are entertained toward parents of its own sex. However, these impulses are balanced out by another drive, parental transference. The longing for a powerful, caring parent to provide love and guidance is also innate. Osborne describes how parental transference routinely plays out in therapeutic relationships between clients and psychoanalysts. Quote, an emotional relationship develops between the analyst and the patient, known as transference, involving the transferring to some of the analyst of emotions and impulses of some unsatisfied earlier relationships. The patient thus relives the emotional situations responsible for his complaint, and the analyst comes to represent now one, now the other of people towards whom the patient has had an emotional relationship. He may represent, for example, the patient's father, and the infantile attitude is directed toward him with its contradictory emotions of love and hate. This double or ambivalent attitude in which an object is both loved and hated as the result of conflicting impulses makes the task of the analyst a very delicate one. As Freud says, it is undeniable that in his endeavor to emerge victorious over the transference phenomenon, the psychoanalyst is faced with the greatest difficulties. But it should not be forgotten that it is just these difficulties that render us the invaluable service of making the patient's buried and forgotten love expectations current and manifest. For in the last resort, no one can be vanquished in absentia or in effigy. The final aim of the analyst is to make conscious the relationship of transference so that the patient recognizes the role of the analyst and the nature of the conflicting emotions felt towards him. In doing so, he is enabled to rid himself of dependence on the analyst and recognize the root causes of his difficulties. Sigmund Freud himself was an atheist, seemed particularly amused by religion and feelings associated with it among his clients. In his text, Civilization and Its Discontents, he observed, it is a feeling which he would call a sensation of eternity, a feeling of something limitless and unbounded, as it were oceanic. This feeling, he adds, is a purely subjective fact, not an article of faith. It brings with it no assurance of personal immortality, but a source of religious energy seized upon by various churches and religious systems, directed by them into particular channels, directed and doubtless exhausted by them. One may, he thinks, rightly call himself religious on the grounds of this oceanic feeling, even if one rejects every faith and every illusion. I can imagine that the oceanic feeling became connected with religion later on. The oneness of the universe that constitutes its identational content sounds like a first attempt at religious consolation, as though it were another way of disclaiming the danger which the ego recognizes as threatened by the external world. Freud went on to describe religion as fulfilling the deeply innate psychological needs. Quote, a feeling can only be a source of energy if it is itself the expression of a strong need. The derivation of religious needs from the infant's helplessness and the longing for the father aroused by it seem to be incontrovertible, especially since the feeling is not simply prolonged from childhood days, but is permanently sustained by fear of the superior power of fate. I cannot think any need in childhood as strong as the need for a father's protection. Thus, the part played by the oceanic feeling, which might seek something like restoration of limitless narcissism, is ousted from a place in the foreground. Oedipal feelings flare up when they are most necessary in the teen and early adult years. They drive the young person to establish their independence, go out into the world, and start their own family. The Oedipal feelings fade as independence is established and comfort in adulthood sets in, and then feelings of parental transference return. Many will describe feeling full of rebellion and anger in their teens and 20s, and then finding a kind of conservative state of mind in their late 20s as they look for order and security in adulthood with its new responsibilities. However, the decaying culture of globalism imperialism has robbed millions of young people of the dignity of adulthood. They are stuck living with their parents, unable to support themselves financially or to have marriages and children. Stuck in a state of semi-permanent teenage existence, these psychologically wounded youth are mesmerized by social media that prolongs and extends their libidinal and Oedipal feelings to great lengths. It is also worth noting that in our age of social atomization, there are many parents who really do not wish to see their children go out on their own. While they resent their adult offspring for living off them and being a financial burden, they enjoy the leverage this gives them and the safety and power of the relationship where one party is dependent on them. A kind of toxic parent who is desperate to keep their adult child living with them as a dependent, as a source of companionship, is all too common in our time. The underlying resentment that an adult living with such a parent has is astronomical. However, it must be psychologically repressed. If the adult is going to keep living with their parent, they cannot allow themselves to truly acknowledge the astronomical rage they are feeling at the humiliation of living as a teenager at the age of 30 or older. So massive rage at the parent becomes transferred into Oedipal propaganda. They want to tear down various bullies they are informed of on social media as an outlet for rage at the parent whose dominion they feel trapped under. The height of communist influence in the Western countries came just prior to the Second World War, when communists led the People's Front, broad anti-fascist coalitions. During this period, two psychoanalytic texts were composed by British communist and psychoanalyst Reuben Osborne, seeking to find common ground between Marxism and Freudianism. The first, Freud and Marx, a dialectical study, attempted to show an overlap between the two worldviews, but at the end urged Marxists to rethink their propaganda in light of the rise of fascism. Osborne wrote about the role of parental transference in fascist propaganda. Quote, "The emotional attitudes developed towards the leader, the psychoanalytic view that they are displacements of an original child-parent relationship which ascribes omnipotence to the parent. We return to our question. How can we consciously develop the leadership of the masses in light of the above facts? The first necessarily would seem to crystallize the leadership in the shape of a leader, someone who may be referred to in such terms as will awaken the required emotional attitudes. In other words, we must idealize for the masses some one individual to whom they will turn for support, whom they will love and obey. If then the problem of leadership is important, it must be tackled in a consciously thought out manner, which utilizes all that modern psychology has to offer on the subjective characteristics involved. And if psychology tells us that no movement will win the support of the masses, which does not offer a leader who adequately arouses emotional attitudes, which are seen relate to the child-parent situation, then a movement which boasts of its scientific outlook must hasten to provide such a leader. If Hitler and Mussolini, by deliberate publicity and propaganda methods, can be presented as saviors of the people, so too can communist leaders. The difference, of course, is that the reputation of communist leaders will not be built upon deceitful promises and demagogic flourishes, but upon a genuine determination to lead the workers in revolutionary struggle. Osborne's second text, The Psychology of Reaction, takes this theme to a much further extent. Osborne points out that nationalism and patriotism are themselves a form of parental transference. Quote, in other words, the adult lavishes his unsatisfied love and hate on objects and persons, which are substitutes for the objects and persons of childhood. In this light, we can see that nationalism performs an important psychological role, for there is a striking symbolic parallel between the adult's attitude toward his native land and the early childhood relationship to his parents. This is illustrated in the use of terms like motherland and fatherland. Towards the land in which he was born, the individual feels the attitude which he first felt toward his mother who bore him. His motherland nourishes and sustains him in the same way as did his own mother. Towards his native land, therefore, the individual directs the unsatisfied love and affection which were denied outlet during childhood. This symbolic representation of the mother by the countries of one's birth receives vivid form in many turns of speech. Thus, one hears reference to the country which bore one rather than the country in which they were born. And the threat of enemy invasion is referred to as a threat of violation of the motherland. Nor are these mere metaphorical representations. He describes how communists' failure to respect or properly orient toward feelings of loyalty to one's country has been a weakness. Quote, for the socialist who derides with blank incomprehension his fellow men's feelings of nationalism runs the risk of appearing to them as an intellectual monstrosity who denies a vital fact of human nature. The hostility and repugnance that this denial provokes often takes the form of accusation, for which effectiveness in stirring prejudice against socialism is unequaled. The socialist and communist who denies the validity of national feelings provokes the taunt that socialists love every country but their own. For to suggest that the socialist loves every country but their own signifies to the unconscious mind that the socialist loves every woman but his own mother. The socialist must revise his conception of internationalism. He must not regard internationalism as a replacement for nationalism. For this is to ignore the very real ties between people and their land. The internationalism at which socialists should aim is a union of nations free to develop their own cultures and specific forms of national consciousness, economically united on the basis of socialism. The Oedipal and libidinal aesthetics, the Oedipal and libidinal aesthetics that were once the property of communism, are now the primary vehicles that imperialism utilizes to overthrow anti-imperialist governments. The color revolutions, in which crowds of young, passionate youth face off against cold mechanical tanks and topple statues of figures presented as cruel tyrants, show that the aesthetics of communism have been stripped of their revolutionary role. They serve imperialism, and very effectively. Meanwhile, what began with Stalin, anti-imperialist states appealing to a kind of traditionalism and feeling of parental transference, is stronger than ever. Statues of Mao Zedong and Confucius are erected alongside each other in Xi Jinping's China. Both figures are symbols of China's collectivism and non-Western identity. Soldiers in Donbass march with Orthodox Christian icons and hammers and sickles. Soviet communism and Russian Orthodoxy are both part of Russia's unique, non-Western collectivist identity. The anti-imperialist state offers security from the chaos of the market. It offers the preservation of the traditional family and centuries-old values threatened by Western liberal culture. The socialist state offers collective security and a constant effort to increase living standards, while the West offers autonomy and, quote, freedom that comes with no such security. This all raises serious questions about how an anti-imperialist organization can be created in the confusing atmosphere of our times. Conclusion: winning the psychological war. I will never forget the day in December of 2015 when I sat in central Caracas inside Comuna Pinal, the Beehive Commune. The facility was a stronghold of supporters of Nicolas Maduro and his predecessor, Hugo Chavez. Many of those who live in Comuna Pinal are members of the Bolivarian militias, paramilitary groups set up to defend the socialist government of Venezuela, in addition to the regular armed forces. There was a new basketball court that had just been paved and a new radio station that broadcast revolutionary messages. I sat in a room filled with revolutionary books, posters, and computers and listened to the commune's director of security, a 25-year-old woman named Anacona. She wore khaki military-style pants and proudly talked about her heritage, which was a mixture of indigenous and Afro-Venezuelan roots. She talked about how learning that Hugo Chavez had similar ethnic background made her very proud as a child. When asked about the election results, in which the opposition had made significant gains, she scoffed. "They'll never come back," she said. "We're not the same people that we once were." As I sat with a translator, we learned Anacona's story. She had been a homeless child on the streets of Caracas. She had been unable to speak Spanish, only the indigenous language of her parents, who had taken her to the city and abandoned her after the living conditions in the countryside had deteriorated. She had been adopted by a Catholic priest who raised her in his orphanage. The priest who adopted her was a liberation theologist who taught her a set of beliefs that mixed Catholic theology with Marxism-Leninism. Each Sunday, when Hugo Chavez gave his Allo Presidente broadcasts, she and the other orphans watched attentively. He had directed them to read books, and together she and the other children had studied Lenin's What Is to Be Done, Les Miserables by Victor Hugo, and other important texts. Chavez was my father, Anacona told us. Anacona had helped establish Comuna Pinal when Chavez had called for the creation of socialist cities in his final years of life. She explained, "We studied the communes of China. We studied Hezbollah in Lebanon. We wanted to create model communities that could be the base areas for Bolivarian socialism in Venezuela and continue the revolution." And then she said to us, "I am a religious person, and I believe God brought me to this earth to die for Hugo Chavez. And I hope I will have the opportunity to give my life for the revolution." Over a decade later, I marvel at how the United Socialist Party and Nicolas Maduro have been able to remain in power in Venezuela, despite so much opposition, so many coup attempts, sanctions making life so difficult. The reason Bolivarian socialism is still in power is because of people like Anacona. The spiritual power, the fanaticism, the dedication that Western liberalism is so utterly terrified of is what held Venezuela together. It is the same thing that has enabled Ibrahim Traoré to mobilize an agricultural boom in Burkina Faso. Much like Stalin did with his 5-year plans in Russia, an African military leader who is both a Muslim and a Marxist is leading an impoverished African nation to become a farming giant that can embolden the entire continent. Traoré is doing this with support from Russia and its military contractors, as well as investment from Chinese state-controlled corporations. Across the former Soviet Union, there is a widespread, though far from universal, belief that Joseph Stalin was a Christian. The history books seem pretty solidly to confirm that Stalin was an atheist and a strict adherent of the Marxist-Leninist philosophy of dialectical materialism, which rejects any notion of spiritual forces, seeing human thought as merely a reflection of matter that thinks. Not only did Stalin profess a belief in dialectical materialism, he authored many books on it and gave many lectures on the concept, even calling out other Marxists for not being properly adept in the philosophical side of their ideology. And yet, across Russia, one finds Orthodox Christians who carry images of Stalin with a halo around his head. This is loudly denounced by many others, but the practice has not stopped. A church in Georgia recently erected a sacred image honoring Stalin and his mother. The legend of Christian Stalin is much more intricate than just a suspicion that he privately practiced the faith. These are images of Stalin icons, right? Russians with Stalin with a halo around his head. The legend of Christian Stalin is much more intricate than just a suspicion that he privately harbored admiration for Jesus Christ. There are legends of a boy in Siberia who was visited by an angel who told him to visit Stalin and tell him to legalize the church as a way to defeat the Nazis. There are veterans of the Battle of Stalingrad who swear they saw angels in the sky casting lightning bolts down at the Nazi invaders. There is no official version of the Christian Stalin legend, and it seems to be denounced by every accredited authority on religious matters. The legend of the leader of the Russian Communist Party, Gennady Zyuganov, is a Russian Orthodox convert, and he gives a Christmas message each year on behalf of the party, presenting Jesus as the first communist, similar to how Hugo Chavez spoke in Venezuela. Communism and pride in Soviet achievements, along with Orthodox Christianity, form a part of the new Russian patriotism, a vaguely defined set of values that seem to be both deeply conservative and very collectivist, and opposed to Western individualism and greed. It is certainly true that Stalin attended seminary school prior to joining the Bolsheviks. The modestly sympathetic British Stalin biographer Simon Sebag Montefiore references a kind of religious rhetorical style in his book Young Stalin. Quote, Stalin was hostile to bumptious intellectuals, but he was less so with educated worker revolutionaries who did not arouse his inferiority complex. He played the teacher, the priest. The workers listened reverently to the young preacher, and it was no coincidence that many of the revolutionaries were ex-seminarists and the workers often pious ex-peasants. Trotsky, agitating in another city, remembered that many of the workers thought the movement resembled the early Christians and had to be taught that they should be atheists. Much of Trotsky's criticism of Stalin and his belief that it became much of Trotsky's criticism of the Soviet Union and his belief that it became bureaucratized and a degenerated workers' state is rooted in a critique of the spiritual aesthetics of the Soviet state. Trotsky saw the glorification of the Soviet family, the outlawing of abortion, the culture of self-sacrifice and patriotism that came to define really existing socialism as repugnant. After all, the official ideological difference between Stalin and Trotsky had been the question of permanent revolution. Trotsky wanted the Soviet Union to be militarized and to function as merely a temporary holdout in a struggle to march communism into Western Europe. Stalin, on the other hand, advocated socialism in one country. Trotsky's biography of Stalin begins on the first page with denunciations of Stalin as Asiatic and not properly Western or civilized, calling him Genghis Khan. In our time, when the West is deteriorating and a new economy is rising in the East, building on the foundations of the Russian and Chinese revolutions, two events Stalin had a huge amount to do with, Trotsky's observations are worth revisiting. What was the essence of Trotsky's disagreement with Lenin prior to joining the Bolsheviks in July of 1917, and his ultimate break with Stalin and defection from the USSR 10 years later in 1927? When Stalin formed the Bolshevik Party in 1903, when Lenin formed the Bolshevik Party in 1903, he did so as a fundamental break with European social democracy. He replaced the liberal, open organizational methods with his party of new type and democratic centralism. He eventually replaced the basic workers versus bosses understanding of European Marxists with his theory of imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism. Lenin said that nationalism of the oppressed and colonized people should be supported, even if it had a non-Marxist and anti-working class character. Lenin said that the working class of Western countries was becoming stratified and that the revolutionary energy would come from the colonized world, with the working class leading the struggle to break entire nations free from imperialist domination. Trotsky rejected Lenin's call to form a party of new type. He instead opted to form a grouping called the August Bloc that would function as a more radical wing of social democracy and the Second International. He simply wanted to build a slightly more radical version of it. He did not consider the Social Democrats of the British Labour Party or German imperialism to be his enemies. They were just moderates with a milder interpretation of what he believed. Furthermore, Trotsky loathed the peasantry. His theory of permanent revolution insisted that countries like Russia and China, where there was a peasant majority, could not build full socialism. He rejected Lenin's call for a revolutionary dictatorship of workers and peasants because he saw peasants as inherently backward. He condemned the Chinese Revolution in the 1930s, warning that despite having communist leaders, its focus on organizing the peasantry would doom it to failure. Trotsky opposed Stalin's call for Chinese communists to enter a united front with the nationalist KMT, instead wanting them to condemn the KMT and build working class opposition to it. Trotsky condemned the Communist International for focusing on exposing social democrats after the Sixth World Congress, instead arguing they should seek a united front. He then condemned the Communist International for building the People's Front against fascism in alliance with democratic capitalists after the Seventh World Congress, seeing it as a betrayal of the, quote, class line between the workers and the bosses. Trotsky was a classical Marxist. Lenin took the very first steps out of Europe, forming what racists like Trotsky would deem to be an Asiatic organization to liberate colonized people from globalism imperialism. Stalin took this even further, unleashing miracles of industrialization with a planned economy, but appealing to the country in a spirit of collectivism and brotherhood rather than Marxism's usual appeal on the basis of class hatred and vengeance. What began with Stalin has continued with Mao and Deng Xiaoping, with African socialism, with Baathist Arab socialism, with Bolivarianism, with not capitalism, but Islam in Iran, with Ibrahim Traore in Burkina Faso, with the Houthis in Yemen, and so many other amazing anti-imperialist movements that have sprouted on the foundations of Marxism-Leninism. However, the various anti-imperialist and colonial movements have continued maturing, shedding the leftist roots of Marxism-Leninism to a higher spiritual plane. The message of the Communist Party of China is one of community, patriotism, love of family, and constructive optimism. The Cultural Revolution is deemed to have been a bitter mistake. Vietnam's socialism-oriented market economy puts out a similar optimistic, constructive vibe. Meanwhile, Marxism-Leninism as a movement has completely deteriorated in the West. Trotskyism and anarchism seem dominant, but even the traditional communist parties with Comintern lineage rarely take anti-imperialist stances. When Russia moved in to protect the Donetsk People's Republic and the People's Republic of Lugansk against the Western-backed fanatics who burn World War II memorials, few Western communist parties dared to support them. Russia was deemed conservative and fascist, while Ukraine's pro-Western regime was laced with rainbow flags and nose piercings on social media. Khruschevism, worked as a mechanism for dismantling the Soviet-aligned movement around the world, and it continues to be effective right up to today because it plays on certain weaknesses within communism itself. The spirit of rebellion, the resentment and distrust of authority, the celebration of unleashing impulses, the desire to decapitate the king and tear down his statue, the indulgence of a desire for nonconformity merely for nonconformity's sake, the celebration of oneself as an enlightened free thinker, a philosopher king with the rest of humanity as mere sheep, the lack of humility and willingness to give oneself to a higher cause or work in admiration and love for an effective teacher, the endless striving to be the main character in a drama, the fear of being perceived as a follower, the shame of admitting you have been guided and educated or made an error and been forgiven. All of these sentiments that make up the pillars of the Khrushchevist wrecker mentality are highly present in those who are attracted to communist aesthetics and drawn to identifying as communists in Western society, where it is considered a deviant and subversive identity. The truth is that all of us feel we are Winston in George Orwell's 1984 sometimes. To have anti-imperialist views in this society renders such feelings of isolation and fear of the masses almost impossible to avoid. However, these feelings must be actively fought against. They are not the basis of a revolutionary movement. And in the context of our Oedipal and libidinal culture, they can only play a destructive and demobilizing role. To be a revolutionary in our time means actively fighting against Khrushchevism and anti-populism, and learning to give yourself to a higher cause. It means learning the joy of comradeship and trusting surrender to embrace the collective effort of an organization. Plants are alive. Cats and dogs are alive. Mice, insects, sheep and cattle, weeds in the garden, and roses are all alive. However, they are not alive. They are alive only in the biological sense. They are not alive in the human way. As Frederick Engels explained, in short, the animal merely uses its environment and brings about changes in it by its presence. Man, by his changes, makes it serve his ends and masters it. This is the final essential distinction between man and other animals, and once again, it is labor that brings about this distinction. Human beings exercise agency. They take the environment around them and reinvent it. They innovate. Animals and plants just go through the motions, exercising no agency. They respond to stimuli, avoiding pain, seeking pleasure. They can be nudged by nature around them, but they can never master it. They are asleep. The sad reality is that globalism imperialism has rendered most human beings into a similar state of being. They are only living biologically. They are asleep. They exercise no agency. They do not innovate. They do not intervene in the world around them. They are technically alive in the biological sense, but they are not truly alive. They are only living biologically. What makes human beings unique, unlike other species, is our ability to transcend this state. We have the ability to awaken. Ants have been making their ant farms the same way for thousands of years. Bees have been making their beehives the same way for thousands of years. Beavers have been constructing their beaver dams the same way for thousands of years. But in just a few thousand years, 7,000 or 8,000 years, approximately, human beings have completely revolutionized their relationship with the natural world over and over again. We've gone from hunter-gatherers in the woods to space travel, iPhones and 3D printers, artificial intelligence, and so many other wonders. Marx knew this, and his conception of historical materialism was an understanding of the big picture of human history. Marx understood that humans were constantly propelling themselves to a higher mode of production, a higher life expectancy, a higher population, more comfort, a higher level of intellectual capacity. Marx understood that new modes of production gave birth to new political and social forms. The origin of private property and the state came with the transition from hunter-gatherer civilization to agriculture and the domestication of animals. Slavery gave way to a higher mode of production called feudalism, which brought new political forms. Feudalism gave way to capitalism. Each time the population expanded, the productive capacity grew, the life expectancy increased, and the level of freedom and individual autonomy also increased. Marx understood and documented that capitalism created the problem of glut, overproduction, or value crisis, where poverty was created by abundance. Technological advancement and increased efficiency in production resulted in greater poverty and a lower rate of profit for employers. He understood that this would necessitate society coming together to centralize the instruments of production and organize the economy rationally, so growth was no longer restrained by the anarchy of production. As Engels explained, socialism harnesses the productive capacity of capitalism in a rational way. The difference is as that between the destructive force of electricity in a lightning storm and the electricity under the command in the telegraph and voltaic arc. The difference between a conflagration and fire working in the service of man. With this recognition at last of the real nature of the productive forces of today, the social anarchy of production gives way to social regulation of production upon a definite plan, according to the needs of the community and of each individual. The proletariat seizes political power and turns the means of production into state property. Marx very much saw the proletariat, the emerging majority of wage workers, as the class with the most to gain from such a transformation, and he envisioned the labor movement becoming political and striving to win the battle for democracy and raise the working class to the level of the ruling class, with the dictatorship of the proletariat, to centralize the instruments of production in the hands of the state and increase the total productive forces as rapidly as possible. Marx built a movement that was very much intended to be adjacent to labor unions, setting the stage for labor unions and political parties aligned with them to seize control of the state and create a planned economy. Marx saw this centrally planned economy managed by popular working class government as the first stage of communism, called socialism by Marxist-Leninists. He understood that it would eventually create so much wealth and abundance by eliminating the irrationality of the market and restraints on technological advancement that it would give way to the higher stage of communism, i.e., a society where all inequality had faded away, along with all hierarchies and social coercion, with the state itself fading away as society inscribed on its banners, from each according to his ability to each according to his needs. Lenin's understanding that capitalism had moved to the stage of imperialism and that the working class in the imperialist countries was being divided and stratified, and that socialism would come through the struggles of colonized people for national liberation, was a solid break with classical Marxist thinking, but it was an accurate assessment of how the world was moving in the aftermath of Marx's life. Social democracy remained stuck in the mindset of workers versus bosses. Leninism moved on to the struggle of entire nations and colonized people against imperialism. In our time, the most fundamental economic principles of Marx and Lenin's ideas are more important than ever, but they are completely obscured. The problem of value crisis and technology creating poverty amid abundance and a falling rate of profit is truer than ever before. The AI economy and the various warnings about self-driving cars hammer this home constantly. Yet Marxists in the West generally believe the problem with capitalism is that there is never enough. It just wants endless growth. Marxists tend to believe that growth is bad, poverty is beautiful, and they accept neoliberal claims that the market can produce endless growth. They just think this is undesirable. Rather than calling for a rationally planned and centralized economy to unleash productive forces, leftists routinely argue for what Marx strongly opposed in Critique of the Goethe Program, the redistribution of income. Bernie Sanders' Democratic Socialist platform did not call for a single nationalization of any industry, yet it talked of abolishing billionaires by taxing people. The spirit of jealousy and anger at the rich, who just want more and more, is everywhere. The actual economics of capitalism restricting humanity's creative abilities are absent. What passes for Marxism in America is largely rhetoric on how unfair the relationship between employers and employees is, and calls for the creation of cooperative enterprises that would function according to the profit motive. Furthermore, Lenin's concept of imperialism is more relevant than ever as humanity is breaking free from it. Lenin made clear that imperialism was about holding back development and preventing countries from developing their own economies, forcing them to remain impoverished captive markets and client states. China's Belt and Road Initiative is enabling countries in Africa and Asia and Latin America to flourish, raise people from poverty, and construct infrastructure. However, Marxists and Leninists generally think China is imperialist because enabling these countries to build power plants and railways, to export their natural resources, and to expand their farming sectors is exploiting them. Western communists view indigenous tribes without electricity and modern technology as free, and think imperialism is about imposing modernity onto them and taking away their indigenous beauty as noble savages. Rage at Western civilization and whiteness is certainly everywhere, but any understanding of the economics of imperialism is completely absent. All of this points to a reality that may seem obvious, but is very hard for some to digest. There must be a spiritual break with leftism in order to preserve the economics and understanding of human historical development. Marxism and communism are about seething in rage and jealousy at the rich, wanting to cut off their heads and tear them down. Marxism and communism are about hating the disgusting West and admiring beautiful primitive peoples not tainted by corrupting modernity. The emotions haven't changed. These are the emotions of the red flag rooted in the French Revolution and the guillotine. These are the emotions and psychology of Trotsky's permanent revolution and the Cultural Revolution in China, May of 1968 in the streets of Paris, and leftism. Leftism has become a destructive force. The socialist governments of the world no longer speak in a leftist way. It is imperialism and its color revolution industry that has hijacked the revolutionary aesthetic. The Center for Political Innovation took the innovationist turn in 2024 as a way of fully embracing this reality. We cannot be communists any longer. We must be innovationists. We must advocate for a rationally planned economy by breaking with leftist aesthetics and psychology. We must do as Stalin did during the 5-year plans and unleash a spirit of optimism and construction, celebrating humanity's ability to build. The spiritual power Stalin tapped into to build the Soviet Union is what Khruschevism, in all of its incarnations, is fighting against. Our movement must embrace the spiritual power, and it must rightly name Khruschevism as a destructive force. To maintain revolutionary optimism, to contribute to the struggle against imperialism, to move toward creating a government of action that fights for working families, it is necessary to join the Center for Political Innovation and become part of an organization. It is impossible to stay on the revolutionary road in isolation. One must organize and cooperate with others to carry out operations, learn from mistakes, and to construct. Happiness in life can generally be found in 2 ways: through love and connection with another person, and secondly, through construction, building and improving the world around you. A genuine revolutionary organization gives people the ability to experience both of these things and find true happiness, despite whatever hardships and setbacks come along the way. In addition to being a member of a revolutionary organization, there are a number of habits and practices that can be utilized to protect yourself from Khruschevism and negativity and from slipping into living biologically. Staying engaged. The most important thing is to remain engaged. Stepping into isolation by not communicating or connecting with a revolutionary organization is a sure way to descend into bitterness. Whatever fears, anxiety, grudges, or confusion you may have can only expand when you're on your own. In the age of modern technology, it is very easy to stay connected, but a conscious effort must be made to do it, not when it is easy, but when it is hard. when you feel exhausted, when disagreements stress you out, when insecurities or anxieties are plaguing you, this is the most important time to join the Zoom call, attend the workshop, and go to the rally. This is when you need the movement the most, not when it's easy, when it's difficult. When the forces within you seek to pull you down into isolation, demoralization, and exhaustion, this is when you need to throw yourself into the revolutionary movement the most. The bitterness and demoralization is not your instincts. It's not the negativity of a hostile society. It is the way, the bitterness and demoralization is not your instincts. It is the negativity of a hostile society weighing down on you. You need to fight back. And to do this, you need others. Icons. There's a reason that for thousands of years, the Russian Orthodox Church has created icons of great saints that are displayed by believers. There's a reason the Soviet Union adopted this aesthetic with pictures of Lenin and Stalin on display. There's a reason ancestor worship and other traditions have deep roots in the East. We all have a part of our conscious mind that Sigmund Freud called the superego. It is the voice of your parent, a mentor, an admired authority figure, someone we look up to and strive to make proud. Explaining Freud's concept of the superego, Reuben Osborne wrote, quote, "The child comes to recognize some external authority as having the power to curtail the satisfaction of its instinctive needs. In a myriad of ways, the tiny child is made to feel the essential difference between it and the adult, and the ability of the latter to satisfy it or prevent satisfaction of its needs. The role which the parents or other authorities have played in exacting from the child adjustments to demands of external reality leaves its mark on the child. While the ego is yet weak and unable to control the imperative demands of the id, a portion of the ego becomes identified with the parent and in the form of the superego continues to watch over the id impulses, compelling the ego to repress those it considers impermissible. It is the superego which is responsible for the emotional attachment of people to religious movements wherein God and the church and other authoritative voices represent the Father, which is responsible for the obedience of the forces of authority which exist in society. The superego is irrational in its compulsions, its morality, and is a stern one for its origin in childhood when parental authority demanded unquestioning obedience. Its influence was seen during the Jubilee celebrations, when many people who ordinarily manifest little interest in the doings of royalty were emotionally aroused and proclaimed by flags and revelry their love for the King, Father. It is noteworthy that King's annual addresses on Christmas Day to the empire were perfectly adapted to the emotional relationship between himself and millions of people. He spoke to the peoples of the empire as one family, of which he was their father. And it cannot be denied that for millions of people, their love and protection, which preceded in early childhood the formation of the superego, is active in adult life. The need for love was a determining factor in the child's early environment. The response he makes to the latter economic and social environment is greatly influenced by the way the need for love and protection was answered in childhood days. Most people think their childhood as comparatively happy and carefree time, when the love and protection of their parents sheltered them from the harshness of reality. Others, of course, were treated with resentment by their parents as intruding and imposing extra burdens upon them. Such resentment may have proceeded from economic causes, such as poverty, which made the feeding of an extra mouth a great problem. From these two possible situations in which the child's love needs may be more or less adequately met or more or less discarded, two attitudes may spring. In the first case, the adult, in forming the superego identifications, will tend to regard the authorities on whom he has displaced his emotions and attitudes toward his parents with feelings of trust and love rather than antagonism. In the other case, rebelliousness and hatred will dominate. Underlying that love is latent antagonism, which under circumstances to be discussed later can be aroused to replace the love. To stay on the revolutionary road, you must learn to actively cultivate your own superego. To keep on the right path, you need to find a great revolutionary figure or someone you look up to and erect a large picture of them in your home. You need to imagine yourself talking to them and consulting them about the challenges you face in your daily life. You need to strive to do as this figure would do or would want you to do. When visiting the home of a fellow innovationist, your question should be, where are your icons? There's nothing shameful about having a portrait of a great historical figure or idol on display. It is a necessity in staying on the revolutionary road. Classical music. Our culture is excessively emotional. Explosive feelings of rage, sexual arousal, etc. come at us from every angle. Social media, television, but most especially from music. Music should be emotional. I enjoy plenty of modern rock and hip-hop music. I enjoy plenty of sentimental pieces that pluck my emotional heartstrings. But it must be acknowledged that the level of emotion in our current culture is limiting our ability to think clearly. It is causing us to be overwhelmed and stressed. It is amplifying the Oedipal and libidinal impulses and hindering our ability to listen to other people and make clear-headed decisions. That is why it is a good practice to begin every day with classical music rather than modern, emotional, and explosive music. Classical music is often mathematical and rooted in rational patterns. It appeals to us in a slightly more intellectual rather than emotional way. It is good to begin and end each day with older music, music composed prior to the massive commercialization of the music industry that came after the Second World War. This sets a foundation for the day that is more structured and clear-headed rather than explosive and impulse-driven. Mantras. Words can give you power. It is important to find passages of revolutionary literature, a few sentences, and memorize them. Memorize them so you can call them up at any time and recite them to bring yourself peace. Find phrases that speak to you as true and repeat them to yourself until they become part of your essence. Perhaps set a goal to say them 100 or 200 times in a day and count them off with check marks or a device. When your mind resists, force yourself to do this long-time meditation practice. Make yourself repeat the words until you can say them without even thinking. Implant the words deep into your soul so they can belong to you and be called up at any time. Consistency. When you commit to do something and fulfill your commitment, this is an expression of your humanness. You are not living biologically, but exercising power by making a decision. I will do this. And then exercising your willpower and making it so. Other people will value and appreciate you more if you can be reliable and a man of your word, no doubt. However, you owe this primarily to yourself. Each time you commit to carrying out a task and do as you planned, your confidence in yourself grows. You feel more powerful. Each time you fail to enact enough willpower to do as you set out to do, your self-esteem and confidence decreases. To develop your potency as a revolutionary and push back against the forces looking to drag you back into a mere biological existence, it is necessary to consistently and constantly make commitments and fulfill them. This shouldn't be limited to activism and organizational activities, but should be extended to everyday life. Challenge yourself to exercise, eat better, be cleaner, or perform specific daily tasks. Learn to see it as a kind of game, a kind of puzzle, learning how to work around your own mind and your own distractions, and each day strengthen your own ability to alter the world around you and exercise personal strength. A small Marxist-Leninist group from Canada recorded a number of songs to express their beliefs. One of their songs, drawing from the works of Lenin and Stalin, was called "The Party is the Most Precious Thing." This is a sentiment one finds in the works of various revolutionary leaders throughout history. The revolutionary organization, the network of people cooperating to oppose imperialism, globalism, and carry out effective operations, is essential. Many young people nowadays adopt ideologies and religions on the internet. For a while, they are a Trotskyist, then they are a Maoist, then a fascist, then a Buddhist, then a Catholic. These young people are in search of an identity. They are trying on these various labels, buying books, listening to podcasts around them. Doing so, They really do not understand any of these perspectives. They are engaging in fandom and consumption, but all of these various Weltanschauung were created to serve the practical purpose of a collective organization. If you want to understand Christianity, don't listen to podcasts and buy Christian swag. Join a church. If you want to understand Islam, don't just tweet about the Quran. Join a mosque. This applies to politics as well. None of what is written in this book or published by the Center for Political Innovation is produced for mere consumption. We are not an entity of entertainment or a vehicle for intellectual intrigue. We want to build a movement, and we want to recruit you. If you really want to understand the essence of the ideas expressed here and elsewhere, you need to join us. Without this context, you won't really get it. This is a movement we are creating, and the Center for Political Innovation is a vehicle for bringing this movement into being. Most of humanity is asleep, living biologically. Our job is to awaken humanity and make people aware of their inherent ability to engage with the world around them, innovate, and reinvent it. This is not an easy task, but it provides a life of fulfillment, purpose, and deep connection with others. Reflecting on the events of the Russian Revolution, which he witnessed and participated in, Leon Trotsky wrote, "In ordinary times, the state, be it monarchical or democratic, elevates itself above the nation, and history is made by specialists in that line of business, kings, ministers, bureaucrats, parliamentarians, journalists. But at those crucial moments where the old order becomes no longer endurable to the masses, they break over barriers, excluding them from the political arena, sweeping aside their traditional representatives and creating their own interference, the initial groundwork for a new regime. Entirely exceptional conditions, independent of the will of persons or parties, are necessary in order to tear off from discontent the fetters of conservatism and bring the masses into insurrection. The swift changes in mass views and moods in an epoch of revolution thus derive not from the flexibility and mobility of men's minds, but from the opposite, from its deep conservatism. The chronic lag of ideas and relations behind new objective conditions right up to the moment when the latter crashes over people in the form of a catastrophe is what creates, in a period of revolution, that leaping moment of ideas which seem to police the mind, a mere result of activities of demagogues. The masses go into revolution not with a prepared plan of social construction, but a sharp feeling that they cannot endure the old regime. Mao Zedong wrote, "The masses are the real heroes, while we ourselves are often childish and ignorant. And without this understanding, it is impossible to acquire even the most rudimentary knowledge." He also said, "The masses have boundless creative power. They can organize themselves, concentrate on places and branches of work where they can give full play to their energy. They can concentrate on production in breadth and depth and create more and more undertakings of their own being." The coming awakening won't primarily come from us. It will come from the people all around us, rising to the moment and blowing us away with their heroism and bravery. We have the honor and the duty, with our knowledge, awareness, to guide the coming explosion and point the masses who are ready to awaken in the right direction. We have awakened ahead of time, and we can set the stage for much greater awakenings that are the inevitable result of the trajectory of our society. The plan to contain and restrain the human spirit will backfire. An awakening is coming. Imagine a gigantic boulder that is about to roll down a mountainside. We cannot stop this boulder, and we aren't responsible for starting its downward course. We have the ability to nudge and direct this boulder so it falls in the right direction. This is a great privilege, and it makes us quite important in the unfolding course of human events. We cannot expect every person we encounter to join our ranks. We must recall the words of Jesus Christ when explaining that few people would be able to really take his message to heart. "Enter ye in the strait gate, for wide is the gate, and broad is the way that leadeth to destruction. And many there be which go thereat, because the strait is the gate, and narrow is the way which leadeth unto life, and there are few that find it." He went on to tell his followers that it wasn't simply enough to believe in his message. but that they were obligated to join the movement and carry out his important work. And Jesus said unto his disciples, if any man will come after me, let him deny himself and take up his cross and follow me. In isolation, whatever knowledge we may have, we have no hope of nudging the boulder. The organization is the most precious thing, and it is the most essential thing. It enables us to utilize our understanding of the ways of history and intervene. The enemy has inculcated in us a constant phobia, a constant tendency to think all is a fraud, a scam, a constant pressure to stand up and shout, it's a cookbook, and retreat into isolation. In order to stay on the revolutionary road, you must make a conscious decision to reject Khruschevism. You must be willing to love, serve, connect, not simply vent, rebel, and expose. That's the end.